Very full, and has he got him caught behind? He has. It was a very full length, lured Zabe into the drive. He stood there and waited for the decision.
Balderson swings one in. Oh, that's hammered back down the ground by Leach. Almost takes Balderson out.
Here's Morley into Leach. He comes down the track and he's going to be stumped. Well, he was looking to force the pace. It was Dominic Leach.
Morley in. McManus sweeps that away into the wide open spaces on the leg side, and that's gone all the way for 6.
As this ball's been slapped up in the air, is it gonna be taken? It is. It's a very good catch by Tom Bailey.
Here's Morley in bowls to Sales, who's bowled him, and that's an absolute beauty from Jack Morley.
As Tom Hartley into wide, there's that reverse sweep we were talking about. The catch is taken and the wicket falls. Sharp work there from Phil Salt.
Leaves to Jennings, short, he pulls. A little before runs. Onto that in a flash, Keaton Jennings.
White is in bowls short again and cut away by Luke Wells for 4.
There's Russell. Final ball of the over. Again, reverse sweeps it, and he actually bounces down towards the fine leg boundary. He's got 4 more for it.
Kevin Hand, Guy Swindles, that's a short ball, has been given the treatment, absolutely hammered through the extra cover region to the boundary for 4. The final delivery of his 5th over, lots of flight, another reverse sweep, once again beautifully timed. There is a fielder down there, but he's not going to make it.
Bizarre. Here's Sales in bowls short, pulled away by Luke Wells, and there was a certain inevitability about that as soon as you saw it halfway down.
Here's Leach into Jennings. This is short and cut away nicely towards backward point. It might even get to the boundary. No, there's an excellent diving stop in the deep. That's a great piece of fielding there in the deep by Sam Whiteman. And there'll just be a couple of runs, but they will bring up the 50 for Keaton Jennings. 50 of 78 deliveries.
Goes back this time. And eases the ball away nicely through the offside for more runs, possibly 4 of them. It will bring him a 50. It's a terrific knock, this, by Luke Wells, along with his captain Keaton Jennings. Wells 52 not out from 99 balls faced. 107 runs put on by these two.
Seb comes in and down the track comes Wells, guiding that past the first slip fielder. They might get back for 2 here. They will indeed, because the fielder at 3rd was very, very deep. They had a lot of ground to cover.
Wow. Wow.
Well, it's dry at last, and we're going to start in the next 2 or 3 minutes. A very warm welcome to our coverage on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and the app from Emirates Old Trafford. It's nice and dry and warm in our commentary box, and at last it's a little drier outside. We've had the entire morning session and a little bit of the afternoon session lost to the weather, but the ground staff, as ever, have done a fine job to get the outfield and the pitch all ready to start. So it's a 2 o'clock start, so the next 2 or 3 minutes. We're waiting for the rope. You can see there, for viewers on Lancs TV, the rope being dragged around the outfield. You can't start a game of cricket after a rain break without a rope being dragged around, Andrew, can you? It's written into the laws of cricket, I think. It is
absolutely essential, and in a wonderful moment there, it almost tripped up Jack White, which would have been not a great way to start the day for Northamptonshire, but
no.
Fortunately he'd obviously remembered the skipping in the playground and managed to jump at the right moment.
But we've got a decent amount of cricket, haven't we? We've got 67 overs to be bowled, so that's quite a decent chunk. 67 overs to be bowled. Tea will be at 4:10, and we'll see how many of the 67 overs we can get in. The forecast actually I think is okay now.
I think it is, yeah. It's just been so frustrating, and you do feel for the ground staff as ever in these sort of situations, in that it would stop raining and they'd be out there and obviously trying to get things ready, and the players obviously getting ready to play as well, and then just another little wave of drizzle would come across from the west, and you could see it on the radar, just coming in wave after wave, and it's been very, very frustrating. And just when you think you're actually going to get on, then the weather deteriorates again. But the good news is, I say, that the forecast for the rest of the day, I don't think it's exactly going to be cracking the flags. I don't think we're going to be opening the windows and getting the shorts on. But the good news is that I think it's going to be dry, and you can see the umpires, Graham Lloyd and James Middlebrook. James Middlebrook putting his box of balls down there in case the old encyclopedia salesman needs to come back into business again. But the umpires coming back on, and I think, to be fair, everyone, in terms of ground staff and umpires and officials, have tried very hard to get this on as soon as possible. I don't think they could have done it any quicker, given the fact that it started raining at 3:30 yesterday afternoon, and it was still raining pretty steadily when we got to the ground this morning around 9:30, and has been sort of on and off most of the morning. So now we actually do have a drier slot, more or less. As soon as we've got that, we're playing. So you can't really argue with that.
Absolutely not. No. Fine effort by everybody to get a bit of cricket going. I don't know where the game's going at the minute. I mean, it's having lost a decent chunk today. Lancashire's 221 runs behind.
Well, we were talking about this when we off-air down over our most excellent cottage pie at lunch downstairs, which was very, very good. Lancashire, if they're going to try and force a result, you would imagine they're going to have to go route one and try and only bat once. In that case, it was going to be a question of them maybe just trying to get a lead, 100, 130, say, by lunch tomorrow, and then put a bit of pressure on Northamptonshire. But it's not going to be easy.
No,
they're going to have to score quite quickly on a pitch that is obviously doing a bit.
They're going to have to baseball it.
Well, something like that. Yeah. What would you call it in those sort of some chap ball?
Got to chap ball it. Yeah, it's tricky though, isn't it? Because it's not a flat pitch.
No,
it's far
not
from it. So I'm not quite sure how you can try and go about doing that. And
if you do, and it comes unstuck, then you could actually finish up presenting Northamptonshire with a rare opportunity to actually try and force a win themselves.
Yep. Well, it's we'll see how it all progresses over the course of the next couple of hours. Luke Wells will be on strike. Umpire Graham Lloyd just signalling towards the scorers to make sure that they're ready. Wells is 61 not out. He's batted superbly. He's batted beautifully, of course, at 3 yesterday, as indeed did Keaton Jennings. It was a really good opening partnership that Lancashire put together. But awkward this, isn't it, to see how he's trying to move the game on. Luke Wells was speaking to me last night about that, trying to score relatively quickly, try and get maybe 130 in front. As the first ball of the day is sent down by Saif Zabe, and that's played beautifully. Timing to perfection by Luke Wells out towards deep mid-wicket, and also outstanding piece of fielding as well by Sam Whiteman So a nice shot and a nice piece of fielding to get the day's play up and running. They've run 3 there, haven't they? Yeah, because Bohannon's on strike. So Wells moves on to 64, and the score moves on to 124 for 1. So yeah, pretty tricky test to try and just to score that quickly and to try and get that far in front relatively quickly and put pressure on Northamptonshire when it certainly looked like it was difficult to score quickly on yesterday, and the pitch was doing, I think, a little bit more as Bohannon tries to cut this ball away into the offside, and there is no run. We just have to, first and foremost, just try and play properly. Bohannon plays a forward defensive. It's bouncing away towards Dom Leach at cover, and there's no run. Of course, I think this is the over, isn't it? Carried on from last night. We had 1 ball of this safe Zabe over before we went off for poor light and weather and rain. Again, a forward defensive by Bohannon. Deflects away into the offside, and there is no run. So it's a little bit of a carry on from last night. That's the 1 wicket to fall, that. Keaton Jennings, LBW for 55. Zay bowls. Forward again goes Bohannon and defends, and that is the end of the over that started last night and finishes this afternoon. So 124 for 1, with Wells on 64 and Bohannon on 3. I suspect we'll probably have a little burst of pace, I think, maybe a bit of seam bowling to begin with. That safe Zabe over just being carried on from last night, so he's completing his left-arm spin, but I suspect in these conditions that we're going to see some Jack White and maybe some Dom Leach, perhaps. He took the new ball for Northamptonshire yesterday, so let's see Leach and White in combination. It's going to be definitely White from the Brian Statham end, with 2 slips in place. A fine leg and a deep square. He's around the wicket and bowling to Jennings. He gets a single turned away to the leg side for 1 run. Yeah, lengthy delay, losing the entire morning session, but we're underway. 125 for 1 at Lancashire in their first innings. Luke Wells on 65, Josh Bohannon on 3. Lancashire trail by 217 runs. Decent amount of cricket to play tonight, with 67 overs left in the day. So Lancashire will try and press on as quickly as they can. 125 for 1. So White sets off. He's going to bowl over the wicket to the right-hander Bohannon, and that's through to the keeper. And McManus, and there is no run. So White to Bohannon's got the 2 slips in place as well. The 2 leg side fielders on the boundary in front of the respective hotels at deep square leg and at fine leg. And then there's a mid wicket, and there's a mid on, and there's a mid off. Cover backward point and a couple of slips next to the wicket keeper. A little bit of breeze going across the ground that White kind of brushing into his left hand side as he comes bouncing in from the Statham end and bowls again to Bohannon. It's full and left and through to McManus, and there is no run.
Yes, we just had our that little pinch point at the top of the hour, and we both have to update our respective stations. But yeah, I mean, Jack White has been, we think we were fairly unanimous yesterday, was comfortably the pick of the Northamptonshire bowlers. Bowled beautifully, gave Luke Proctor a bit of control, which is what he's done pretty much all season, and in his 10th over, 0 for 10. But an awful lot again, still resting, you feel, on Alex Russell. Not into the attack yet, could be shortly.
Here comes White, bowls, it's full and left. Through to Bohannon, no run. I think at start, I think we'll probably see Dom Leach, won't we, from the other end, at least a little bit of seam to begin with.
I think they will. But it was interesting with Alex Russell yesterday because you look at his figures and they're nothing particularly spectacular. But in terms of creating opportunities for a breakthrough, I thought he actually bowled pretty well. And you say he's very young. He's only making his 3rd championship appearance. I don't think he's ever probably bowled on a surface like this before. and he's learning all the time. But I still think he possibly holds the key of this as far as Northamptonshire are concerned.
It swings a little in towards Bohannon, who drives to Justin Broad at cover, and there is no run.
It is one of those instances, though, isn't it, when stats can lie horribly, because you look at the bowling figures and you've got Alex Russell 8 overs, 0 for 50, and you think, oh, he's been, he's gone round the park. Well, he did bowl some drag downs inevitably, which a young leg spinner's going to, and obviously when you're against the likes of Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings, who are arguably the best opening pair in the country, I think, in Championship cricket, it's a fairly tough gig for a young leggy.
Final ball of the over for White. It's a nice shot by Bohannon, just trying to work it down to a wide third man, just stopped at backward point. End of the over, 125 for 1. I actually asked Luke Wells last night about their approach to Russell, and because he did actually say Russell was quite a big threat, and they said that they were doing their best to try and knock Russell a little bit off his line and length, and try and be positive to Russell and try and not kind of knock him out the tight, but just disrupt his rhythm a little bit, because they did feel obviously the two left-handers there when they were backing together, Wells and Jennings, that Russell was quite a threat, and they wanted to try and find a way to counteract that. The ball certainly was spinning, wasn't it?
It was, and it was much the same as the approach that Northamptonshire attempted to adopt to Jack Morley, with varying degrees of success, it must be said, because I thought he bowled beautifully, and again I don't think his figures reflected necessarily how well he bowled, but it is going to be Alex Russell coming into the attack from the James Anderson end. It's still very overcast here at Emirates Old Trafford, but I think, as I say, the weather forecast for the rest of the day is at least dry. Slightly unfortunate thing is that my planned tram ride into Manchester this morning didn't materialise. I thought it's not much point doing a sightseeing trip when you can't see anything, because it was it was so murky first thing. Here is Alex Russell then, round the wicket to the left-handed Luke Wells, and his first ball is on the line just outside off stump, and he drops it down towards backward point. Vasconcelos is in there at slip. Tide is up. Vasconcelos at slip. Justin Broad under the helmet at forward short leg. Then a backward point, extra cover. Man back on the cover boundary. Bit of protection. Mid on, mid off, mid wicket. And a deep backward square. As Russell is in again. Flights that one up full toss and larruped away into the deep by Luke Wells. Good bit of fielding out there on the boundary by Sam Whiteman, but a couple of runs to Wells takes him to 67 and Lancashire to 127 for 1, replying to Northamptonshire's 342 all out. Sam Whiteman has got a huge amount of ground to cover. He's, put it this way, he wants to have a conversation with anybody. The nearest conversation is probably behind him in the bar and terrace immediately in front of the new pavilion, the new hotel rather. Here's Wells pushing that next ball just behind square on the onside, past the left hand of Justin Broad at forward short leg, and there's no run. Breeze tugging the flags, coming away from our left, so from the west. And here's Alex Russell round the wicket again. Down the pitch comes Wells, and having got there, just in the end, blocks it up to Emilio Gay at mid-off, and there's no run.
It's a late adjustment, that wasn't it?
It was. You could see him eyeing up the pavilion balcony, I think, and then thought better of it. There's Russell in again. Good ball, well bowled. Just out again on the line of off stump, maybe just outside. Pushes forward. Wells off a mixture of bat and pad out into the offside. It's nice to be able to see the city of Manchester over to our right, because first thing this morning it just completely disappeared into the murk. Here's Russell, a little bit short, but it turned back in towards the left-handers off stump, and Russell was trying to give himself a little bit of room to force it. In the end, he managed to get some bat on it, goes back down the pitch. Russell fields, end of the over, challenging over from the leg spinner. 127 for 1, 38 overs gone. And Luke Wells is on 67, Josh Bohannon on 3. And when I'm saying seriously, at 9 o'clock this morning when I got onto the ground, you couldn't see the city over to the right. It was completely obscured by the mist and murk. It really was just sort of rather claustrophobic weather. It just seemed to close in all round the ground, but much better now.
It is, hopefully, yeah, as it stays dry. Light could be an issue potentially later on.
Could be, couldn't it? Had the lights on last night, didn't we?
Did.
Before they came off.
Yeah, we did. So White to continue. Right on over the wicket balls to Bohannon. It's defended to mid-on. Dom Leach, you wonder whether he would start from the other end. Leach and White in combination, but they've gone for the young leg spinner. So no run, 127 for 1. 3 to Bohannon, 67 to Luke Wells.
Various other games in Division 1 have been moving on, not least at Southampton, where Essex have beaten Hampshire by 6 wickets.
That's the first result, that, isn't it?
Yep.
In Division 1. Forward again goes Bohannon. Defends back to Leach, and there's no run. And that victory for Essex against Hampshire has, well, it's made it pretty much a 2-horse race, I think, for the title now,
Yes,
hasn't
you
it?
would think so, wouldn't you, at this stage?
It's put Essex top. Obviously, Surrey results still to come through from Taunton. They're in a very strong position to beat Somerset as well. But I think that's 5 successive wins for Essex now, so they're on a bit of a roll. It's taken them to the top. It's a lovely straight drive by Bohannon. Stand there and admire that, Josh Bohannon. He's up and running for the day with a beautiful straight drive to the right of the bowler, down to the boundary for 4.
That's just a handsome stroke, isn't it? Look, left elbow high. That was straight out of Fig A in the MCC coaching manual, wasn't it? That's a glorious shot from Josh Bohannon. Beautifully played. Yes, Essex will finish their campaign at Northampton. Last game of the season, and we were saying earlier, I think it was when Essex won the title for the first time outright under Keith Fletcher, they did so at Northampton. Will history repeat itself?
I feel like they take a bit of stopping in a minute. White to Bohannon plays forward in defence. And there's Justin Broad with the pads on. Cover, no run.
At the same time, Northamptonshire have also got to play Surrey at the Oval.
You've got a big part to play.
Yes, and Warwickshire at Edgbaston, and of course Lancashire. We welcome you up to Wantage Road in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, that's the first game back after the one-day cup, isn't it?
Yeah. Super September.
We're into Super September. We are. I'm quite sure how super it will be for most teams in Division 1, but White to Bohannon. That's defended. Proctor is at mid-off the field, and there is no run. 131 for 1.
Well, it looks as though Middlesex will beat Warwickshire, which again is a result that you wouldn't necessarily have seen coming before this round of matches, but Middlesex, having bowled out Warwickshire for 232, have really folded quickly this morning. Left Middlesex with a target of 94 to win, and they're 65 for 1.
Comes White to complete the over. Balls. Gorgeous drive again by Bohannon. It will be stopped by Proctor to his left at mid-off, but handsome looking front foot drive for a single. 132 for 1. I think we might be able to look at that game between Warwickshire and Middlesex, because you say that edging towards a victory of Middlesex, it will be, there it is, Mark Stoneman on 38, Davis on 1, so target of 94, 66 for 2 Middlesex, so on course for what would be a very, very significant win for them, the bottom end of Division 1.
Well, it would, and looking at things through a Northamptonshire prism, that's not good news. I think it leaves Northampton, obviously if they don't win here, it's going to leave Northamptonshire a long way adrift. Sad to say, but I think the writing has probably been on the wall for a while as far as staying in Division 1 is concerned. Here's Alex Russell starting a fresh over, driven up to mid-off by Josh Bohannon, come through for a single, fielded there by Luke Proctor. At mid-off, one more onto the total. Bohannon is 9, 133 for 1. Luke Proctor and Jack White having a wander around the media centre this morning, weren't they? Just having a little look and seeing what was going on, having a look around the ground.
I didn't get a chance to see him. I would say hello to Luke, but I saw him in the box, 2 boxes along.
Yeah, that's right. Is Russell round the wicket to the left-handed Wells, and again it turns, just clipping the footmarks outside the left-handers off stump. Wells covering up, playing it defensively out on the onside. It's just the slip, Vasconcelos, and forward short leg Justin Broad. Here's Alex Russell bowling again just short of a length and whipped into the onside on the bounce by Wells, fielded by Broad at forward short leg with those rather ungainly looking shin pads. Because they belong to somebody else, don't they? Yes, they probably do. Here's Russell in again. Down the pitch comes Wells, drives in the air, and a despairing dive by Emilio Gay at mid-off. He might have thought he could get a left hand on it, but he didn't. It beat him, and it raced away for 4 to the point. So 4 more to Wells, and Lancashire up to 137 for 1. Lovely decisive footwork from Luke Wells. Was in the air, but it would have taken something, I think, very, very special for Emilio Gay to get a hand on that. Wells to 71. How well he's played. 71 off 125 balls. Opening partnership of 114 with Keaton Jennings, broken just before we came off for the rain yesterday. Of course, the ball having travelled over the outfield. Alex Russell, who's got a towel tucked in the back of his trousers, having to dry the ball. Better ball, just outside off stump, but push and run by Luke Wells, and it has to be Russell himself who goes across the field, because there's a backward point, there's cover out on the boundary and a mid-off and a big gap in between. And Russell is really the only man available, so 1 more to Wells. He goes to 72, 138 for 1. There's also a crane doing some work, I think, on the new hotel over to our right. Chap up on there, a very large cherry picker. Here's Russell in again, bowls to Bohannon, plays it out to extra cover, and there's no run, fielded there by Dom Leach. End of the over, 138 for 1. Bohannon is 9, Wells is 72. That's a job I wouldn't fancy.
No, I've put a few kind of panels on the side of the hotel there, aren't they?
Looks like it. Yeah. No, I think I'll leave that for those 2 gentlemen up there. Not good with heights.
Great watching the development of these hotels here. I mean, they don't mess about putting them up. It feels like 5 minutes ago they were just starting to dig the foundations for it.
Well, I remember when we were here last year, I think the T20 game, it was there was a building site over there, wasn't it? It was just flat, and once or twice the ball went into there, and people having to sort of jump over the fence and try and find it amongst all the rubble and topsoil and whatnot. But certainly very, very different now.
It's White. The ball around the wicket to Wells. It's taken away off the pads, just flicked away to square leg for a single. 73 to Wells, 139 for 1. You could do one of those kind of time-lapse cameras, couldn't you? That just,
yeah, absolutely. Well, it's a bit like when they got rid of the football pitch at Northampton when the Cobblers moved in 1994 up to Sixfields, where their present home is. And I think it was Ray Bailey who was then the head groundsman, did some photographs showing the stages of the development of the new indoor school, and it is remarkable.
Over the wicket this time to Bohannon, plays forward in defence. No run.
When they had to clear basically the hotel end and the old football stand, the Meccano stand, and the Spy and Cop at the other end of the ground in front of the bowling green, and all that had to be got rid of, flattened, and then eventually beginning of 1997, they began. I remember Lord Maclaurin, who was then chairman of ECB, cutting the first sod and starting to get building work, and by the 1998 it was finished, and that's now the indoor school you can see at the far end at Northampton. But again, transformation scene.
White to Bohannon, who hops back in defence, pushing it up towards mid-on.
Like the best sort of panto.
That's a kind of dancing routine.
Ah, well, there we go. A conversation we were having beforehand about my grandparents' song and dance act. Eddie Rad and Teddy Bear, young, reliable and clean. Sums us up, Scott. Oh, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Quite. Do you know any of their routines?
No, I don't.
No, that's a shame. I'm going to get you to perform a couple on camera. Here comes White to Bohannon, who defends. It's pushed away into the onside, and it's no run.
I think Lancs TV would set an unwanted first in that case, wouldn't they? Really, people would be taken off air. Frightening thought.
I wouldn't put it past this lot to try and get you to do it. Probably put you on a heavy roller or something and push you out to the middle.
Well, I saw he was at Blackpool when I think you finished up on the heavy roller a year or two ago. I do remember that. Yeah. Very impressive.
On a heavy roller. Here comes Here comes White, in and balls, and that's defended by Bohannon. Turned out towards mid-wicket. And he gets a single, though, just to the right of safe save, but mid-wicket, and darts through for ones. That pushes him into double figures. He moves to 10. So 140 for one. And one ball left of the over.
I mean, we never like to have rain. Obviously, we want to be talking about cricket, but it is, when you do get an opportunity just to have a little look around bits of the ground and the lovely terrace at the back of the media centre here at Emirates Old Trafford, where you got a fantastic view over towards, you're saying, the Derbyshire moors, is that right?
Somewhat
right. That general direction,
yeah.
But hills in the background. It's nice to see.
White to Wells, that's angled in towards him. Defends out towards the leg side. And there is no run. End of the over, just a couple off it. 140 for one. So Lancashire trail by now 202. With Wells on 73 and Bohannon on 10.
And some lovely strawberry plants out the back there as well, haven't they? In the terrace. It's all very, very pleasant.
They used to hang the washing out there. I'm being serious.
Really?
They used to put a washing line right across the back and put all the towels on. So I'm not sure if that's going to fit the vibe of the terrace now, to have the clean laundry flapping away in the breeze.
Oh, wonderful. Here's Alex Russell to start his 11th over, and bowling to Bohannon, who drives up to Leach, who's in there on the perch at short extra cover, and there's no run. Just expect to have George Formby out there doing a song about washing or something. Don't you? Here's Russell with the old pavilion behind him. In and bowls to Bohannon, drives, and again it's a good bit of fielding by Dom Leach. Quite tight in there at short extra. Still just the two close catches. Vasconcelos at slip, Broad at forward short leg. And sensibly a bit of protection for the young spinner, with a man out sweeping on the cover boundary and a deep backward square on the boundary. Bohannon pushes the next ball defensively forward. Rather easier piece of fielding this time for Leach. Just trots in from extra cover to retrieve. Cloud a bit more broken now. It was uniformly sort of battleship grey the first part of the morning, but little glimpses of blue sky from time to time. Here's Russell in, and he goes for a big drive away over mid-on, and again it was a despairing dive by Emilio Gay, and he was close to getting a hand on it for the second time, but again it's eluded him. Again it's bounced a couple of times and gone over the rope in front of the point for 4. That was a stroke of some intent from Bohannon. Actually, I think that more or less went through Emilio Gay's hands. Watching it on the replay, he was at full stretch.
Yep.
It would have been a very, very good catch if he'd held it. Whether he actually got a fingertip on it, I'm not sure. It looked as though it just went through his hands. But it's 4 runs anyway to Bohannon, who goes to 14. 144 for 1. And this policy that we were saying about earlier, that Luke Wells was talking to you about last night, of getting after Alex Russell, very much seems to be the thought still. Lancashire making good progress here. Deficit now under 200. 144 for 1. Still a lot of cricket left in the day. 61 overs after this. Driven nicely by Bohannon. That's gone straight through Dom Leach at extra cover, and that's going to run away for 4. Having praised Dom Leach's fielding in there earlier in the over, that wasn't quite so clever. And it's raced away for 4. 148 for 1. Back-to-back boundaries for Josh Bohannon.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot by Bohannon.
He hit it hard.
He did.
And, well, as we say, do you think that Lancashire could score at, let's say they have a good afternoon, they're sort of scoring at 4 and over, 60 overs, so they could be, what, 50 odd ahead at the close, if it all, I'm thinking, best case scenario. Bat till lunch tomorrow, 150 ahead. Put Northamptonshire under a bit of pressure in the last 2 sessions. It's still, there is a narrow path to victory there for Lancashire. Worked away on the onside by Bohannon. Next ball, it goes out to deep square, well fielded by James Sales, probably the best fielder in this side. Quickly off the boundary, good arm in as well to McManus. It's a single to Bohannon, keeps the bowling as well. 19 to him, 73 to Luke Wells, and Lancashire 149 for 1.
Yeah, that's what Wells was saying last night. He's kind of asking what's kind of the strategy here, and that was basically kind of what he was highlighting, really. Try and see if they can get to a position where they're in front tonight, and then with the idea of, I think he said something like, even if it's kind of 130 in front, try and put Northants under pressure. I mean, batting on the final day here, I don't think it's going to be particularly tricky. It's not been tricky for the last couple of days, has it?
You just no, but that said, Lancashire will be aware that basically the Northamptonshire top order has been short of confidence, short of runs. Obviously, Emilio Gay, thankfully for Northamptonshire, getting runs in the first innings. Luke Proctor likewise, but a couple of nasty sessions. You never know.
No, it's White to Bohannon. That's eased away towards the leg side, and leg by signalled by the umpire, so it brings up the 150 for Lancashire. There was a ball yesterday which Keaton Jennings got that hit him on the helmet, and this is Luke Wells last night was talking about the kind of cracks in the pitch and the different kind of plates in the pitch. In fact, on Lancs TV viewers, this is it now. It's kind of a ball that's of decent length, or maybe just a fraction back of a length, and it took off to Jennings, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that, as White comes around the wicket to Wells, that's nudged away to the leg side. There's no run, so that's just a ball. It's not particularly short, but it's hit one of those cracks that's starting to appear on the pitch, and took off. Obviously, this is the Test match pitch, and as it starts to break up a little bit, that ball that he just saw for viewers there, and for those that are not watching, it was just short of a length, and it just reared up at Keaton Jennings. That type of delivery that you might see a little bit more often potentially in the match.
That's certainly what Northampton's head coach John Sadler was expecting, talking to him last night.
There's White around the wicket and bowling to Wells. That's nudged away towards the leg side. No run.
He said it is extraordinary. You know, when you think that this pitch, obviously it hasn't been played on every day, but you're talking about 8-9 days since it was, if you like, prepared and ready. And it is remarkable how well it's still playing. And again, it's a great testament to the work of the ground staff here. But it's, you know, inevitably it's going to start and go a little bit up and down, and that's certainly what Northamptonshire are expecting. And as I say, I'm sure that's feeding into slightly their anxiety that if Lancashire were able to build a lead with a couple of sessions to go, it might just be a little bit of a squeaky one.
White to Wells. He's appealing for LBW there. He's bowling right arm round the wicket to the left-hander, angling it into him. Wells working to play it away to the leg side, I suspect. The umpire's thinking that this might just be angling down the leg side. It's kind of half an appeal, really, wasn't it, by White?
Yeah, it was hit him on the line of middle and leg.
Yeah.
Got to be going down, isn't it? Bowl from quite wide of the crease.
Score moves to 151 for 1. And Wells remains on 73, so it brings Josh Bohannon back on strike.
There were a few up there on the balcony of the point yesterday, weren't there? But I can't see anybody up there today.
Yeah, maybe there was a function, something like that. Yeah. White to Bohannon. He's worked that down to third man. Turns and comes back for a second. Sales chasing after it. Does well. Flicks the ball back. And the relay throw comes in. And they've run 3. It looked a little edgy the way he played that, Bohannon.
That said, he played it with soft hands,
yes,
didn't he?
Did,
and it was well wide of the slip cordon, such as it is. There's only 2 of them. The outfield, it's amazing actually that it held up a little bit there, but it's still fairly quick considering the amount of rain we've had in the last 24 hours.
Final ball of the over, this. And glanced off the pads by Luke Wells. He's gone hurtling through for 1, wants to come back for a second. Alex Russell away to his left to scoop up the ball at fine leg, and he denies the possibility of a second for Luke Wells. So he's up to 74. He's on strike for the next over as well. It's 155 for 1.
Interesting, we're talking about Alex Russell and the young leggy. Talking to John Sadler last night, Northampton's head coach, I was sort of asking him about how he thought he'd bowled, and he said, as we were discussing earlier, that he created lots of opportunities. But he said, in this sort of situation, and I think we touched on this yesterday with Jack Morley as well, you come onto a pitch like this where you're almost it's expected to turn, and he said, for a young leg spinner, he needs to be not too greedy, and he needs to be not trying to bowl magic balls every time and have fields that are perhaps a little bit over-attacking. He's sort of suggesting perhaps a slightly more conservative approach. And here is Russell down around the wicket, and that's gone up in the air, and it's landed just to the right of Emilio Gay. It was in the air a long time from Luke Wells. He's certainly looking to get after Russell again. I mean, a couple of times now Wells has, and indeed one's from Wells, one's from Bohannon, where Emilio Gay has been flinging himself to try and get something on it. It's one more to Wells, who's 75, 156 for one. Emilio Gay must feel he's slightly in bomb alley there at the moment. He's having a lot to do. Bohannon on strike as Russell is in bowls too, and he drives nicely out towards mid-off. And Luke Proctor has to make ground to his left, as a result of which they're able to come through for an easy single. Takes Josh Bohannon up to 23. And Lancashire to 157 for one. Here's Russell in again, bowls short, cut away by Luke Wells. It's going out towards deep extra cover. James Sales is the boundary rider, sends in another good crisp return. Got a lovely arm, James Sales. But 3 balls, 3 singles. Wells to 76, 158 for one. Replying to Northampton's 342 all out, remember. Here's Russell over the wicket to Bohannon, short again, cut away. It's going to be another single. Out to Whiteman this time at deep cover, 159 for one.
That's another battle that Russell's got, isn't it? The way that Wells is trying to play him, but also just the rotation of the strike.
Yeah.
Tall left-hander, short right-hander.
It's clever batting, and so this is a real test for Alex Russell. You have to say in his championship career so far has undergone a bit of a baptism of fire. That's turned, but it's whipped nicely off his hip by Luke Wells. More work for Sam Whiteman to do in front of the new hotel out at deep square for the left-hander. One more to Wells, 77 to him, 160 for one. So 5 balls, 5 singles in this over so far. Russell just waiting for Josh Bohannon to be ready. And he's in again, bowls to Bohannon. It's a 6th single of the over, squirted this time just in front of square on the leg side. Sales comes in for the boundary to field, so 6 off the over. Bohannon is 25, Wells is 77. It's 161 for one. Lancashire trailing by 181, and we have 59 overs left in the day.
Yeah, that's the frustrating thing, I reckon, isn't it, for Luke Proctor, that you feel like Russell's in the match. But I mean, he's certainly outside Luke Wells' off stump. He's got something to work with there, hasn't he, Russell? But Lancashire have not had to do too much, and they've got 6 off the over. They've just worked the ball around. So you keep Russell in the attack. You feel like he could be a big player, a leg spinner on a turning pitch. But
at the same time, if he's going for 6, 8
exactly.
and over, then
yeah,
again it feeds into this game plan that we've been discussing about Lancashire looking to try and get ahead, get a lead, and put pressure on Northamptonshire tomorrow. Last couple of sessions.
First change of the day sees Dom Leach coming into the attacks. He's going to replace Jack White. His 4-over spell after we got underway at 2 o'clock comes to an end, and Leach replaces him. 7 overs for 31. He's got Bohannon on strike. He's right arm over the wicket and bowling to Bohannon, who's playing forward and defending. And there is no run.
He looked good when he pitched it up yesterday, didn't he, Dom Leach? And just occasionally dropped short. And when he did drop short on this pitch, then Jennings and Wells both put it away fairly clinically, didn't they? And there was very little margin for error against those two.
161 for one. Trailed by 181 runs, Lancashire. As Leach moves in again from the Statham end. Fullish ball to Bohannon, just on his off stump. He brings him forward and Bohannon guides it up towards the Northamptonshire captain, Luke Proctor.
Nelson has struck in the Test match, I see. Partnership of 111 for the 4th wicket between Moeen Ali and Harry Brook has just been broken. Moeen Ali bowled by Todd Murphy for 34. 184 for 4, it's now 186 for 4. Harry Brook is 70 not out, just been joined by the captain Ben Stokes.
70 from how many?
76. 2 6s, 10 4s. Get on with it.
Leach to Bohannon. It's run down to backward point, but there's no single there because James Sales is lurking just backward of point with his collar up, protecting him perhaps from quite a strong breeze there that's pushing into him a little bit, coming away to the left as we look.
The viewers on Lancs TV now can see the individual player numbers that we were talking about yesterday, with Dom Leach becoming 544. That's James Sales, who is number 531, and that's on the side of his Northamptonshire cap.
Leach again to Bohannon. That's turned out towards the leg side, and there's no run. Safe Zay picks it up at mid-wicket and throws it into the keeper, and then quickly apologises because it wasn't a great throw towards the keeper, who turned his back in disgust. He still holds his hand up there in apology.
And Emilio Gay still just worries me a little bit. You just see him hobbling a little bit. As I say, he's had this knee issue, and two or three now, three, isn't it? Full-length dives at mid-on. After the last one, he doesn't look to be sort of carrying himself too easily. Just hope there's nothing amiss there.
Second slip is this is worked off the pads by Bohannon. Away to the leg side for one run. Sam Whiteman coming up from that boundary. Bohannon moves on to 26, 162 for one. Bringing Luke Wells, who's 77 not out, back on strike. As for Bohannon, he's Lancashire's leading run scorer this season, coming into this game with 786 runs, averaging 49, batting at 3, 450s in a 1 century. Around the wicket, Leach is back of a length to Wells. And that's pulled down to fine leg. Russell fields, and Wells gets a single. And I think again he's nicked the strike. He has. Final ball of the over, 78 to Wells. So 45 overs gone of Lancashire's first innings, 163 for 1. It's trailed by 179 runs.
Middlesex now within one blow of winning that match at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, 89 for 2, chasing 94. So that would put Middlesex, just trying to do a bit of lightning arithmetic, which is never a good idea. That would put them up to 9. They would give them 19 points, so 84 they would be on, which would put them 30 odd points ahead of Northamptonshire, which is a long way. As I say, Kent may not get much out of their game at Trent Bridge. Here's Russell starting a fresh over round the wicket to Wells. On drives up to Proctor, who's fairly deep at mid-on, but he hit it well enough that actually there wasn't a single to be had. Nottinghamshire 350 all out, Kent 229 for 5 at Trent Bridge. Here's Russell in again, bowls just back of a length outside the off stump, and Wells running it down to Vasconcelos at slip. Russell with his towel hanging out of the back of his trousers. Has a consultation with his captain, Luke Proctor, think about the placement of James Sales out there on the extra cover boundary. Proctor running backwards back to his fielding position at mid-on as Russell's in again, bowls to Wells, pushes forward out into the offside. Manus comes round from behind the stumps to retrieve, and there's no run. Just remind me of the name of that terrace. Is it the Hodgkiss Terrace down there?
Yeah, it's the Hodgkiss Terrace. The Hodgkiss Bar and Terrace, yeah. It's
lovely. It's a great place to watch the game. Here's Russell in again, and it's swung away by Luke Wells. Has he got enough on it to clear the fielder? He has. And it's surely, well, he's managed to flick it back into the field of play. It's a question of whether he got, I think he just about got a shot of it before he went over the rope. Sam Whiteman finished up over the rope in front of the aforementioned Hodgkiss Bar and Terrace, but I think he managed, they're quite satisfied that he managed to get shot of the ball beforehand. They've run 2. Wells is 80, 165 for 1. Might have another look at that. Here's Russell in again, and Wells coming a long way down the pitch. In the end, just pads it up. And almost McManus and Wells getting in each other's way.
Having a hug then, weren't they?
Yes, a sort of nice friendly game.
It's a great effort.
That was a terrific effort from Whiteman. I must admit, my first thought was he's just going to carry that over with him, and he just managed to flick the ball, get a shot of it before he fell backwards over the rope. Reverse sweep from Wells, and he's absolutely nailed that, and it's run away to backward point for 4. Impressive batting again from Luke Wells. He goes to 84, and Lancashire at the end of the over 169 for 1. And again, I think we may, just having a look at that reverse sweep on Lancs TV, I mean, that's just superb execution. But again, it feeds into what we were saying. Russell's now bowled 13 overs for 79, and whilst he's looked like getting a wicket from time to time, he's been going to 6 and over.
Yeah, it's an issue, isn't it?
It's very difficult for Luke Proctor quite to know what to do here.
50 partnership up here as well between Bohannon and Wells. Meanwhile, in the game at Middlesex, well, Middlesex at Warwickshire, they've won the match. The victory by 8 wickets. This is the winning moment for viewers on Lancs TV. Davis walloping it away to get Middlesex over the line to get to their target of 94, and they've won by 8 wickets. So a big win for Middlesex, going to Edgbaston this week and beating Warwickshire. A significant win for them at the bottom end of Division 1, and a blow for Warwickshire and their title hopes.
Blow for Northamptonshire as well. 84 points now for Middlesex. Northamptonshire with the two batting points, wasn't it, just so far?
Not the result that Northants fans are hoping for this week. That's defended away by Bohannon down to backward point, where James Sales sprints away to his left, almost at gully by the time he's got to it to cut it off, and Bohannon gets a single. He moves on to 27, 170 for 1. But
you look at Northamptonshire's, I mean, it's absolutely nobody to blame but themselves. You look at Northamptonshires record this season against those two sides. They beat Middlesex once, the other game Merchant Taylor, say cracking finish, draw with the scores level, but they lost home and away to Kent, and that's left them obviously where they are now, not in a good place.
Leach right arm around the wicket, bowls, forward goes Wells and defence towards safe Zabe, cover, no run.
In a sense, I mean, they were turned over horribly twice by Hampshire, absolutely drubbed. But in a sense, I think most supporters would say that that's less of a worry than as I say, particularly the second game against Kent, the home game against Kent, when they'd set things up. They were playing on a used pitch. They won the toss, batted, looking for a big total, bat once, bowl Kent out twice, and finished up losing by 9 wickets or whatever. No, lost by an innings, didn't they, that one?
Leach to Wells. His runs here for him just eased off his hip down to fine leg. Alex Russell fields. Wells moves on to 85. 171 for 1 now.
Bowled out for 237, and the opposition gets 600. It's a wee bit of a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, and Kent, who are obviously nearest to Northamptonshire at the minute, are taking on Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, but there's been a bit of rain around there, I think, hasn't there? It's been quite enough.
Middlesex could actually go ahead of Kent, couldn't they, after this with those 19 points?
Leach over the wicket, bowls, flashed out towards the onside by Bohannon. She deflects off safe Zabe. Little unfortunate that for safe Zabe. He did well low to his left to stop it, but then the ball kind of, because it was pushed so far away from him, it's allowed Bohannon and Wells to get through for a quick single.
It's actually unlikely, because I think Kent will get something out of the game against Nottinghamshire, but they have played a game more, of course, than either Northamptonshire or Middlesex.
We'll have a look at that Kent Nottinghamshire game in a moment. As Leach comes in from the Statham end, bowls to Wells. Oh, he's swung and it's burst out the gloves of the keeper, and I think he might have edged it.
I think he might have done, just judging by the reaction.
Yeah.
Dear me, I mean, if he did, that was, as chances go.
Oh,
we did.
Oh, he did. Yep, he did.
It's a big nick.
Yep.
And McManus has put him down.
A big booming drive by Wells.
Getting fed up with writing these down this season.
Chance not taken by McManus. With Wells on 85. So frustration for Leach, looking for his first wicket. Into Wells, who defends. And That's the end of the over. So it's 172 for 1. Wells has 85. Bohannon on 28.
I was just thinking, Scott, I was talking last night to Sam. I did the interview with John Sadler, Northampton's head coach, and he brought up the subject of the drop yesterday, the Justin Broad drop at third slip. That was again pretty regulation, really, that Keaton Jennings offered when he'd made 17. He went on to get 55. And John Sadler's expression was it was a difficult one to watch. I think the same might apply to that one.
That's this one.
Here we go. For viewers to Lancs TV, you can see finding the edge and just going straight to Broad, who made a bit of a hash of it. Here's Russell in real time, bowling to Bohannon, short of a length, and Bohannon trying to force that away, just rather scuffs it into the ground, and there was a bit of yes, no, shall we, before they eventually decide to come through for a single. Takes Bohannon to 29, 173 for 1.
When you look out, it can be out, can't it, really?
Well, I'll say Northampton's catching. I mean, we talk about reasons for Northampton being where they are. They just have dropped a huge number of catches this year in all formats. Next ball from Russell finds Wells playing defensively forward. Luke Wells on 85. 173 for 1. Wells' highest score of the season now, going past his 82, which was his previous best of this championship campaign. There's Russell in again. Reverse sweep from Wells. He's got hold of that, and that's 4 more. And all Emilio Gay can do in there at backward point is just trot down to the boundary, down to our left, to retrieve it. 177 for 1. Again, just beautifully played. Head over the ball, kept his balance, kept his shape, and it raced away to the boundary. Luke Wells to 89, 177 for 1. So since we've been back on, Lancashire have added 56 runs in 12 overs, which sounds to me a bit like Plan A is going very nicely. Here's Russell, and again the reverse sweep from Wells. This is going down to the boundary. This time, Emilio Gay, who'd been dispatched back for the express purpose, manages to cut it off. So it's just a single to Wells this time, but it takes him into the 90s. 90 to him, 178 for 1. 2 balls left in the over. But Russell now into his 14th over, no wicket for 85. 6 off this one so far. Bowling to Bohannon, slip and a short extra, and Bohannon's beaten. That's a beauty, and that is exactly it in a nutshell, isn't it? The odd ball, Russell is finding something, bit of turn, bit of bounce, out of the foot marks or just off this surface, enough to keep the captain interested. But the trouble is in between. Lancashire picking him off a little bit. 178 for 1. McManus obligingly repairing the wicket. Here's Russell in again, driven uppishly. He might actually hit that hard into the ground, I think, on reflection. It goes past Broad at short extra, up to Proctor at mid-off, and it's a single. So once again, Bohannon has taken the single off the last over. Tell you, he's batting beautifully. He's also counting extremely well. Bohannon is 30, Wells is 90, and it's 179 for 1. Come on. He's just having a little word with his batting partner, and Josh Bohannon seems to be doing most of the talking, judging by that conversation. 179 for 1 it is.
He's nattering away though, isn't he? Very nice partnership between these two, and backing up what Jennings and Wells did yesterday, and I think most teams want to do this, don't they? Put back-to-back partnerships together, and that's what these two have done so far. It's a full ball on off stump by Leach. Bohannon drives straight to Broad at cover, and there's no run. 179 for 1.
But I think we should get a full day in tomorrow, judging by the weather forecast, which I think is quite encouraging. So there are, there's about 150 overs left in the game, then, isn't there, where we stand now? Potentially even more, of course, if plenty of spin bowled tomorrow.
Leach to Bohannon. He's hopping back and steering it out towards the leg side. Safe Zabe fields, and there's no run. Yeah, it will be a minimum of 96 overs tomorrow. But
exactly.
In terms of time lost today and yesterday, we can't add that on to tomorrow, unfortunately. But I think we're due to have 104 overs today, making up our time lost from yesterday.
But if you go on the basis of, let's say they don't get any more, so it's 150 overs, I mean, Lancashire could bat another 70 or 80 easily, can't they? And just see where that leaves them.
Leach to Bohannon, a short ball this time. Ducks underneath that.
And bearing in mind they've been scoring today at nearly fives. They'll fancy this, won't they, I think, on the quiet?
I think they'll fancy, with a bit of dry weather, that they can put Northants under pressure tomorrow, yeah. I think that... I mean, it should be able to bat a couple of sessions to save a match, but the pitch certainly is offering some for the spinners, and there's that uneven bounce that we've seen a few times already, so it won't be easy, certainly. Leach in, a slightly fuller ball to Bohannon. It's a lovely shot, playing it late. Open up the face of the bat, guides the ball down to third man, comes back for 2, moves on to 32. Score moves on to 181 for 1. But I agree, I think if they get 150 overs in, I think Lancashire will think they can make it pretty awkward for Northamptonshire tomorrow in the afternoon and in the evening sessions. Still trailing though, still 161 behind. Still plenty of work to do before that can even really become a possibility. Down to one slip and a gully. Nice shot off the pads by Bohannon, clipped out towards the leg side. There's Sam Whiteman again, who's I think permanently positioned in front of the hotel, and he's in business again.
Get somebody from the bar and terrace to send him a drink down, wouldn't you, really?
Shout up for his order there, couldn't he?
Keep him refreshed. Yeah. Ben Stokes has perished in the test. Bowled by Mitchell Stark for 3, 196 for 5. Brooks 76 not out, joined by Johnny Bairstow.
Final ball of the over, 49th of Lancashire's first innings. Leach around the wicket to Wells to cut the ball. There's a little under edge, and the ball bounces down to the keeper, McManus. And that completes the over. 3 runs from it. Wells into the 90s, unbeaten exactly on 90. And Bohannon on 33, 182 for 1.
That's a very fetching bucket hat there that's on display.
Jack Blatherwick with that, yeah.
In club colours with the emblem on the red rose on the front.
We had Tom Bailey for a moment or two fielding in a bucket hat the other day.
I'm not sure, I don't know about you, I'm not sure I could carry one of those off, you know. I think I'd look
you don't reckon?
No, I think I'd look a bit too much like either Bill or Ben, the flower pot men. And of course, as we often say, younger listeners and viewers won't have the faintest idea what I'm talking about. But
Google it.
It was a very, very, very popular when I was a boy. Watch with Mother, Bill and Ben, the flower pot men, or Bob Little Weed, and so on. 182 for 1 here. Alex Russell to start his 15th over, 0 for 86 so far.
I reckon you could pull it off.
I'm not sure. Not convinced. Bohannon on strike on 33. Still with a slip and a short extra cover as Russell is in bowls. Short cut away by Bohannon, and he's going to get a single as it goes out to Sam Whiteman at deep backward point. Bohannon to 34, Lancashire to 183 for 1. Whiteman heading back to the boundary rope. And for the left-handed Wells, forward short leg comes in, Justin Broad. Still Vasconcelos staying in there at slip, and Russell round the wicket bowling to Wells, who attempts the reverse sweep, doesn't make contact this time. There's an appeal for LBW, in which Graham Lloyd is not interested, not out. Stays at 183 for 1, just the odd little glimpse of blue sky above. As Russell is in again, once again the reverse sweep from Wells, but they do have Emilio Gay down there at sort of deep backward point Looks like a short third man, specifically for that shot, which Wells has played often and well. Single there takes him to 91, 184 for one.
I think he struggled a little bit with reverse sweep yesterday. He wasn't playing it as well as Keaton Jennings, but he's got it off.
Played it well today.
He has, yeah.
Russell in again, bowls to Bohannon, who nudges it square of the wicket on the leg side. James Sales comes in off the boundary to retrieve. It's one more to Bohannon, 35 to him, 185 for one. So in the day, Lancashire, say, have added 64 runs at a very, very healthy scoring rate, about 4.5 and over. And now, again, the reverse sweep from Wells goes down once again to Emilio Gay down there at deep backward point. And they're through for another single, 92 to Wells, 186 for one. They're just milking Alex Russell here. Again, looking at this over 4 singles in 5 balls, just rotating the strike. Intelligent batting from these two. And here's Russell in again, bowls to Bohannon, better ball, pushed out to short extra cover, end of the over, 4 off it, 186 for one. Wells is 92, Bohannon is 35, and the partnership between these two now worth 72.
Yeah, 7 overs for 40 since we got underway for Alex Russell. I think it's a really interesting challenge for him. Clearly a very talented young leg spinner on a pitch which is turning, and I think the point that the Northants coach made last night, that you're kind of almost expecting your leg spinner to roll through teams, and he's come up against 3 outstanding batters, you know, Jennings, Wells and Bohannon so far, and they've tried to get at him, and it's a really interesting kind of passage, and I'm sure he'll be learning lots about how to go about it. Yesterday and today. But as Wells is off the back foot this time and just dropping that away into the offside for a single, takes him on to 93, 187 for one.
One thing is, we often say, don't we, in Division 1, Scott, that there's no hiding place, and you know, Russell's 3 games so far, his debut against Hampshire down at the Ageas Bowl when Northamptonshire were again absolutely mauled. I mean, he didn't have an awful lot to do, but they were hammered. Kent, when, say, the opposition got 600, he got through 38 overs, 6 for 175, bowled well, kept at it, and then here it hasn't been an easy start to his first-class career.
Bohannon waits and drives to Proctor as Leach comes in from the Statham end.
But the hope is, of course, that, as you hinted at there, he's going to be better for the experience, and I think he has got the, you know, there's one of 2 ways you can go in terms of your mental resilience, and I think he's got what it takes. He's got the bottle, if you like, to learn from it and to take positives from it and come back better.
Yeah, and you want leg spinners to do well. You feel like the odds are stacked against them to succeed in county cricket, so especially leg spinners, but spinners probably across the board. So these guys to do well. That's a gorgeous shot by Bohannon. That's 4 runs to the right of mid-on. Blimey, he's played that beautifully. It's a lovely, lovely shot. Moves on to 35, 191 for one, but Josh Bohannon, little step back and then just eased away through the onside.
The timing, it's just gorgeous. Doesn't matter who you're supporting, that is just a gorgeous cricket shot.
39 to Josh Bohannon, 191 for one. Waiting here, I think, for the Northamptonshire skipper. There's Luke Proctor. The ball will be quite damp. It's the outfield still pretty damp, and he's got his little white towel to help dry the ball and give it a bit of a polish before handing it back to his bowler. 3 balls left of this 51st over of Lancashire's first innings. Bohannon waiting now for Leach. It's down the leg side and flicked off the pads by Bohannon down towards the boundary. He's going to get 4 more, just straight onto his leg stump and glance down towards the fine leg boundary for another 4 for Josh Bohannon. Quite got it right yet, Leach, in this spell since replacing Jack White. Lancashire edging up towards the 200 mark. 195 for 1. With Bohannon on 43. Here comes Leach balls again, played down the ground by Bohannon. Proctor does come round to cut the ball off. And they get through for a single. Brings Luke Wells back on strike. He's 93 not out. This is partnership up to 82. It's come pretty quickly. 82 off 116 balls. Leach around the wicket. Wells plays forward. He's covering up and dropping the ball away into the offside for no runs. That's the end of the over. 10 coming off that. That gorgeous shot through kind of wide mid-on, and the glance down to fine leg, both off the batting of Josh Bohannon. The 2 boundaries in that over, and then the couple of singles as well. So Lancashire trail by 146. Russell to continue. So it will be 8 overs on the bounce for Russell since we started an hour ago. He's got right-handed Bohannon on strike with a slip and a short extra cover, short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Deep point, deep square. And Bohannon off the back foot just guides that one out through the offside for a single. That takes him on to 45. It's 197 for 1 now. So Wells back on strike, left-hander. Yeah, as Luke Wells reverse sweeps from the shot from Alex Russell. Lancashire are 198 for 1 in their first innings. Wells edging up towards his first century of the summer. He's now 95 not out. Lancashire trail by 143 runs at 199 for 1. And that, for Luke Wells, is 2,000 first-class runs for Lancashire as well now, having gone past 94, so a couple of landmarks here. Well, he's gone past 1, and there's another one that's just 5 runs away. Russell to Wells, reverse sweeps again. Down towards James Sales. And that brings up the 200 as well, so there's a couple of landmarks being reached with Lancashire getting up to the 200 mark in their first innings. And Luke Wells, 96. Not out. Now he's got past 2,000 first-class runs for Lancashire. He's averaging 40 for the club since he signed from Sussex, with 4 centuries and 10 50s in that time since joining Lancashire. 4 away from making it 5 centuries for the Red Rose. Bohannon waits as Russell comes in and bowls. It's short and wide, and Bohannon drags the ball down towards backward square leg. And that's 4 more runs. An example of the challenge that you've got when you're bowling to a left-hander and a right-hander in combination here, because he's sent that ball down, which to a left-hander wouldn't be the worst delivery, but to Bohannon, it's one that he can just rock back and pull down to find backward square leg, and he moves up to 49. It's 204 for 1.
Thinking Northampton, do you know what Josh Bohannon can do? He made that terrific 100 at Wantage Road last year, didn't he? And to decide what was what had been quite a tight match.
Russell to Bohannon. It's jabbed away into the offside. And there's no run.
It was a good contest, that, wasn't it? And
yeah, it was, yeah.
Josh Bohannon really settling it with his 100 in the second innings.
Final ball of the over. Russell to Bohannon. And just pads that one away. A loopy ball just outside his leg stump and shows no interest in it. end of the over. So Bannon's on 49. Lancashire 204 for 1.
I was trying to find the scores of that one. It was Jack White's first 5-wicket haul for Northamptonshire, wasn't it? And it was in the middle of that heat wave.
That's right, yeah.
With, you and I going out onto the balcony at Wantage Road just to get a bit of air at tea time, and it was like somebody was squirting a hot hair dryer in your face, wasn't it? It was that sort of hot wind. But it was a wonderful game of cricket. Went to the final morning, and Will Williams I seem to remember, got some very important runs. I think going in as night watchman, and it was a cracking game. But Lancashire just holding their nerve, winning it around lunchtime on the fourth and final day. And we'd had a real contrast in conditions, hasn't we? Because the first day it was sweltering and 40 degrees, and the second day it was like November. Some rain, didn't we? Sort of a bit like conditions this morning, actually, sort of drizzly rain. James Sales coming into the attack.
Yeah, short spell that from Dom Leach. Struggled a little, 4 overs for 18, quite get it right, and his Sales to Wells, and Wells turns the ball out towards the leg side, where Justin Broad, short mid-wicket fields, no run. So 138 behind Lancashire. Yeah, it was probably about this time last year, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, no, it was. I'm just finding it here. Yeah, started on the 19th of July. Lancashire winning by 4 wickets.
Sales from the Statham end into Wells, who defends. And there's Luke Proctor at mid-on to field, no run.
Yeah, Northamptonshire bowled out for 235 on that truncated first day because of the heat when we had the different playing hours, but then we still had to bowl the overs, so in fact we finished about the same time we would have done anyway. Yeah. And then Lancashire bowled out for 132 with 5 wickets for Jack White. Second innings Northamptonshire 174 all out.
Wells on 96 waits and then steers this one away down towards backward point for a single. Takes him to 97, 205 for 1.
And Lancashire set 278 to win. We're 192 for 5 at the close of the third day, so it was absolutely wide open going into that final morning. And then we had that really important partnership between Josh Bohannon, who made 103, Will Williams 29 not out, and then Washington Sundar went in and finished it off with a 34 not out, and Lancashire winning by 4 wickets. But a very good game.
I forgot about that slightly staggered sessions we had because of the heat. Sales to Bohannon. Ignores that one. Through to the keeper, no run.
And here's the great law of you-know-what, that as soon as the floodlights have come on, the sun's come out.
It's the first time we've seen the sunlight all day, isn't it, really?
Yeah, and coinciding with the floodlights coming on. Classic. Wonderful.
205 for 1. Sales from the Brian Statham ends are running up towards the pavilion. Bohannon waits. Gets a single there. This will get him a 50. Guided down towards third. Comes back for 2. Very nicely put together by Josh Bohannon. 51 not out. 69 balls and 6 fours. 207 for 1. Yeah,
well batted. Been a terrific partnership between these two, as you say, following on from the good work done by Wells and Jennings yesterday. And, well, I think if Northamptonshire are going to score their first championship win at Old Trafford since 1999, something fairly unusual is going to have to happen.
Final ball for Sales down the leg side, taken by the keeper, end of the over. So Wells will be on strike, 3 away from 3 figures for the next over. 207 for 1. Partnership is worth 93 as well.
I do feel sorry for our friends up at Scarborough, because it's a beautiful place to watch cricket, and well, one of the great, in terms of atmosphere, great cricket venue, but they've had a complete washout today, abandoned without a ball bowled at Scarborough. Scarbados with Durham 106 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire's 340 all out, but they'll have plenty of time to hit the amusement arcades and the fish and chip shops, because no play today, sad to say. And we're going to have a change of bowling at last. Safe Zabe is on in place of Alex Russell.
8 overs for 48 for Russell. Zabe, who actually got the day underway, didn't he? Because he was completing an over from last night. Comes back on an hour later. See if he can try and get the wicket of Luke Wells. Looking forward to my first trip to Scarborough next week.
Oh, it's what, you've not done a game there. It is. No, you'll love it. Treat in store. Great place.
The Roses one-day fixture. It's safe Zabe to Luke Wells, who just pushes forward and ball through to the keeper. No run. Didn't commit to it. He just took the bat a bit inside and allowed that one to go through. It wasn't jabbing too hard at that Luke Wells, who's 3 away. Zabe to Wells. It'll be a single. Clipped out towards square leg for 1. Moves on to 98. 208 for 1.
It's just one of those grounds. It just oozes cricket atmosphere, if you like. It's just wonderful. And you've got the big old Victorian houses around the ground, and the smell of a sort of boarding house dinner or private hotel dinner. Around about 5:30, you can smell the cabbage. It's wonderful.
You're not selling it to me, to be honest.
Is a bowls short, cut away by Bohannon down to Sam Whiteman, coming in off the boundary at deep backward point. One more onto the total. Bohannon is 52, 209 for 1. Luke Wells on 98.
Go to Scarborough and smell cabbage. I think I might give it a miss. Now you mention it.
Yeah, there's a bit more to it than that.
Wells waiting as Zabe comes in and bowls. Plays forward and defends.
I do remember the first time I went there, which would have been some years ago, the naval battle in the park nearby that they stage every now and again, or they used to. I'm not sure if they still do.
Blimey.
Woke me up in the afternoon.
98 to Wells. Down the pitch he comes to safe Zabe. Turns it to the leg side, no run.
I'm trying to think of the name of the park. Is it Peasfold, something like that? It'll come to me in a minute, but it's great.
209 for 1. Zabe creeping in, bowling to Wells, who's back and across and defending. And that's the end of the over. 209 for 1. So Wells remains on 98 and Bohannon on 52.
Peasholm. That's it. I've got Peasfold. Peasholm Park.
They do a naval kind of
naval battle. The Battle of Peasholm. It's 3 times a week apparently. It lasts about half an hour, and it just lots of bangs basically. It's all you can hear. But first time I went there, I hadn't been warned about this, and I think I was sitting at the front of the press box, and suddenly this fusillade of shots rang out. I wasn't quite sure what was happening, but it's one of the many delights of Scarborough. And of course, it's great places to eat around there. So you'll have a great time. Jonathan Doidge will show you around.
Oh my goodness!
Here's James Sales starting a fresh over to Josh Bohannon, who's playing that up towards extra cover, fielded by Justin Broad, who'll pick it up eventually. There we go. Well done.
It's actually a game that they've been waiting for quite some time, because Lancashire have not played at Scarborough for years and years.
Really?
In excess of a decade.
Really?
Since they last played a game at Scarborough. And they had it lined up for 2020 when the fixtures were released at the back end of 2019. Obviously that was postponed, and they had it again for the following year. That was postponed.
Here's Sales. And again, bowls outside the off stump, cut away by Josh Bohannon. Again, beautiful timing. And that's raced away through backward point for 4. It's another boundary, 7th boundary rather, for Josh Bohannon, who goes to 56. And Lancashire to 213 for 1. Well, that'll be a terrific occasion then, won't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was a 4-day game they actually had lined up for the 2020 season. That obviously didn't happen, and then was shortened later on. So they had a 4-day match lined up for that. I mean, that would have been terrific, 4-day championship cricket for a Roses fixture there. But yeah, good to get a 1-day cut there. I'm looking forward to it. Should be a good crowd as well, hopefully.
Yeah, we were there last year. Here's Sales in, bowls to Bohannon, plays it up to White at mid-on, and there's no run. Sorry, the year before, wasn't last year. But, and of course the commentary box is named after our great friend and colleague, the late Dave Callaghan. So you've got Cali 1 and Cali 2.
Oh,
the names of the two commentary boxes. So yeah, it's just one of those great cricket venues. It's not pretty in the sense that Worcester is or somewhere like that, but it just oozes real proper cricket. full length down the leg side from Sales. Good take down the leg side by Lewis McManus, as Bohannon was shaping to try and get something on it, tickle it down towards the fine leg boundary. Doesn't do so. Stays at 213 for 1, so Lancashire just 129 runs behind. Tea today is scheduled for 4:10. Now, whether that is a movable feast,
I think it's 10 past.
I think it is fixed today, isn't it? Because we've obviously lost time. His Sales in again outside the off stump and cut by Bohannon, but doesn't time it this time. It goes to backward point, and there's no run, fielded there by Justin Broad.
I think they're trying to make now, though, they're encouraged, at least the umpires, to try and make sessions pretty even.
Yeah.
Didn't quite work last week for Lancashire when they came out with a 47 over session.
Oh, crumbs. Heavens above.
Yeah, that didn't go down very well.
Well, that's 3 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, it felt like it too.
Here's Sales in, bowls short to Bohannon. It's a no ball called by umpire James Middlebrook. So 2 more onto the total, 215 for 1. I'm not sure if James Sales' foot might have slipped there, but it was very, very short and wide down the leg side. And that brings up the 100 partnership for the second wicket. It's like anti-climax, really. It's not the way you want to go past 100, but 101 partnership and just 141 balls. Came together at 114 for 1 in the 32nd over yesterday. Certainly made merry today. As Sales in bowling to Bohannon, steers it down towards deep backward point, and they're going to come back for 2. Leaches the man out, and that's really good running. But they set themselves to run 2 almost from the second the ball had left the bat. And in the end, the batter's getting there pretty comfortably. 2 more to Bohannon, who goes to 58. And it means Luke Wells will be on strike, needing 2 for his 100 at the start of the next over. It's 217 for 1. Lancashire 125 behind, and plenty for Ricardo Vasconcelos and the other Northamptonshire players to think about.
Yeah, that's good running. Really pushed the first one, didn't they, really hard? Bohannon did. I think he made his mind up for Wells. He kind of turned and was a third of the way back by the time that Wells was running towards the bowler's end, realised. But yeah, that's good running. Been a very productive partnership. This they've been excellent. I mean, the rotation of the strike in particular, the way they kind of milked Russell for runs, was impressive. Yeah, there's a few questions here, isn't there, for Northants? Wells waiting, 98 not out, safe in, plays forward. That bounces out towards short leg where Broad fields, and there is no run.
That is the naval battle at Peaceholme Park, which I've just managed to find a photograph of. It's slightly bizarre, but very English.
Very Yorkshire. Wells down the pitch to Zabe. Bat and pad together, and ball bounces back down the pitch. There's no run. 217 for 1. Safe Zabe from the James Anderson end. In again to Wells. Again, he uses his feet, comes down the pitch, takes a single this time. Up towards the mid-on. Takes him to 99. Score moves on to 218 for 1. Trailing by 124 runs now. Bringing Bohannon back on strike. Zabe slowly creeping in, bowling around the wicket. Bohannon down the pitch, forcing the ball, I think, on the bounce to the right of Broad. Must have been short cover. Got a hand to it, did Justin Broad, but driven down into the ground by Josh Bohannon. Zabe again. Goes back this time. He can't get it past the quite sizable frame. He's a big lad, Justin Broad.
I think Northamptonshire got to the stage now where they're going to be appealing for 1 hand, 1 bounce.
Final ball of the over coming up. And Bohannon again darts through for a quick single. And you guessed it, he's got the strike. 59 to Bohannon, 219 for 1, trail by 123.
England subsiding in the Test match, 224 for 7. Right. They're only in the 45th over. Brooke has gone for 84. Harry Brooke 84 off 90 balls. And Johnny Bairstow bowled by Hazelwood for 5, so 224 for 7. And it's Chris Wokes and Mark Wood in together now, but 2 wickets for Mitchell Stark, 2 for Josh Hazlewood, 1 for Pat Cummins, 1 for Mitch Marsh, 1 for Todd Murphy. So shared around, but that doesn't look like a particularly commanding first innings score so far. And I say they're only in the 45th over. 224 for 7.
Plenty of time for Australia to bat in their first innings.
Those with tickets for, etc., etc. Here's Sales, starting a fresh over to Bohannon, who drives, and well fielded
He's been excellent
by the aforementioned Justin Broad in there at extra cover, particularly the fact that he's encumbered by these ridiculous shin pads, which I suppose once you've got them on, you don't really want to take them off because you're going to have to go back in there possibly. But
he's done really well.
He's been flinging himself around. He's trying to make amends, I think, for that drop yesterday, which wasn't pretty. Here's Sales, and again bowls to Bohannon, defensively up to short mid-wicket where Saif Zaib fields, and there's no run. Clouds much higher now. I think we're going to be, let's say, light, conceivably an issue, as Scott mentioned, but the floodlights are on now, but it's just a lot brighter. The clouds are a lot higher, and hopefully we shall get all these overs in. 46 to go after this one. And here's Sales running in away from us, bowls to Bohannon, who guides it wide of Emilio Gay in the gully, gets a hand to it, takes some of the way off the ball, but they're able to come through for a single. Vasconcelos runs back from slip to retrieve. Bohannon to 60, Lancashire to 220 for 1, and Luke Wells on strike on 99.
Yeah, trail by 122. So what they do here for Wells is a run away from 3 figures. They've still got the slip and the gully and the point and cover, and then mid-off short cover, deeper cover, and a fine leg. Sails to Wells. It's forward, just jabs the ball away into the offside. Saif Zaib comes up from cover to field, no run. 220 for 1. Century partnership for the first wicket, century partnership for the second wicket.
There's a pattern emerging.
Yeah, they've done really well. It's been, and yesterday I thought the way that Jennings and Wells batted, awful lot of skill required.
Just so positive as well, wasn't it?
99 to Wells. His Sails in and balls. That's turned away to the leg side, and there's Justin Broad to field, no run. It was positive. I think there was an awful lot of skill required on a tricky pitch with, and Russell, I thought, and White bowled a really good little spell, didn't they? I think it was after lunch.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
It looked quite threatening. It looked difficult, that, and they negotiated that, those two, really well.
Yes, because they had that little late over session, didn't they, before lunch.
Sails to Wells. This might be it. It is. It'll clip down to fine leg. He gets 4. Fist pump from Luke Wells. First century of the summer. An innings that has seen him move past 2,000 first-class runs for Lancashire. It's his 5th century for the club. He really has been an outstanding signing for Lancashire since joining from Sussex. And he registers his first century of the summer, 103 not out from 171 balls. That's his 13th 4. And it's 2-2-4 for 1.
Yeah, well played, Luke Wells. Terrific knock, and you can just see, we were talking about how well and how intelligently Lancashire have handled this innings, and he's gone in the right direction in terms of the speed. First 50 off 99 balls, second 50 off 72. So he's stepped up the rate, particularly today. These two have been excellent. Northamptonshire haven't really had much of an answer. They've now gone past 100 runs in this session. They've only been out there, an hour and 20 minutes. Is Saif Zaib starting a fresh over to Bohannon, who's gone aerial. He's smashed it back over the bowler's head. It's running out towards the Jimmy Anderson end, and in fact it's cleared the rope. I lost sight of it, and it has just got enough on it to go over the rope at the Anderson end and has gone for half a dozen. So Bohannon goes to 66, 230 for 1. His first 6, it's 7 4s as well. He's faced just 85 balls for those 66 runs. Here's Zaib in again, bowls short and cut by Bohannon, but only as far as Dom Leach at extra cover and there's no run. Came down the pitch to that previous one from Zabe. So I thought he may just have landed inside the rope, but not so. Short again from Zabe, and he's flayed that away through extra cover for 4. This is wonderful stuff from these two Lancashire batters. Bohannon goes to 70. It's 234 for 1, and Northamptonshire starting to look a bit dispirited. It's a bit of a trait of this Northamptonshire side, you have to say, and unfortunately they've had quite a bit of practice at not having a good session this year, but they do tend to go a little bit flat in the field when things are not going their well, and my goodness, they haven't gone their way this afternoon. 113 runs added by these two in this little mini session. Here's Zabe, and again bowls to Bohannon, defensively this time out to short extra, and there's no run. Zabe bowling left arm round the wicket, and Bohannon using his feet nicely when he gets there, just pushes it defensively back down the pitch for Zabe to field. So yeah, 113 runs scored in this session, just 20 overs. Cut away by Bohannon, this time out to Sam Whiteman, sweeping on the cover boundary. One more to Bohannon, and guess what? It's the last ball of the over. Well counted, Josh. 71 off 90, 235 for 1. With Luke Wells on 103. The partnership now worth 121. And yeah, so in this session, since we came back on, we've had 22 and a bit overs, and Lancashire have added 114 runs. Now, what do you reckon's in the sandwiches for those watching Lancs TV? Bit of fish paste, corned beef.
I was going for a bit of ham and cheese, I reckon.
Used to be fish paste, didn't it?
I don't think I've ever had fish paste.
Matthew Engel always said that the West Stand at Northampton, the smell in there was fish paste and tobacco and sort of a pipe smoke in the old days. But
smells like Scarborough.
Could well be. Fish paste sandwiches. They smell like cat food, doesn't it?
Lovely. Sails to Bohannon. It's going to be a leg by, and that's wrapped his pad, and the ball deflects down to fine leg for, I think, a leg by. Yep, umpire's in position to signal it. 236 for 1. Bohannon remains on 71.
I was just doing a couple of notes last night, and you think that, say, Northamptonshire having such a poor record here at Old Trafford over the years, only having won 4 times in Championship cricket, and those fairly well spread out, it must be said, which Bumble played in 2, as we established on the first day of the match. But they have had a bit more success at Lancashire outgrounds. They've won at Southport and they've won at Lytham in the last sort of 40 years. Sails
around the wicket to Wells. It's played up towards Proctor at mid-on, no run.
Sort of comparatively successful, really, but I was thinking about that because Emilio Gay obviously making 144, and in the win at Southport in 1984, which I remember well, Duncan Wilde, another left-hander, good player, he made 144 as well, which was his career best. And a lollipop to whoever can guess who took 6 wickets for Northamptonshire.
Sails in down the leg side, taken by the keeper, no run.
It might take, unless you actually know this, it'd probably take quite a long time to get it, because
right.
it was Northamptonshire's one of their fairly short-lived overseas players.
Okay.
Rupert Spook Hanley. Do you remember him?
Not familiar.
No,
but
no.
I do. Big fan of the name.
No, well,
it's
South African fast bowler, came over in '84, and he didn't have a terrific year. He was a fine bowler. He was a little bit past his best, perhaps, but he got 6 for in the Lancashire first innings.
Sails to Wells, a wide ball, and up and over, kind of gully region down towards that third man boundary, and all the way for 4 runs for Wells. He moves on to 107 now, 240 for 1.
Got an excellent record in South African domestic cricket, but as I say, by the time he came over here, he's probably just a little bit past his peak. And he had played representative cricket for South Africa, of course, not at that stage official Test cricket, but yes, the Spook, very good artist, if I remember rightly, but,
okay.
But didn't take that many wickets, but he got 6 for 21, I think, in that game at Southport.
And that was his nickname, the Spook.
The Spook.
The Spook. Sales to Wells on the leg side and taken by McManus. Leaping away to his right-hand side, no run.
Well, centuries in that game for Duncan Wild, as I mentioned. Also for Robin Boyd-Moss, got a 100 for Northamptonshire. Fine player. And then when they won at Lytham, and again thinking about Alex Russell, because Alex was the first English leg spinner to play, specialist leg spinner to play for Northamptonshire since Andy Roberts, little Reggie. And Andy Roberts 6 for 72, his career best at Lytham in 91 when Northamptonshire won there.
Sails to Wells, just short, and he's pulled. Oh. That's going to be fought. Emphatic pull shot from Wells, just dropped a little short, did Sales, and walloped away through mid-wicket. Takes him to 111 not out, 244 for one. And watching back on the replay, that was hammered away with a bit of VAT on top.
Take that. I tell you what, I was just very glad I wasn't in the path of that one. It could have been one of those when you're fielding there and you suddenly develop short arms, isn't it? Just get them out of the way rather than risk having the palms stung. He hit that incredibly hard. Zabe, I think, has trotted off the field, and George Weldon, who was named in the Northamptonshire squad in the 13, didn't make the cut, but he's out on the field. And Luke Proctor is going to have a bowl from the far end for the first time today. Luke Proctor yesterday didn't bowl a great deal, just getting his figures up. 4 overs for 8, bowled tidily enough. But he's coming into the attack with, it must be said, some of his other bowlers, with the notable exception of Jack White, who's been very good again. 13 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 21. Some of the others rather less successful. Dom Leach 11 overs for 49, Alex Russell 16 overs for 98, James Sales 9 overs for 39, Safe Zabe 6 overs 1 for 24, the only Northamptonshire bowler in this innings so far with anything in the wickets column. And here is Proctor with a slip and a gully from the Jimmy Anderson end, bowls to Bohannon, drives out to White at extra cover, and there's no run. And the Northamptonshire batter who made runs in that win at Lytham was Neil Stanley. Again, that was sort of I think probably the best innings of his career for Northamptonshire, sadly interrupted by injury, a lot of back trouble. So quite a serious operation, but may well be listening actually. I know he does listen to our commentary, so Giz, if you are listening, good to have you with us. Is Proctor in bowls, and that's driven by Bohannon up to the aforementioned George Weldon. Gets the first touch of the ball at extra cover. May well get a game, I suppose, before the end of the season, in which case he would be the first old Etonian to play for Northamptonshire since the 30s, I reckon. Since Tony Allen, who was a great school friend of Brian Johnston's. Great Johners. Proctor in, bowls to Bohannon, angles the bat, plays it down to backward point, where's Emilio Gay fields, and there's no run.
I know you're very pleased he's got on the field there. You've had that one up your sleeve for a few days, haven't you?
You do all the prep, and you want the opportunity to use it. You don't want it all to go, all this work to go to waste,
No,
But
no. Fair enough.
Well, I was going back, a few going back into the last century. Old Etonians playing for Northamptonshire, not too many recently. That's played away down to deep backward square by Bohannon. That's really good running. Sam Whiteman had a lot of ground to make up to his left, and again they'd set themselves, I think, almost from the moment that had left the bat to go through for 2. It's good positive running, and it takes Bohannon to 73, 246 for 1. Jack White starting to limber up, so presumably he will have a little burst before tea. Sparingly used so far today, but he's been far and away the pick of the Northamptonshire bowlers in this innings. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Bohannon, forces him to offensive stroke, runs up to mid-off where White fields and bowls the ball back to his captain.
Down to double digits now, isn't it? The deficit, 96, and there's still quite a decent chunk of time to go today. Lancashire have motored on this afternoon. There's even a little period where they were kind of a little bit becalmed when Wells was flirting with the century, yes. But even with that, they've really pressed on.
Driven by Bohannon, but only as far as extra cover, where Weldon again fields. End of the over, 246 for 1. Wells is 111, Bohannon is 73. Lancashire trailing by 96 and 43 overs left in the day.
Elsewhere, the game between Nottinghamshire and Kent in Division 1 of the County Championship. Kent are into their second innings. There it is, 293 for 5. Finch on 73 and Johnny Everson on 48 against his former side. He used to be a Nottinghamshire player. So Kent are 293 for 5 in their first innings. That's in reply to Nottinghamshire's 350 all out. Sin wins already today for Middlesex, beating Warwickshire by 8 wickets, and Essex beating Hampshire by 6 wickets. There's one other game in Division 1, which is Somerset against Surrey. It's taking place at Taunton. There is this bowling change that's taking place now, and the latest from Taunton is 108 for 6. Somerset in their second innings. James Rue on 30s got to 1,000 runs this season, and they trail Surrey by 90 runs. So 108 for 6. Somerset second innings still 90 behind Surrey, who were all out for 368. So here is White from the Statham end around the wicket and bowls to Wells, who's easing that ball away through the offside for a single. Moves on to 112. The score to 247 for 1.
Jack White looks slightly weary, and he's only bowled one ball in this spell, hasn't he? He's just
well, this is pretty tough going, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Come into the attack, having, as you say, been the pick of the bowlers so far. But by the way, you got a guy on 111, a guy on 73, and they put on 130 so far. It was a rather weary looking first ball, but
it was just the fact that I think it was just an easy little drop and run for a single, and there's absolutely no pressure coming from Northamptonshire at the moment, is there really? Look at the field. They've now got 2 men back on the leg side, man back sweeping at deep backward point.
White to Bahanam down the leg side through to McManus. And there is no run. 95 behind at 247 for 1. So about half an hour left of the first session of this third day. Tea at 4:10. Pretty healthy ones for Lancashire. Moved the game on a little bit here. The scoring rate and run rates above 4 and over. They've been a very productive session for them so far. 4 goes Bannon. And defends, just takes his bottom hand off the bat. He's pushing it away into the offside for no run.
It's the first delivery for a while that's done anything. It just popped a little bit, didn't it? But it's still not done a great deal. I know John Sadler was saying that they were expecting, obviously, that at some point they would get the heavy roller on it again, and he thought that might just break it up a bit. But I'm not sure actually that's what Northamptonshire want at the moment. He's going to have to bat on it.
Yes. White to Bahannon, just coming a little bit towards Bahannon, just drops it into the offside. Through the goal, another quick single. In fact, it's taken Emilio Gay to come up from second slip to field the ball. And it'll drop into the offside, and Bahannon darts through for 1. 74 now to Josh Bahannon, to 48 for 1. Deficit of 94, bringing the Centurion Luke Wells back on strike.
You're just looking at some of the footage from Scarborough, which it does look very, very wet and soggy there.
It's a bit wet, isn't it? Yeah, it does. Is it White around the wicket to Wells? Step down the pitch, hammers the ball again through the offside. Dive at short cover, down towards the boundary and all the way for 4 runs for Luke Wells. It stays hit when he gets a hold of it. The Lancashire opening batter. Terrific follow-through of the bat there, isn't there? A real good swish of the bat.
There's not too many that have been coming 2 steps down the pitch to Jack White this season. Luke Wells is absolutely prepared to do that. It's just been terrific intent, hasn't it, from these two since they came back, since we resumed after lunch, and it's making up for lost time in a sensible, calculated and intelligent way.
252 for 1, so bonus point for Lancashire. It's pushed into the offside by Wells. Has to turn and get back. Oh, well, underarm throw towards the stumps. Actually, they will get through eventually for that run that they decided to not take. That would have been quite close, that, by the time that Wells has turned round and broad with the underarm throw.
I have a feeling he would have gone if that had hit. He'd come a long way down and had to turn, and he's a big unit to turn. But I'm not so sure. I'm not sure my first thought was right. I think he probably was just about back. But he had to do a little sort of circuit round, didn't he, to try and get back into his ground.
Yeah, he's a big lad, Luke Wells, and he took it was quite a large turning circle,
yes,
wasn't it?
It wasn't quite the Queen Mary, but it wasn't far off. But anyway, he managed to get there anyway. So
yeah, it's a good. He had to put the dive in to make sure, but he gets that little push away. There we go. Take a single. Oh no! Oh, hang on. Let's get back. There he goes.
Justin Broad missed anyway, so it was all fairly academic. Anyway, a bit of excitement. 253 for one. Luke Proctor continue. Bowling his sixth over, 5 overs for 10, so he's been tidy enough so far. But this field, look at it now, deep long leg on the boundary, deep square on the boundary, deep cover on the boundary. There's now not even a slip in. There's 2 saving 1 on the onside, ring of 3 saving 1 on the offside, and our third man on the boundary as well. So 4 on the boundary, and that's nudged the first ball of Proctor's over by Wells down to backward point where Vasconcelos is fielding. So now no close catches at all. Northamptonshire have just gone completely onto the defensive, and you can well understand why.
Yep.
In the face of this onslaught from Wells and Bohannon. 132 runs they've scored in this session. Here's Proctor in bowls, hits Wells on the pad. Big appeal for LBW, going down leg side, I fancy. Shy at the stumps by Vasconcelos, who misses. And Justin Broad, who seems to have spent a lot of the last 10-15 minutes or so sprawling around on the ground, has managed to back up and save the possibility of buzzers. I think that was going down leg, wasn't it? It was full. Bohannon looking to try and work it away on the leg side, but I think clearly going down.
Broad's busy, isn't he?
He's decidedly busy. It's driven by Wells, but only up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, Justin Broad will know he's been in the game. He's still got those shin pads on. So, as I say, we talk about him diving around. He's diving around with these rather large, cumbersome shin pads. You'd keep wicket in those, couldn't you? Here's Proctor bowling a little slower ball bouncer in the manner of T20, but Wells just getting on top of the bounce, which when you're as tall as Luke Wells is not that difficult to do. Steers it down to Emilio Gay down at third man, who isn't, I have to say, slightly concerningly, isn't moving particularly well. They're through for a single anyway. 118 to Luke Wells, 254 for 1. Just hope Emilio Gay's knee isn't giving him jip again. Of course, we saw it at Merchant Taylor's school a couple of games ago when he had to retire hurt early on the last day. Came back and made 89. Here's Wells again, just get Bohannon rather facing that ball from Proctor that just popped a little bit. 1 or 2 from that end, from the Anderson end, have just bounced a little bit, and Bohannon giving the pitch a little attention. Stays at 254 for 1, so Lancashire just 88 runs behind now. 41 overs in the day's play after this delivery. Here's Proctor in bowls to Bohannon, beats him with an absolute beauty. And Proctor, you feel here, just trying to galvanise his troops a little bit, try and give them something to hang on to set a bit of a standard, because I have to say, you know, Northamptonshire obviously against 2 batters in form playing really well, but I mentioned on commentary earlier, Northamptonshire do have a propensity for going very flat in the field, very quiet. And I think that's happened in the last half an hour or so, and Proctor just trying to gee him up a little bit. 254 for 1 it is at the end of the over. Wells is 118, Bohannon 74.
That's a lovely ball, wasn't it, by Proctor?
It was beauty.
White to the Centurion. Luke Wells, having got to his first century of the season and gone past 2,000 runs for Lancashire as well. Waits for White, goes back and guides the ball away through the offside. And through they go for 1. Moves on to 119, 255 for one. Something that Kent have lost a couple of quick wickets in the match at Trent Bridge. Got to 300, but they're now 7 down. Kent, so trailed by 50. 300 for 7. Lost 2 pretty quick wickets of Kent at Trent Bridge. White to Bohannon down the leg side. He goes McManus away to his left to field the ball, and there is no run. 5 for 1 here at Emirates Old Trafford on Lex TV and the BBC Sport website and the app. Watching Chet White for Northamptonshire, plugging away from the Brian Statham end for his skipper into his 15th over. And Bohannon defends, and they think of one. Wells kind of half sets off and then hears the shout of no from Bohannon. As safe save comes round from mid-on to field, and there's no run.
And almost for the first time today, if you look on the weather radar, there is now nothing over the sort of the northwest of England, no rain at all. So hopefully we shall be okay for the rest of the day.
Yep.
It's all gone to Scarborough by the look of it.
Yes, it does look a bit wild and woolly in Scarborough, doesn't it? White to Bohannon, driven square of the wicket. Graham Lloyd at point, the umpire just moves away to his right. Up comes Sales from the point boundary to field. Bohannon gets a single, so he's 75 not out. Lancashire moved to 256 for 1.
It looks on the radar as though they have just copped a big storm in and around Scarborough that's now heading out into the North Sea, but has obviously deposited rather a lot over North Marine Road, sadly. A lot of it over Martin Emerson by the look of it. Colleague who's looking a bit damp.
White to Wells. Back and across and defence. Up towards Broad. Cover, no run. Yeah, he looks a bit wild and woolly, doesn't he? That video that we just saw from...
Not like this on the Roca Riviera.
No.
I think Martin often complains that when the rain comes that it's because they're too far south, but he can't really say that about Scarborough, can you? He'll enjoy it. As I say, it's a wonderful place.
Final ball of the over for White. There's 2 off it. Into to Wells. Edged and gone.
They've caught one.
Caught by Vasconcelos at first slip. Wells has gone for an excellent 119. Reward for White. He's bowled well for Northamptonshire. And they do cling on to a chance, Northants. And it brings to an end another century partnership. And Luke Wells, 119, but caught by Vasconcelos at first slip from White around the wicket. That big shot, Wells. Good low catch by Vasconcelos. Excellent knock by Luke Wells, who got a good response from the supporters who were inside the ground, and I'm sure from his teammates as well, as he heads back up towards the Lancashire dressing room. Frustration, I'm sure, that he couldn't go on and maybe got an even bigger century, but yeah, it's an excellent knock, and his teammates come out to show their appreciation for it as well. 256 for 2.
Partnership between those two worth 142 in 31 overs, so they're pushing 5 and over, that partnership. And yeah, well played, Luke Wells. And I say, if I sound slightly surprised that Northamptonshire have clung on to one, you can perhaps understand why, as it has been that sort of season, particularly as far as the close catches are concerned. Although, to be fair, Ricardo Vasconcelos is pretty safe at first slip. He doesn't drop too many. But there he is, telling Safe Zabe how it's done. I think Safe Zabe was telling him how to do it by the look of it. It seemed to be a bit of a one-sided conversation there. But anyway, new batter is Phil Salt, who is exactly the person you want to come out not at 256 for 2, with the opposition just getting on top nicely. It's just give Northamptonshire a little glimmer of something there, having managed to pick up a wicket. First wicket, of course, of this session. Around about 20 minutes to go till tea. Salt just having a chat with Josh Bohannon as he passes him, goes up to the non-striker's end. It'll be Bohannon on strike because that was the last ball of the over. And, well, I think a bit of deserved reward for Jack White, who again has bowled pretty well without a huge amount of luck. But I say he's managed to find somebody at least to hang on to one. So 256 for 2. And here's Proctor. Bustling in from the Anderson end, bowl to Bohannon, plays that out into the covers for Justin Broad to field, and there's no run. As far as the Test match is concerned, tea at the Oval, and England 250 for 7, so a little bit of a stand developing between Chris Wokes and Mark Wood. Mark Wood's made 23 not out off 25 balls with 4 fours. So 250 for 7 at tea. Here's Proctor in again and beats Bohannon with a beauty. And Proctor, maybe with this fairly quick arm of his, just quite skiddy, is finding this surface a little more to his liking than perhaps some of the bigger, taller bowlers. I think particularly of Dom Leach, James Sales. Proctor doing a good job here for his side. Into his 7th over, 0 for 11. Here he is again, bowling to Bohannon, who drives but doesn't time it. Goes out to Broad at extra cover, and there's no run. Vasconcelos in there at slip, the only close catcher. Emilio Gay at backward point. Sam Whiteman patrolling, as he has been pretty much all afternoon, on the boundary in front of the new hotel at deep point. An extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket as Proctor is in, bowls to Bohannon, who runs that down towards deep backward point. Tumbling stop by Emilio Gay, but he's through for the single. Bohannon to 76 and Lancashire to 257 for 2. Scott was mentioning that game at Trent Bridge. Kent now 306 for 7, replying to Nottinghamshire's 350 all out. 308 for 8, another one down. So looks as though Nottinghamshire possibly will claim a bit of a first innings lead there. Whether there's enough time left in that match to get a result, I'm not sure. I would think probably not. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Phil Salt. That was his first ball, and he's off the mark straight away as he glides that wide of Gay in the gully. Long chase down there for Sam Whiteman, who reels it in just inside the rope. Down to our right, in front of the players' balcony, but 2 to Phil Salt to get him away. 259 for 2. And Somerset have just lost another wicket against Surrey at Taunton. It's now 130 for 7. Ben Green has gone. Short ball from Proctor, and Salt just sways out of the way of it, goes through to Lewis McManus, and that's the end of Luke Proctor's 7th over. No wicket for 14. It's 259 for 2. Bohannon is 76. Salt is 2. Just the one man out in this session. If you're just joining us on Lancs TV and or the BBC Sport app, we started at 2 o'clock because of fairly persistent rain overnight and first thing this morning here in Manchester. And since we've been underway, Lancashire have lost the wicket of Luke Wells, caught Vasconcelos at first slip off the bowling of Jack White for 119, breaking a second wicket partnership worth 142 between Wells and Josh Bohannon.
Yeah, it's been a pretty perfect session, hasn't it, so far for Lancashire? I'm sure they would like to. I'm sure Wells would like still to be there, but the rate that they've pushed this game on, 83 behind now. So far, so good for Lancashire, and Northamptonshire on the defensive a little here, understandably so. Bohannon defending in a ball that maybe just gets onto him a little quicker than he was expecting. He takes his bottom hand off the bat. It's the last thing that Northamptonshire would want to see, really, is that he's a pitch that might just start to continue to misbehave and to be a little bit inconsistent. Should Lancashire get to a position where they're in front in the match. White into Bohannon. It's angled behind square on the leg side. Through for a single, 77 to Josh Bohannon. And Phil Salt back on strike, and he does come into this game in excellent form for Lancashire. Since he returned from the IPL, he had a really good blast. He's kept superbly, but he's scored runs in both white ball and red ball cricket. A couple of 50s, and first century in 4-day cricket came a couple of weeks ago against Hampshire in Southport. So he's in good touch. He's Phil Salt. Takes guard from umpire Middlebrook. He waits for White, who sets off again, arms pumping back and forth. And Salt's in behind and defends calmly away into the offside. White boots the ball out towards Justin Broad, who picks it up. And there is no run. 15 minutes remaining before tea. 260 for 2. Captain Luke Proctor in conversation with White on his way back to his mark. One slip and a gully, fine leg and a deep point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a deep square leg. It's turned away to the leg side by Salt. Broad will catch up with it, and Salt will turn and come back for 2. Throw comes in towards the bowler's end, trying to run Bohannon out. I think he might have been okay, even with a direct hit. Made their mind up early to come back for a second. Pushes the score to 262 for 2, but positive running here. That turned away towards mid-wicket. Salt through quickly for 1, and then coming back for that second. Again, that's defended by Salt. Up towards the leg side. And there's no run. 1 ball left of the over. I suppose if things go to plan for Lancashire, it could be quite a brutal final session for Northamptonshire.
Well,
with the what's to come. There's still Croft, Bell, Balderson, Hartley and Bailey, who can all give it plenty. It's turned out to the leg side by Salt. Picked up by Broad at mid-wicket, and there's no run. I think I should do harbour ambitions of trying to put Northants under pressure tomorrow. Then I think they'll want to be in front, won't they? Probably by 30 or 40 runs or so tonight.
You would think so, yeah. Well, I think that was the sort of figure we were looking at, wasn't it? Around about 40 runs ahead. If we were basing that on a sort of steady 4 and over throughout the entire remainder of the day. So yeah, it could well be. I was just looking. We were talking earlier, Scott, about the matches, the National Counties Showcase matches coming up at the weekend. As you mentioned, Lancashire are going to be up at Sedbergh to play Cumbria. There's some lovely grounds being used for some of these games. Bovey Tracy for Devon against Somerset. I have actually been there. Proctor starting a fresh over with a beauty to Bohannon, beats him outside the off stump. Remember going down there some years ago to watch. Remember the old 38 county competition with the county board 11s involved, and Northamptonshire board 11 played Devon down there. I think it was a national quarter final, something like that, and Devon won fairly comfortably. But it's sad to think the 2 captains on that day, sadly neither of them with us now, as Proctor is in. Bowls edged low to Vasconcelos. Now, did that carry? We'll have a check on the replay. It was found an edge as Bohannon pushed forward. It flew low to first slip. Let's have a look at the replay. There's the edge. No, bounced well in front of Vasconcelos, and I think in fact it's just hit him rather a painful blow on the knee.
Ouch.
And I think he's also got him on the hand, so I think he's got two for the price two for the price of 1 there.
Apart from that, he's fine.
Apart from that, he's had. Oh dear, that stung. Yeah. That's smarts. 262 for 2, but it did land well in front of Vasconcelos. He's Proctor in again. Again, it's an absolute jaffer. This is a terrific spell from Luke Proctor.
He's got something going here, hasn't he?
Well, he has, and you just sense that he's trying to get the team up a little bit, and this is comfortably the best, I would say, that Luke Proctor's bowled probably this season. He hasn't bowled a great deal. I say he's been a little bit troubled by that shoulder injury that he picked up fairly early on in the season, ahead of the Somerset match at Taunton. That was beginning of May. injured himself in fielding practice. Bohannon just runs that ball down to Emilio Gay, who is fairly deep at backward points, so they're able to come through for a single. Bohannon to 78, 263 for 2. Yeah, David Capel was captaining Northamptonshire, and Peter Roebuck was captaining Devon. Certainly both lost both of those two in the last few years. Dunstable hosting Bedfordshire against Essex at Lancashire Park. Wimborne's lovely ground. Dorset against Hampshire. Cheltenham College, of course, Gloucestershire against Wiltshire. And Woolpit is Suffolk against Surrey. So some lovely grounds being used on this weekend. Edged by Phil Salt, and that's gone between slip and gully. Vasconcelos the only slip. Emilio Gay in the gully. And it's run down to third man for 4. Takes Salt to 8. And Lancashire to 267 for 2. 1 ball to go in this over. And Proctor just consulting with Jack White.
Yeah, he's just got a little bit of something going, hasn't he, Proctor?
Well, this has been a really good little spell from
the
Northamptonshire captain up to tee. About 10 minutes to go till the interval. And now Gay comes across from gully into second slip as finishes the over, and he's driven firmly by Phil Salt. It's a good half stop by Jack White at mid-off. Just palms it away. He has to then turn and retrieve. And gets a little slap of congratulation from Justin Broad, but that's 2 more onto the total. Takes Phil Salt into double figures. He's 10, it's 269 for 2.
We chatted yesterday, won't we, about Luke Proctor and how if he gets going, he can get on a bit of a roll, and seen him do that a couple of times for Lancashire when he was a Lancashire player. But a very, very handy little spell here. Another day, could have had a wicket in this spell. He'll probably get at least another over before tea. 2 minutes past 4. Tea will be at 10 past. It'll be White to continue. Can they find another breakthrough before tea? Lancashire enjoyed a really good opening session of this third day. Pushed the score on, they've reduced the deficit. Wells has reached a century. Bohannon perhaps eyeing up one himself, 78 not out. Yeah, so far so good for the Red Rose. It's White to Bohannon. So steer down to gully where Emilio Gay fields. And there is no run. 269 for 2. Seeing they've reached tea in the game at Taunton. The players heading off for tea there. Somerset against Surrey. So White comes in and bowls, and that's dropped into the offside. Up towards Broad at cover. And there is no run. So the tea time score from Taunton. Somerset 139 for 7. The pictures from Taunton, 139 for 7. So they still trail Surrey by 59 runs with just 3 wickets remaining in their second innings. And Surrey, who were top prior to this round of fixtures, are now currently second because Essex won earlier today. Looking for a victory on the third day to move back to the top. White to Bohannon. It's deflected away to mid-wicket. And Broad fields, and there is no run. It's third on the list of run scorers in Division 1 this season is Josh Bohannon. James Rue tops the list. He's now gone beyond 1,000 runs. Tom Wesley second on that list. He's got 919, and Josh Bohannon currently 837 runs. Third on the list of all of run scorers in Division 1. Now the 2 umpires are having a conversation, and they're both having a look at the ball. The metal bracelets are out just in case they need to test it. It's having a close inspection here.
It always looks like a conjuring trick, doesn't it? When you use one of those things that you used to get in the magic sets for Christmas when you were a kid. It's like the rings that you have to try and make unlock or lock or whatever. But Midders is on the case. I think he's called for the. They've called for the case.
They have. Stand by, everybody.
So, there's George Weldon coming out, and he's fetching Vermilion Bib. With the
is that what the colour is?
Well, it is now. Yes, this is the box of balls. There we go. Ooh, what have we got? What goodies have we got in store in there? Well, that's a soft centre. We don't like those. That looks like a dog's ball, doesn't it? That one.
It's been chewed up a bit, that one, hasn't it? Yeah.
That's been thrown on Southport Beach for Fido, I think, that one. But that's the one they're going to use. Well, I suppose that's fair enough, because this one is. How many overs have we had in the innings so far? This is, we're in the 67th, aren't we? So there's only 13 overs to go before the new ball is due. But Luke Proctor's doing a bit of shining with the sleeve. Thanks to Alex O'Boyle. I must thank you very much. I wasn't ignoring your message. I say I've just had to go and update BBC Radio Northampton. He's addressed to both of us on Twitter. He says, just tuned in to see the Wells wicket. You mentioned they finally caught one. How many drops have there been? I saw the broad howler yesterday. We'll come on to that in a second. Here's White in again. Bowling to Bohannon. Plays it up to Justin Broad coming in from mid-wicket, and there's no run. The main one today has been a bit of a gaper from Lewis McManus, who dropped Luke Wells when he made 85. And again, it was one that you would 9 times out of 10 really expect to see Lewis McManus take. But over the course of the season, well, described by one of our correspondents here as McManus dropped the easiest catch ever seen. Well, maybe not quite the easiest catch ever seen, but it was one you would, as I say, expect at this level to be taken. Driven up to, or pushed rather, up to mid-off by Bohannon, fielded by Proctor, and there's no run. But as we always say, nobody drops them on purpose, but say Northamptonshire this year, it has been a bit of a habit, but one that hasn't been catching. Boom, boom.
Oh dear.
We're here all week. 269 for
Sadly
2.
we are, aren't we? Yeah.
It's the Magpies concert party at Lytham again. 269 for 2 is White. Long rangy stride, rocking shoulders in, bowls to Bohannon, turns that away out to Whiteman, coming in from the deep mid-wicket boundary, and that's one more onto the total. 270 for 2. Bohannon is 79, Phil Salt on 10. Bohannon's counted beautifully again with a single off the last ball of the over. 270 for 2, and by my watch this will probably be the last over before tea.
News from Trent Bridge is that Kent have been bowled out for 316.
Okay, so that's a bit of a lead for Notts.
Yeah, they lead by 34 runs. And the pictures from Trent Bridge. Kent 316 all out. So a lead of 34 runs for Nottinghamshire on their first innings.
Very impressed also for viewers to Lancs TV, just showing Dom Leach's cap with 544 on, so they've got the cap sorted out with the correct number on. They just haven't managed to get him a shirt number yet, but that's very commendable. Got the right player number.
Shirt's on its way. It's in the post.
it's on the van.
yeah. There's Proctor to Bohannon. So another really good ball by Luke Proctor. Bohannon just drops his hands. Ball through to McManus. Comes down the pitch, Josh Bohannon. He's just found a little bit of something here, is Luke Proctor. A classic Proctor, this, isn't it? Comes shuffling and he's got a quite straight, isn't he? Wicket to wicket, and just wobbles it about a little bit. Just gets the ball to move a little bit.
Well, I know David Ripley was always saying that, you know, Luke Proctor probably knows in David's time as head coach probably didn't bowl as much as he should have done.
There's a run here for Bohannon. Ball squirts out to backward point.
But the reason for that was really that at that time in particular you'd got Sanderberg or Bergerson and Ben Sanderson and Gareth Berg and Tom Taylor and Jack White, and you've just got a lot of seam bowling options, and he often was, fifth seamer. Now, I mean, Northampton needed probably his fourth seamer. And I say, I hope this is signal that he's fully fit and is now able to get his full quota of overs in after that shoulder injury early in the season.
Into Salt, it's run down to third man, down towards the boundary. There is no third man, so it's 4 runs for Salt. In truth, probably easy as you like that. Guided down towards that vacant third man boundary. Salt moves on to 14, 275 for 2. Looking at the Northamptonshire side, and we did touch on this briefly, didn't we, in the first day, there is no Tom Taylor, there is no Ben Sanderson. What would be the reasons for their omission?
In both cases, I think it's workload
Okay.
as much as anything else. I say Rob Keogh's got a bit of a niggle, so I think they've decided he needs a bit of a rest.
Salt defends from Proctor, no run.
But again, Ben Sanderson hasn't looked, the last couple of games, hasn't looked fully fit. And Tom Taylor, Taylor probably more than anybody in terms of workload. Taylor has played 6 championship matches and all 14 of the Vitality Blast games.
Right.
So I think he was a bit tatered,
Okay.
to use a technical term.
Yes. 2 balls left of the session. And Salt defending. It's angled in towards him from Proctor. Snaps it away towards cover, no run.
Sanderson, after missing the first game in the championship, he's played 6 championship games and 9 Blast games. And say Rob Keogh's played all 9 championship matches. Played a bit in the T20, missed some with a back spasm, and again he just hasn't looked very mobile in the last couple of championship games.
Salt chipping the ball up and over extra cover to the left of White, who's at mid-off. And through they go for a single. And that is the end of the over. That should be tea, we reckon. It is, yeah. Slightly hesitant as to whether they'll go to 32 overs left or whether it will be on time, and it is on time. So players are heading off for tea on this third day. That has been a pretty impressive session from Lancashire. They've moved the score to 276 for 2. They've wiped away the deficit down to 66. Josh Barnum will resume on 80 and Phil Salt on 15. And the star of the show this afternoon was Luke Wells with his first century of the summer, playing absolutely beautifully. Eventually finishing on 119. That little flick down to fine leg to bring him his first 3 figures of the summer. And I'm sure it is a moment he savoured, Luke Wells. He's been the star of the afternoon for Lancashire.
So in that session then, for Lancashire, 155 runs scored for the loss of 1 wicket in 32 full overs. So they've been scoring at 5 and over pretty much, and that is really, really good going. And
Yep.
You called it at the start, Scott, in terms of what Lancashire were looking to do tactically, and I think certainly so far at least, say Plan A seems to be working absolutely to perfection.
We shall see what the evening has in store. We'll have, I think it's 35 overs left in the day. And we'll take a 20-minute break live from Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and the app. We'll catch you in about 20 minutes.
call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that? Oh.
How's that? How's that?
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford, where we're about to get underway the third and final session, or in fact the second session because of the rain that stopped the first session of today's play from the total. But we're about to get underway for the evening session of this championship match, day 3 between Lancashire and Northamptonshire. Lancashire having had a really good afternoon, 276 for 2 when they came off for tea, having scored 155 runs in the afternoon in 32 complete overs. So basically Lancashire rattling along at 5 and over, having lost just the 1 wicket. Luke Wells caught it slip by Ricardo Vasconcelos off Jack White for 119. But Josh Bohannon is still there, going strong, moving to within sight of a century himself. He's 80 not out. Phil Salt on 15. 276 for 2. Andrew Radd and Scott Reed, your commentators on Lancs TV and also on the BBC Sport website and app. And it is going to be Alex Russell, the leg spinner, to bowl after tea. Bowled 16 overs in the innings so far for 98. He's got a slip in place. He's bowling round the wicket and bowls short to Phil Salt, who cuts that away for the first runs of the session. First run singular as it goes down to James Sales at deep backward point. So 1 more to Salt, who goes to 16. 277 for 2. Russell on the threshold of an unwanted century, 0 for 99 now. He's created opportunities. A young and experienced leggy, only playing his 3rd first-class match. So he has created opportunities, but also in between. The Lancashire batters have targeted him very effectively. Luke Wells getting the reverse sweep out to very good effect earlier on. Here's Russell, round the wicket again, bowls again short of a length. It did turn. Bohannon not timing it as he tries to cut it away down through point. George Weldon, who's on as substitute, feels that extra cover. Here's Russell in again, bowling to Bohannon, who tucks that round the corner for a single. Jack White coming up from deep backward square to field, and 1 or 2 wags in the crowd applauding Alex Russell's 100. It's a single to Bohannon. He goes to 81, 278 for 2. What happens when you have an informative scoreboard? Here's Russell in again, bowling on leg stump, turned away by Phil Salt for an easy single. We find this earlier on in this afternoon. This is what Wells and Bohannon were doing very well, which was just rotating the strike, just milking Alex Russell a little bit. 6 singles and over. And you look at Russell's figures, and he's been going at about 6 and over, so it hasn't been necessarily that he's been conceding lots of boundaries. Here's Russell in again. And that's, well, that's a moral victory for Russell as he finds an inside edge. It runs down to White at backward square. Bohannon again looking to try and force that away through the offside, but it found an inside edge. Takes Bohannon to 82. 280 for 2, so Lancashire just 62 runs behind. Still just the 1 slip in. And here's Russell on leg stump, driven up to mid-on by Phil Salt, fielded there by Safe Sabe. And that is the end of the first over of this evening session. 17 overs, 0 for 103 for Alex Russell. It's 281 for 2. Bohannon is 82. Salt is 18. We have 34 overs left in the day. And Scott, I suppose, in terms of timings, where are we now? 25 to 5. It's going to be, if we get them all in, quarter to 7, 10 to 7, something like that.
Looks that way. We had a decent amount of spin in the match, but yeah, looks that way. The floodlights are on. So light could be a bit of an issue, couldn't it? As the evening session goes on, Lancashire should be hoping that they get the 34 overs in, and try and see if they're ahead, or how far ahead they can get at the close of play tomorrow. A full day in prospect. I think the forecast is okay for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it is.
So they will be eager to try and get the bulk of these overs in. Dom Leach it will be from the Anderson end to start after tea, as Salt plays forward defensive, and there is no run. So 281 for 2.
Mentioned earlier the results already achieved in Division 1 today. Middlesex beating Warwickshire by 8 wickets, Essex beating Hampshire by 6 wickets, and Surrey looked to be on the brink of wrapping up victory against Somerset down at Taunton. Somerset now 9 down and still 48 behind.
So Leach balls to Salt. That's driven through the offside. Proctor will catch up with that at mid-off. And they come back for 2, 2, 8, 3 for 2.
Yeah, 154 for 9 Somerset now, so they're 44 runs away from making Surrey bat again. And if, as you say earlier, Scott, it looks very much, if assuming Surrey win that one, that it's going to be Surrey against, well, Surrey-Essex for the title, really. It's hard to see anybody else getting involved.
Leach to Salt. Salt turns us to mid-wicket, no run. Looks that way, doesn't it? Increasingly looking like a bit of a two-horse race. Lancashire have played, they've played 9, Lancashire. Essex have played 11, so they do have that game in hand, but they're 66 points behind in the minute. Essex and Surrey powering away at the top. A single here for Salt. Towards the square leg boundary, James Sales comes up to field. Salt gets 1, so he moves on to 21. 284 for 2.
And Middlesex, with that victory over Warwickshire, have climbed above Kent into 8th place in the table with 84 points from 10 games. Obviously Kent, the match against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge is ongoing. Northamptonshire bottom of the table also ongoing. There's a little glimpse of what's happening at Trent Bridge for who was on Lancs TV. Nottinghamshire batting a second time.
There's Leach balls to Bohannon. And that's turned away to the leg side for a single. 83 to Bohannon now, 285 for 2.
Nottinghamshire, I think, 14 for no wicket in their second innings against Kent, so they got a first innings lead of 34, so Nottinghamshire basically 48 for no wicket, 48 ahead. With all wickets standing, you would think that's actually going to be quite tricky to get a result there. Depends how enterprising Nottinghamshire are today, I suppose.
They have been. Stephen Mullany has been quite generous with his declarations in the past, hasn't he, this season? Leach to Salt. Has worked away off the pads out towards mid-wicket for a quick single. I think he's pinched the strike he has. It's the end of the over. So 70 gone. There will be a new ball due for Northamptonshire should they wish to take it in 10 overs time. 286 for 2. Salt has 22. Bohannon on 83.
It's almost a bit of a lost art, isn't it? The sort of timing the declaration in 4-day cricket. It becomes much less important than it was in the days of 3-day matches when captains, counties needed captains that could judge a declaration and get it right. Here's Russell starting his 18th over, round the wicket from this Brian Statham end, and that's clubbed away by Phil Salt. It beats the diver Proctor at mid-off and it runs away for another boundary. 290 for 2. Lancashire. It was ball just short of a length and it was cracked away and again hit very hard by Phil Salt. Despairing dive by Luke Proctor. We've seen a few of those from the Northamptonshire fielders today. 3 notably from Emilio Gay just after the players went out again. At 2 o'clock is Russell in again. That's a horrible drag down, and in fact he's rather got away with that. It's pulled away down to deep backward square and it's only going to cost him a single as it's fielded down there by Sam Whiteman. One more to Salt, who goes to 27, 291 for 2, but that was a halfway down from Alex Russell. He hasn't bowled many of those, but I say he'll feel happy, I think, that he got away with that. Here's Russell in again. That's much better. Flighted up, but still driven away through extra cover by Josh Bohannon. And, well, we were talking earlier about a baptism of fire for Alex Russell in Championship cricket. This is his 3rd game, and he's bowling against some of the best batters in the country. And that was a handsome shot from Phil Salt. Just a bit of adjustment from Russell. He was intent on getting it up there, having bowled a half track of the ball before. But Salt well, Bohannon rather, just slotting it away through extra cover for 4. Takes Josh Bohannon up to 87. So 13 short of his 100, and it's 295 for 2.
It's a lovely shot, isn't it?
That was a handsome shot. Just pick the gap perfectly. There's an extra cover and a mid-off, and Bohannon finding the gap between the two of them. Is Russell in again. Flights that up on leg stump, turned round the corner by Bohannon. And he's going to pick up a single. Sam Whiteman comes in off the boundary in front of the Old Hotel. And they're through for 1. Bohannon to 88, 296 for 2. 2 men back on the boundary on the leg side as Russell's in again. That's again short of a length, turned away out through mid-wicket. But Justin Broad again giving a little bit of extra protection for Russell. Comes in off the boundary. It's 1 more to Phil Salt. He goes to 28, 297 for 2. So Lancashire on the threshold of a second batting bonus point. There's Russell in bowl short again, pulled out to deep mid-wicket by Josh Bohannon for another single, fielded out there by Justin Broad. 1 more onto the total, and that's the end of the over. 298 for 2. Bohannon 89. Salt is 28, and these two have already put on 42. And they've only been together, see how many overs. They've been together 6 and a bit overs. So
yeah,
only going at 7s.
Yeah, well, there's a touch of the old basketball, but there isn't actually, is there? There's no slogging involved.
Not at all.
It's just good, positive cricket. Everybody's run well. The Bohannon-Wells partnership, I thought the running between the wickets was probably the pick of their partnership. Actually, there's some gorgeous shots in and around it, of course, but yeah, it's just really sensible, positive cricket. Forward goes Bohannon, takes a single out towards deepish point. Moves on to 90 now, so 299 for 2. Of course, it's not just potentially putting Lancashire into a position where they could try and force pressure tomorrow. It's also accumulating batting bonus points along the way as well. They run away from another one here. They've already picked up 1.
Well, they've got plenty of time to get through for the maximum if they just keep on at this rate of strike. Justin Broad warming up as well, so you might see a bit of his trundle.
Leach to Salt. Let's run down to backward point. He comes back for 2. That does bring up the 300 for Lancashire. Move on to 301 for 2. Salt moves on to 30.
Justin Broad bowls what we used to commonly term dibbly-dob. Little sort of medium-paced dobbers, but not the worst. Picked up a couple of wickets in the previous game.
Do love the phrase dibbly-dobblers. Completely underused.
It is, isn't it?
We need more dibbly-dobblers. There's Leach to Salt. That's hammered back over his head. It's emphatic by Salt out towards the pavilion.
That's frightening.
All the way for 6. Salt moves to 36.
That is just such a clean hit, isn't it? That's a wonderful shot from Phil Salt. 1 step down the pitch. There we go. Half a dozen. And an obliging gentleman in the seats just had to come across to retrieve the ball about 5 rows back, just to make life a little bit easier for Jack White, who I don't think particularly fancied clambering over the boundary boards.
I mentioned before, T, and that's the 50 partnership too, from 51 balls. I mentioned there might be a few fireworks. It could be quite an awkward final session, quite a bruising final session potentially for Northamptonshire.
As though 155 in 32 overs in the afternoon wasn't bruising enough.
Yeah, true. Leach to Salt. That's swatted out towards the onside. He'll get 4 more. It's gone behind square. Salt moves on to 40 in the blink of an eye, really. He's only faced 26 deliveries. Partnership's tore its way up towards the half-century. Licence for Salt. Danger for Northamptonshire here. 311 for 2. And that deficit now just 31. It's been a pretty emphatic performance with the bat today by Lancashire in the time that they've had to get out there and try and move the game on. Guided away down to Justin Broad at short third, and he's through for a single, moves to 41, 312 for 2.
Well, it's just worth taking a moment, isn't it, Scott? Just giving an idea of how superbly these Lancashire batters have played today. When we were talking before, just downstairs in the press box and chatting about how the day might pan out when we knew when we were starting, we were saying, well, if Lancashire scored 4 and over, they could be 40 or 50 ahead by tonight. Well, the way things are going, it could be a good deal more than that.
Yeah, it's been just about the perfect performance with the bat. So Bohannon drives away through the offside. I think Whiteman will get around and complete the fielding. He does. Bohannon comes back for 2. So he's 92 not out. And Lancashire are 314 for 2.
I did enjoy the sort of perfunctory examination of the ball after Phil Salt had landed that one 3 rows back. Or probably more than 3 rows back. They sort of tossed the ball to Graham Lloyd to have a little look at it. Had it gone out of shape, bearing in mind that the second new ball is due imminently, and he sort of in 8 overs time, and he just sort of took one look at it and tossed it back to get on with it. You don't really want a new one, do you, at this stage? Well, judging by the ones that they got early that we saw before tea in the silver box downstairs, they looked a couple of dogs' balls in there, weren't they? Really, so they. Probably better off with what they've got. 314 for 2. Russell to continue. Bowling his 19th over. With a slip in place. Round the wicket. Aiming for those footmarks. But on driven by Phil Salt up to safe Zabe for a single. And it's Ricardo Vasconcelos, I think, who is off the field. And I just think that we saw that one that landed just in front of him before tea. Looked to hurt his hand and also probably hurt his shin as well. No, he's off the park at the moment. So Emilio Gay is in at slip short, pulled away by Josh Bohannon, down to deep backward square for a single. Bohannon to 93, Lancashire to 316 for 2, and so Gay is in there at slip instead of Vasconcelos and George Weldon out on the field at extra cover with 66 on his back. Devil's number. Here's Russell, and it does find the footmarks. It bounces. It's nudged round the corner by Phil Salt, and Bohannon very, very quick and alert to the fact that I think Jack White on the 45 was just a little bit on his heels. Called him through for a quick single. Salt to 43, 317 for 2. Russell in bowling 2. Bohannon turns it out, that rarity at the moment, a dot ball. Fielded by Dom Leach at mid-wicket. A little bit of blue sky over in the distance.
Steady on.
Oh, I know. Over towards the north. Flighted nicely up by Russell, again played out to Leach at mid-wicket. Stays at 317 for 2, just 25 runs behind. Justin Broad still limbering up, so whether he's been given the nod or whether he's just trying to catch the captain's eye, I'm not sure. Swept away by Bohannon. Down to deep backward square. They're going to come back for 2, and that again is really good running. It's excellent running. Sam Whiteman was quickly to the ball, but again they set themselves to go for 2 straight away, and it takes Josh Bohannon to 95. Phil Salt is 43, 319 for 2 at the end of the over. Russell's figures 19 overs, 0 for 120.
Yeah, continues to be just a really impressive performance, isn't it, today with the bat for Lancashire in terms of trying to push the game on, trying to get yourselves into a position where you can maybe put the opposition under pressure. It's been really clever batting. It's barely been a risk taken either.
That's right.
Some gorgeous shots and good running, and it's put the pressure right back onto Northamptonshire, and it could be a tough evening session, this. Salt takes a single. In fact, he might come back for 2. No, he wanted to, and I think they're probably wise that they didn't. He was sent back by Bohannon. He just pushed it into towards the offside. It's a sensible call, I think, not to come back for that second. But again, it's just a sign of the intent. Salt running through, going through for 1, turns, thinks about another one, and there isn't one there, but just the intent shown. It's not like just jogging casually through for a single.
Test match England all out for 283. And Australia have just started their reply, 11 for no wicket after 3.
Leach from the Anderson end, 320 for 2. Ball's a short ball to Bohannon, who ducks underneath that. Through to Lewis McManus.
Chris
No run.
Wokes, I think, was last out for 36. Yeah, last out to Mitchell Stark, who finished with 4 for 82, 2 for Hazelwood, 2 for Murphy, 1 each for Cummins and Marsh. I think Australia dropped a few chances today as well, were they? Talking to our colleagues downstairs, who've probably been watching it a little more closely.
Leach for Northants sets off and balls to Bohannon. Bangs it in short and wide. Bohannon looks to try and pull it. McManus and Gay asking the question as to whether he's just got a little top edge on that. As they perhaps asking more in hope than expectation. We're just wondering whether there's a little toe end of the bat perhaps off Bohannon, but shake of the head from umpire Lloyd, who remains on 95. Leach halfway through his 14th over. 1 slip waiting. Here's Leach balls. That's hooked by Bohannon towards Sales on the square leg boundary. Takes him on to 96. Pushes the score on to 321 for 2. 21 runs behind Northamptonshire. Salt, who's 44 from 30. 4 fours and a 6. Absolutely terrific 6. It was thumped back over the bowler's head just a few deliveries ago. Leach come over the wicket to Salt. Just nips back in a little bit, tries to flick it away to the leg side. And there is no run. So just 2 off the over so far. New ball due in 6 overs time. There's a case to take it. There's an argument not to, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just wondering, I mean, the way things are going, nice new hard ball. I suspect Josh Bohannon and Phil Salt wouldn't mind that at all.
One for Luke Proctor to ponder as he natters away to his bowler. Loops back round and sets off again with the pavilion behind him. Deep mid-wicket, fine leg, deep point, short third. It's a full ball which Salt gets forward to. Strikes it away into the offside. Well done at cover fields. No run. Completes the over. 321 for 2. And the partnership between Salt and Bohannon. 65 off 66 balls.
As we were talking earlier about the fact that Essex have obviously already won and Surrey look as though they're going to, although it's a bit of tail end resistance from Somerset at the moment down at Taunton, thanks to Craig Overton, who's 28 not out, 175 for 9, but they're still behind. And 1 or 2 Northamptonshire supporters taken to Twitter to point out that Northamptonshire play those top 2 sides in the last 2 games of the season at the Oval, and then Essex at Northampton. So, yeah, as you mentioned earlier, Northamptonshire could have a say in the destination of the Championship title, but not quite in the way that they would have been hoping. And we are going to see a bit of Justin Broad. I thought we might. I say he's been limbering up for a while. He's finally taken his shin pads off, I think for the first time today. Picked up a couple of wickets in the previous match against Somerset. And now he's running into bowl from the Brian Statham end, with no close catches, field well spread, and turned away by Josh Bohannon for a couple. He goes to 98. It's 323 for 2. And Scott, talk him through.
Yeah, it will be, if he gets there, his second of the season. And he reached 108 a little earlier on this summer. 98 from 140 balls.
Broad's big wicket in the previous match was James Rue when he was going for his 1,000, and he got him out, caught behind off the toe end of a near wide. But they all count.
They do. Keeper standing up for Broad. Bohannon off the back foot, flicks the ball away to backward square leg just for a single. So Takes his total to 99, 324 for 2.
And it was just when I was saying at that point on commentary, I'm not quite sure, because I think they'd just taken the new ball. I think it was about 7th or 8th over in with the second new ball, and he was bowling, and I said I really can't understand quite why Justin Broad is bowling this early with the second new ball, because he gets Lewis Gregory out. So it proves yet again what I know. Here's Salt on strike, turned away out into the onside for a single, so gives the strike back to his chum, who's on 99. Josh Bohannon. Salt to 45, 325 for 2.
Can Bohannon become the second centurion of the day? We've seen Wells reach 119. Here comes Broad to Bohannon. He drives on bounce, stopped by Broad off his own bowling. And there is no run. 325 for 2. Lancashire's leading run scorer this season, Josh Bohannon, 3rd on the list in Division 1. Enjoying another excellent year with the bat. It's pulled to mid-wicket, and this will get him through for 1. And that's a century for Josh Bohannon, his 2nd of the summer. Top of the charts for Lancashire with runs scored in the Championship this season. He leads the way for the Red Rose. It's his 2nd ton of the campaign. 100 from 143 balls, 9 fours and a 6. It's 326 for 2, and Bohannon joins Wells, reaching a century today.
Well, as we say, Northamptonshire know all about Josh Bohannon. He basically batted Lancashire to victory at Wantage Road last year at the end of a cracking game of cricket. And this afternoon he's just been positive, full of intent from the very first ball. And there's another boundary. First ball after the century to Phil Salt, who just opens the face, runs it down to 3rd man. There is no 3rd man. And it's another boundary for Lancashire and for Phil Salt. It's 330 for 2. Lovely flick of the wrist there for Salt, propelling that one down to the front of the point, which is empty today, it must be said. 330 for 2 at the end of the over. Salt is 49 off just 34 balls. And Bohannon not out on 100. Umpire Graham Lloyd looking suitably pensive. Checks his little calculator to work out how many balls there are to go in the over, and it's a start of a fresh over from Dom Leach. 14 overs for 72 on debut.
And he comes to the Centurion Bohannon. That's run down to Broad. Broad kind of halfway back to the 3rd man boundary. Bohannon gets through for 1. 101 not out. 331 for 2.
But if you saw, that was great from Bohannon. He played the ball down there, and he was just sort of obviously giving himself a moment and absorbed the 100. And suddenly saw Phil Salt galloping down towards him, and had to. And he just held up his hand and said, "Yeah, okay, there was one there, but." It's just all energy, isn't he, Phil Salt? What an innings this has been. 49 off 34.
He's raced up to this, hasn't he? Waiting for Leach. That's pulled out to square leg. That will bring him a half century. A 50 off 35 balls for Phil Salt. 5 fours and a 6. He's been in terrific red ball form for Lancashire since coming into the Championship side after the blast finished and his IPO duties were completed. He's hit the ground running in the white ball and the red ball. He's got centuries in the Championship and another 50 to his name as well.
Averaging nearly 44, wasn't he, going into this innings? Terrific stuff.
3rd 50 in 5 games. Short and pulled again. Away towards backward square leg. Sails as well. Pushes the ball away from the rope. Bohannon comes back for 2. 103 not out. 334 for 2.
And signalled as one for the over by umpire Lloyd. I'm not sure if this is must be a deliberate ploy, I suppose. But we said yesterday Dom Leach looked much better when he was pitching the ball up. When he drops it short, he's not quite quick enough, I think, on a good pitch, which this is still, to trouble good quality batters. And I'm afraid his figures are slightly reflecting that so far. Here
comes Leach to Bohannon. That That's a little clip away down to fine leg, where Zabe fields. Bohannon moves on to 104.335 for 2.
I think Northamptonshire will probably be, the way things are going, quite glad when the One Day Cup does start, which for them will be at Cheltenham on Friday, a week tomorrow. Nice place to start, though, of course.
Yeah, lovely little trip, that, isn't it?
Here is Leach running in again to bowl to Salt, who swings that away down towards long leg. There is a man back there, so it's only going to be a single. Salt to 51.336 for 2.
1 ball left of the over, and then potentially 4 until a second new ball becomes available. But I think it's a bit of a conundrum, that, for Luke Proctor. I don't think it's a certainty that they would take a new ball. Make a case for and against it, I reckon. But I'm waiting for Leach, who sets off again. Slower ball, I think, attempted. It came out as a full toss, which Bohannon flicks off his hip out towards mid-wicket, where Russell fields, and there's no run. A few shoulders drooping for Northamptonshire. It's understandable. It's been a torrid few hours for them since we got underway at 2 o'clock. Lancashire have absolutely bossed it today. Just 6 runs behind now at 3-3-6 for 2. And these two have added 80 runs so far from just 77 balls for this third wicket partnership. Yeah, Lancashire in charge of the match at the minute. They've had a really good day so far. They've pushed their total on to 336 for 2 in their first innings. Now trailed by just 6 runs. A century for Luke Wells and an unbeaten 104 for Josh Bohannon. Lancashire 336 for 2, trailed by 6. Luke Proctor in conversation with Justin Broad, who's got a rather daunting prospect of sending down this next delivery towards Phil Salt, who's 51 not out. Here's Broad in and balls to Salt. It's turned up to mid-on, where Ricardo Vasconcelos fields with his thumb bandaged up by the looks of it.
Yes, he looks as though he's had a bit of needed a bit of work there. It was that one, wasn't it? Well, it wasn't a chance. It landed in front of him and seemed to sort of simultaneously go from thumb onto shin, both of which appeared slightly painful at the time, but at least he's back on the park anyway.
3-3-7 for 2. Broad to Salt. That's cut down to third man. It's a really good shot. Apologies, Bohannon, who comes back for 2. He moves on to 106. Score moves on to 339 for 2. 3 behind now, Lancashire. Keeper standing up. We've got third man and a fine leg and a deep square and a deep point. Broad over the wicket. And Bohannon from the hips pulls the ball out towards square leg. Sam Whiteman fields on the boundary. Bohannon moves to 107. 340 for 2. Salt back on strike. There's Broad again. To Salt. That's a single. To square leg. 341 for 2. A reminder that Lancashire started at 2 o'clock this afternoon, trailing by 221 runs.
Well, I was just looking up, excuse me, the Northamptonshire made their 342 in 116 overs. Lancashire, well, 1 away from that in the 77th. So nearly 40 overs difference. Broad
to Bohannon. Another single. They've just chipped away all through the course of this innings. Little push and goes. They've worked the gaps. They've run hard. They've littered their innings with some beautiful stroke play as well. But just sensible cricket, just rotating the
That's
strike.
exactly the thing, and it proves you don't have to go mad and go aerial all the time to score quickly.
342 for 2 broad to Salt. That's a forward defensive. And there is no run. End of the over. The scores at the minute are level. Lancashire on the brink of taking a lead. 342 for 2, 53 to Salt, 108 to Bahanam.
I think the only sort of fly in the ointment as far as Lancashire are concerned at the moment might be the light. It's a, you know, at the moment I would say it's fine with the floodlights on, but it is a little bit gloomy. I don't know how much brighter it's going to get. I say it looks brighter over to the north. Just a little bit of, say, the odd patch of blue sky over the back of the old pavilion and over the back of Trafford Town Hall and the other Old Trafford. I gather it's a footer ground, isn't it, over there?
Association football.
So somebody tells me. But over Emirates Old Trafford here, it is a little bit gloomy. It is Saif Zaib who's going to come back into the attack from the Anderson end. He bowled 6 overs, 1 for 24. Picked up the first wicket yesterday, that of Keaton Jennings, LBW, missed reverse sweep just before he came off for the rain. But the scores, as Scott mentioned, level. The field, as the great John Arlott would have said, disappeared, was it sent into distant fields, as they used to say about Victorian missionaries. 342 for 2. Here is Zaib, round the wicket, bowls short to Bahanam, who clubs it back down the ground, where Proctor at mid-on fields. So Lancashire are ahead. 343 for 2, and they've gone ahead in exactly, because that was 77 overs and 1 ball, 39 overs less than Northamptonshire took to get 342, which gives you an idea of just how rapidly they've been scoring. Here's Zabin again, bowls to Salt. He just plays that back down the pitch off just a little hint of a leading edge. It goes safely enough past Zaib. Up to long off for 1. Salt to 54. 344 for 2. Zaib 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. Drives Bahanam up to long off, where the numberless Dom Leach fields in front of the hotel, and 1 more onto the total. 345 for 2. Bowling to Salt, who again drives up to long off, almost a carbon copy of the previous delivery. Leach again coming off the boundary to field. 346 for 2. Salt to 55. Just the point that Scott was making. 4 singles off the over. Zabin again short, cut away by Bahanam. Might do a little bit better than 1 here. I think they're going to get 2, as it beats the man at extra cover, runs out towards the boundary. And Whiteman tidies up. Bahanam to 112, 348 for 2. Vasconcelos, I'll say, usually in at slip, where he just injured his thumb earlier, now finds himself at extra cover. And that's again back of a length, punched up to Leach at deep mid-off for another single. Last ball of the over. Well counted again, Josh Bahanam. 113 not out to him, 55 to Phil Salt. And they've taken 7 off the over with absolutely no violence at all, just knocking the ball around. It's really good cricket. 349 for 2, 113 to Bahanam, 55 to Phil Salt. And these two have now put on 93 runs in just a touch under 15 overs. That's 6s, isn't it?
I think they're quite enjoying it, aren't they, as well, by the looks of it?
Well, Josh is talking his partner through it. Yeah, it's just going to like that one. Then the odd one will go there.
He's had a good year again, hasn't he, Josh Bahanam? Since he came into this Lancashire team, really, he's been on pretty much an upward curve.
He's got to be looked at, hasn't he, at some point?
Well, I suppose so, yeah. I think so. I think he fits into that type of player that they're looking for. I suppose the only thing that really is that he might admit that he's not turned 50s into hundreds that often, perhaps, or more often than he would have liked. That's pulled away towards the mid-wicket boundary. will come back for 2. But I suppose that's what they're looking for, aren't they? Kind of players that are going to get 4 or 5 or 600s in a season. I don't know, you know.
Well, but that I think traditionally that's always been what they were looking for. But now, I mean, they seem to be looking far more for sort of impact players, don't
strike
they?
rate rather than,
So
he's a fine player.
Yeah,
and
he
he's got to be, you know, in that kind of conversation. Really, it's not a. I say he's been pretty much consistently doing this now since he came into Lancashire's team. In 2018, I think, his debut. Sales sends in a short ball to Bahan, he ducks underneath it onto his backside.
Got grass on his back now. Quick brush off, he'd be all right.
3-5, 1 for 2. Another batting bonus point as well for Lancashire, with the 2 off the first ball of this over. 115 not out. It sails to Bahanam. Dragged out towards deep square.
He's absolutely livid with himself that he's missed out with that. He's only got a single. Smacking the back of his bat. It did sit up nicely, didn't it?
Yeah. And stepped to the leg and pulled it out towards a square leg boundary. Anything a fraction in front of square is probably 4. 352 for 2. Salt on strike now. Here comes Sales to Salt up off his toes and defends back down the pitch, and there's no run.
I mean, his career record, Josh Bohannon, coming into this match, 62 matches, just shy of 3,700 runs, average 44.42, 700s, 19 other innings past 50, strike rate 51, which is okay in red ball. High score of 231.
Not bad, that, is it?
Not bad numbers.
Sales to Salt. Oh, he's created an avenue for a shot there. Step to the leg side. Sales followed him, I think, a little bit. Still managed to work it down towards the third man boundary. Moves on to 56, 3-5, 3 for 2. So the last, a decent chunk of those runs are batting at 3 as well.
Yeah.
He's kind of had this position at 3 now for quite a few seasons, having been a little bit in the middle order to begin with. When he first broke into the team, that's understandable. Batting at kind of 5 or 6 for a season or so. Looks settled at 3. Off the back foot this time. Pulls it down to fine leg for 1 run. Moves on to 117, 354 for 2 at the end of the 79th over.
And it's as you say, Scott, I mean, just looking at his season by season, came into the Lancashire side, as you said, 2018, played 5 games and was averaging 32. Since then, you know, 2019, 11 matches, averaging 52. Obviously, the 2020 was the short and truncated season, but 2021 averaging just shy of 49. 2022 averaging 40. But I say, got a double 100 and that very good. Got 3 centuries and a very good 100 at Northampton, which won the game. And then this year, as you said, averaging just shy of 48. So he's been very, very consistent over the last 3 or 4 years.
Yep.
It's just interesting. You look at the figures and it just makes you realise. You watch him play and you think this guy can bat, and he's driven that first ball of the new over from save up to long off for a single. Bohannon to 118, 355 for 2. But you look at the numbers and just see just how consistently he's been doing it in the last 3 or 4 English first-class seasons. Here's Zabe, cut away by Phil Salt. Again, wonderful wrist work. It's running down towards deep backward point. And Sam Whiteman tracks round the boundary, and they come back for a couple, and that is the century partnership of just 98 balls between Phil Salt and Josh Bohannon. Those 2 runs taking Salt to 58, 357 for 2. Here's Zabin, fires that one in quicker, and Salt playing it up to mid-on, where Proctor fields. He goes to 59, 358 for 2. Salt signalling the dressing room for something, not sure what. Here's Zabe, round the wicket again. quick and flat. Pushed up to mid-on. Sharp single to Proctor at mid-on, but Proctor didn't pick the ball up cleanly. And to be fair, Bohannon is so quick behind between the stumps that I think he would have got home anyway, even if Proctor had picked up and shied at the stumps, but he didn't. 119 to Bohannon, 359 for 2. We're in the 80th over, so 2 more balls. The second new ball will be available, but as we were discussing a few moments ago, whether Northamptonshire decide to take it. Here's Zabe in again on leg stump, turned out to Jack White at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Lewis McManus just suggesting maybe that Luke Proctor gives it a few paces at mid-on. Can't think they're trying to give Phil Salt the single somehow. And that's a beauty to finish the over for Safe Zabe. It beat the outside edge of Salt's defensive bat, goes into the gloves of Lewis McManus. It's the end of the over, 359 for 2. Bohannon is at 119, Salt is 59. Now Luke Wood is coming on the pitch with all manner of accoutrements. Sweaters, gloves, jumpers, towels. The umpires meanwhile are having a chat out in the middle. Whether one of them has got the new ball or not, I don't think Northamptonshire have actually taken it. Whether they're thinking maybe about the light.
Yeah, well, if they want to get off, it might not be a bad shout to take it and get the quicks back on, because that might just start to get the umpires a little bit twitchy, because it's not great light.
It's not. I mean, I suppose the thing is, from Northamptonshire's point of view, who's going to take it? I mean, James Sales is on at the moment, Jack White. Dom Leach has had a little spell and basically travelled a little bit. I'm not sure who else is, in this particular Northamptonshire side, who else is going to be around to take the new ball. Anyway, Luke Wood has achieved his mission. And he's trotting off with almost as much kit as he seemed to come on the field with, but not fit at the moment, is he, Luke Wood? He's ruled out.
Yeah, I think he ruled out last week for a little problem or something. I'm not quite sure what it is. Sails to Bohannon, it's short and it's pulled. It's pulled for 4. I don't think either fielder on the leg side boundary picked that.
I don't think they did. And I mean, it was a short ball. It was hit very hard by Josh Bohannon, and as you say, there are 2 men out there. There's a deep backward square. In fact, there are now 3 men out there. Can't believe this, can you? 80 overs, and we've got 4 on the boundary on the leg side,
yeah.
4 back.
It sails to Bohannon, cracks it through the offside instead by just giving himself a little extra room. There's a cover fielder just in broad. Come back for 2. Lancashire might be thinking they might not have long left here to try and score. It just 1 or 2 nervous glances between the 2 umpires with regards to the light. The floodlights are on. You can see shadows cast from the players from the floodlights. So it's a little bit borderline, I reckon. His sails to Bohannon. It's a full toss. Bohannon drives away towards point where Broadfields. Moves on to 126. 366 for 2.
Well, there are still 22 overs left after this one, in theory at least. Cannot believe this field. Fine leg on the boundary, deep backward square on the boundary, and effectively 2 deep mid-wickets, separated by, what, about 15 yards, 20 yards maybe?
Sails over the wicket to Salt. Flashed away through the leg side. And up come the fielders from that leg side boundary. Salt turns and runs too, because it's a big old boundary, and Vasconcelos, who's probably 10 yards away from the rope, by the time he's got to the ball, Salt can turn and add 2 more to his total.
Somerset have at least avoided an innings defeat against Surrey. 204 for 9. It's a bit of a late flourish from Craig Overton, but so they're now 6 runs ahead, so at least they won't lose by an innings.
3-6-8 for 2. Sails to Salt, short. Maybe shapes to try and uppercut it through to the keeper.
You would think in these circumstances, if there are safety issues, and it's what the law say about it being dangerous or unreasonable, isn't it? The light. At the moment, I think the fielders are in far greater danger than the batters.
Final ball of the oversail sets off from the Statham end. Balls to Salt. It's clipped down towards White, who comes up from the fine leg boundary. Salt is through for a single, so he keeps the strike. The score moves on to 369 for 2. Salt on 62, Bohannon on 126. Lead of 27.
And those viewers watching on Lancs TV, if you look to the left of your picture, and we're sort of looking at it here in real time, it does look a little bit brighter over to the west, where the weather is coming from. So, you know, hopefully that is the case, and it just gives the umpires maybe enough latitude to keep the players on. Certainly, the very last thing that the batters want to do is come off, because they are having an absolute ball, and the umps are going to have another chat, I think.
Well, I think
they've just taken the new ball, because the old ball has just been rolled off. Jack White is at the end of his mark. Oh, I think it was that they were just going to hand over the... I think James Middlebrook had got the new ball, and he's just handing it over to Graham Lloyd, who has brandished it to the scorers. So the new ball has been taken after 81 overs, 369 for 2. And Graham Lloyd, I think, was suggesting that wasn't quite sure why the Northamptonshire 12th man was on. I think was in very, very polite terms suggesting there didn't really need to be anybody else on the park at this point. Gus Miller, Northamptonshire's 12th man. There he is. He's watching on Lancs TV. Augustus Horatio Miller.
Outstanding.
Jack White it is, armed with the second new ball. And, well, so often we say this year, risk of sounding like a cracked 78, that he really has been Northamptonshire's pick for pretty much the whole of this campaign, coming into this match with 29 wickets, and has worked very, very hard. Captain's dream, you'd think. Here is White then, armed with the second new ball, bowls to Phil Salt, and he's off the back foot, punching that down through backward point for 2. Again, really good running. It's a long old boundary down there, isn't it? Sam Whiteman quickly to the ball. At least the field, there are a few more fielders in Old Trafford now than there probably were about 10 minutes ago. 371 for 2. Lancashire 29 runs in front. Floodlights on. Light not great, but I would say playable at the moment.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Here is White. His rocking shoulders. Bowls to Salt, who has just picked that up. And has that gone all the way? No, first bounce, I think, for 4. Over mid-on. That's an extraordinary stroke from Phil Salt, who's come down the pitch. There we go, 2 steps down, and just bringing the bottom hand through, has clubbed that away over mid-on for 4. Luke Proctor, who's not exactly racing down there to retrieve it, it's probably fair to say, has retrieved it at length from the front of the old pavilion, hands it back to Jack White. 375 for 2. Salt to 68. And here's White in again. Bowls to Phil Salt, who's worked that one away over mid-wicket for 4 more.
It's outstanding batting.
This is just astonishing batting from Phil Salt. That was just a little bit short of a length. 1 step down, and this time, rather than hitting it straight over mid-on, he's played a very similar sort of bottom hand pick-up over mid-wicket this time, and Alex Russell, who's down there on the fence, didn't have that far to go and stood absolutely no chance of bringing that inside the rope. 379 for 2. So the second new ball has been greeted with a minimum of respect from Phil Salt, who is up to 72. Here's White in again, bowls to Salt, and that's on leg stump. It's worked down towards long leg. There is a man down there, James Sales, who sends in his return. So 1 more to Salt, 73 to him off 54 balls. 380 for 2. I don't know if anybody's thought about what the fastest century of the season is, but maybe Phil Salt knows. 380 for 2. So Lancashire today, bearing in mind they resumed at 121 for 1, they've scored, what, 259 runs so far. Here's White in, bowls to Bohannon, runs it down wide of Gay in the gully, and they've come back for 2 again. I mean, it looked like a sort of an amble single for a lot of batters. And Sam Whiteman can't quite believe that they've run 2 there, but they have, and they've not, you know, they've run it easily. 382 for 2. Northampton just being run ragged at the moment.
Yeah, and it's as much as that. As much as Salt's just clubbed 2 fours on the bounce. It's as much as that. Well, he's only hit in between the wickets.
You look at that. He's hit what, 73 or 54 balls, and he's only hit 6 and 7 fours. So 34 in boundaries. Amazing. White in again. Bowls to Bohannon. Got a little bit of bounce, and that's a terrific catch. And Bohannon's innings is ended by a moment of brilliance from Emilio Gay at second slip. It bounced a little bit on him. It took the sort of shoulder edge of the bat, and Emilio Gay launched himself to his right, took a superb catch at second slip. And that's just a terrific catch, almost fitting end to a marvellous innings from Josh Bohannon, who's gone for 128, caught by Emilio Gay off Jack White. It's 382 for 3, and as Bohannon leaves the field, he gets just a little pat of congratulation from Luke Wood, who's running on with a towel, I think, for Phil Salt. But a wonderful knock from Josh Bohannon, getting an ovation from around the ground, and rightly so. In fact, 1 or 2 of the spectators down there in front of the new terrace and bar giving him a standing ovation, and I think that's very well deserved. 128 for Josh Bohannon off 166 balls. Lancashire 382 for 3, and what a fantastic catch that was.
It's a brilliant catch. It's ended a brilliant innings. It's taken a really spectacular catch from Vasconcelos.
Vasconcelos, yes, I think I gave it to Emilio Gay. Sorry, it was Vasconcelos.
To get rid of Bohannon, leaping away one-handed to his right-hand side. Brilliant knock from Bohannon. Outstanding batting from Josh Bohannon. It's ended a partnership worth 126 runs between Bohannon and Salt. And Stephen Croft comes out to join Phil Salt. And they've got a bit of free rein here, Lancashire, haven't they? Goodness.
My eyesight really must be going if I can mistake Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's 5'5", with Emilio Gay, who's about 6'4". But anyway, there we go. It's been a long day. 382 for 3. And Scott goes off to update BBC Radio Lancashire for a moment. So 382 for 3 it is. There he is, Ricardo Vasconcelos. And that really was a seriously classy catch. So both wickets that have been taken by Northamptonshire today to slip catches by Vasconcelos off Jack White. The new batter is Stephen Croft, who's already taken a century off Northamptonshire's bowlers this year in T20 cricket, of course, earlier in the season. And that was the end of Jack White's over, so it's going to be Dominic Leach from this Brian Statham end with the new ball. Bowls to Salt, drives up to mid-wicket where Justin Broadfields, and there's no run. 382 for 3 it stays. Just give you the final statistics for Josh Bohannon. 128 off 165 balls with a 6 and 10 fours. Batted 3 hours 20 minutes. Played very, very well indeed. Here's Leach in again, bowls and driven by Phil Salt over the top of mid-off. 1, 2 bounces, 4 runs. 386 for 3. And that was in the slot for Phil Salt, who just hit through it. So a couple of bounces, crossed the rope almost directly below our commentary position. Here at the Brian Statham end, 386 for 3. Salt to 77 off 56 balls. Here's Leach. Running away from us. Bowls to Phil Salt. And that just nipped back a little bit off the seam. Played defensively by Salt. It just ran down for McManus behind the stumps to tidy up. The partnership between Salt and Bohannon was worth 126 runs, and they were together just a touch under 19 overs. That's getting a move on. Here's Lee Chin, short, pulled away by Salt. Has that gone 4 or 6? It's gone for 4. One bounce down to deep backward square. It was a short ball. It got pretty much what it deserved. And again, as we've said a number of times with Dom Leach already in this match, when he bowls short, it is just sitting up nicely. And Jennings and Wells took a fairly heavy toll of him yesterday. And again, when he drops short, he's disappearing. And that was the case again there. 9th boundary for Phil Salt. 9th 4, 6 as well. 81 not out. 58 balls. 390 for 3. And Lee Chin bowling on leg stump, and it hits Salt on the pad as he looks to whip that away down to square leg. And it is signalled a leg by umpire James Middlebrook. One more onto the total. 391 for 3. Somerset, I can tell you, have just been bowled out for 226 with Craig Overton, last man out, for 76, I think. 70, beg pardon. No, in fact, he was unbeaten on 70, and it was Shoaib Bashir who was last out, bowled by Jamie Overton for 7. Full length from Leach, that's better. And Stephen Croft plays it up to Proctor at mid-off. End of the over, 391 for 3. So Lancashire leading by 49. Salt is 81 not out. Stephen Croft yet to get off the mark. So Somerset 226 all out. Craig Overton not out 70 off 63 balls, including 5 sixes. So a fairly characteristic effort there from Craig Overton, but it was his twin Jamie who finished off the innings, bowling Shoaib Bashir for 7. So that means that Somerset have left Surrey needing just 29 to win and to go back to the top of the table ahead of Essex. But as we mentioned earlier, it does seem to be developing into a bit of a 2-horse race now at the top of the Division 1 table. It is definitely, well, I think so anyway, but as I say, with my eyesight, given its record this afternoon, I'm not entirely sure it's entirely trustworthy, my view of these things, but I think it's getting a bit brighter. As we did think it might.
Yeah, we did.
Here is White, bowling to Salt, who's pushing that out into the offside and fielded by Justin Broad, no run.
And it's, we mentioned about the speed of trying to get on with the game and get playing at 2 o'clock, which is pretty much the earliest possible chance we could play. And I think credit to the umpires. It was getting a bit gloomy, but they've said, you know what, let's just press on with it, just crack on a bit. Well, it looks like it might get a bit brighter. What's the point in coming off when it might get a bit brighter?
Well, I think it is. We saw, and we could see on the television pictures, so from the cameras just up on almost in front of us, that it was getting a little bit brighter over to the north. And Phil Salt has taken 2 steps down the pitch and has lambasted Jack White for another 4 over mid-on. And once again, poor Luke Proctor, there must be a sort of a well-trodden path now, because he has to trudge back to the boundary to retrieve the ball from the front of the old pavilion. Salt to 85 off 61 balls, 395 for 3. So we've had 119 runs in this session since tea in 15 overs. Wow. Proctor decides to stay back on the fence, which is probably a good idea, as White bowls to Salt, who goes for another big swing. This time it beats him on the inside edge, goes through to McManus, and there's no run. But the intention couldn't be clearer.
It's outstanding batting by Lancashire today.
Not if he stood there and waved a very large flag.
No.
It couldn't be any clearer.
No, it couldn't, no.
The bugle call was sounded some overs ago, I think, probably some couple of hours ago, probably.
From about 2 o'clock this afternoon, I think.
Yeah. Well, I say, 121 for 1 when we resumed at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Here's White in, bowls short, pulled away by Salt, and that's 4 runs. It's beaten the despairing dive of Saif Zaib down on the boundary. It's 4 more to Salt, 89 to him, 399 for 3. So Lancashire 1 run away from a 4th batting bonus point. So, as I mentioned there, 121 for 1 when we started play at 2 o'clock this afternoon, with 35 overs bowled. So we've had 48 overs in the day so far, and Lancashire have scored 278 runs in 48 overs. Good score in a 50-over match. Here's White in, on driven by Salt, but Proctor, as I mentioned, has decided to stay back on the boundary, which I think all in all is a very good idea. They come through for a single. It takes Salt into the 90s, and it brings up the 400 for Lancashire. 400 for 3, with 1 ball to go in the 84th over. And Emilio Gay is just signalling to his captain, do you want me to stay in at gully or retreat? And he says, no, stand your ground. So slip on a gully as White comes in to bowl to Stephen Croft, still looking for his first run. He's not going to get it there. He plays defensively back down the pitch for White to field. End of the over, 84 gone. It's 400 for 3, so Lancashire 58 runs ahead. Salt is 90, Croft yet to get off the mark, and we have another 19 overs to go.
If you look at the partnerships in this Lancashire innings, we've got, here we go, we've got Wells and Jennings, 114. Wells and Bohannon, 142, and Bohannon and Salt, 126. So the first 3 wickets all putting on century partnerships for Lancashire. So they've all backed up each other, really. It's been blistering and brutal and pretty bruising for Northamptonshire through the course of this 3rd day. That's Salt driving away through the offside. That's a very good stop by Russell. Extra cover, he hit that pretty firmly, did Phil Salt. He'd been hitting most things pretty firmly. And he remains on 90. 400 for 3. Ken Grime, who's downstairs in the press room, has just sent me a little list of fastest centuries for Lancashire. Leach is bowling to Salt, and that's deflected away to square leg for a single. To 91 to Salt, 401 for 3. So there's Ken. Hello, Ken.
There he is.
Ken's on Lancs TV. Give us a wave, Ken. There he is. He's just sent me a little email of fastest centuries for Lancashire. Now, he's not going to set a new record here, should he get to 3 figures, but he's joining a pretty limited list, as Croft, his forward in defence, is no run. Ian Austin got a 61 ball century against Yorkshire in 1991 at Scarborough.
Oh.
Andrew Flintoff got a 61 ball century against Gloucestershire in Bristol in 1999. And last year, Luke Wells got a 65 ball century against Yorkshire here in the 2nd innings of the match.
What was the one for Ian Austin again? How many balls?
61.
61.
So Austin and Flintoff hold the joint record for fastest centuries for Lancashire. In comes Leach and bowls. That's Croft off the back foot, trying to work it away to backward point. Sails fields, and there's no run. Salt's 91 from 66 balls.
Ian Austin, he gave it a biff, didn't he?
He did. He did. He was great fun to watch. I was kind of about when I started watching Lancashire. It was that kind of era.
I remember him, and I'll check his figures, but I think he gave Northamptonshire a bit of a run around with a ball, I seem to remember, in the 96 Benson and Hedges Cup final, which is Northampton's last or most recent one-day cup final at Lord's.
Leach to Croft, full ball, flicked away off his toes, away towards the leg side. He'll hurry back for 2. They might even flirt with 3. No, they just settle for a couple. Whiteman comes around to collect the ball, so Croft gets his first runs. 403 for 3 now. Lead by 61. Leach, 1 ball left of his 17th over. 89 runs against his name. He's plugging away. It's unforgiving task today for Northamptonshire ballers. Ball's full to Croft, who drives to mid-on. Safe Zabe Fields. No run. End of the 85th over. 403 for 3.
Yeah, Ian Austin, man of the match in the 1996 final. I do remember that one. Bowled beautifully. Lancashire made 245 for 9 in 50, which was, we thought was probably slightly over par, but you know it was gettable. Neil Fairbrother made 63. Michael Atherton 48 off 93 at the top of the order.
Blimey.
And proper cricket.
Yeah.
John Crawley 34. Saw John recently at Oundle School, where he's now teaching, and then Ian Austin roared in and knocked over David Capel, who was opening in one-day cricket at that time, and Alan Fordham very early on. Northamptonshire 10 for 2, never really recovered. He finished with 4 for 21 off 9 overs and 3 balls. Lancashire winning by 31 runs rather, and Ian Austin named man of the match. Last time Northamptonshire reached a Lord's final. Here's White into his 20th over, bowls to Salt, who's playing that respectfully back down the pitch. He's slowed up horribly now, isn't he? He's blocking it. 91 off 67 for Phil Salt, 403 for 3.
Well, the fastest century this season, obviously by any player in County Championship, is Jamie Smith, who got to, for Surrey, who got to 3 figures off 70 balls.
Got to 3 boundaries, really, hasn't he? Here's White in. Bowls to Salt, down the pitch, drives, but he's only going to get a single as it goes up to long off on the boundary. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is in the 4th over of the second new ball. 404 for 3, Salt to 92 off 68. Mind you, it was a decent Lancashire side in that final. Michael Atherton, Mike Watkinson, captain, Jason Gallion, John Crawley, Neil Fairbrother, Graham Lloyd, Warren Hegg, Ian Austin, Gary Yates, Glenn Chappell and Peter Martin.
Tremendous.
Not a bad side. Northamptonshire had their moment of glory in that competition in the semi, really, when they beat Warwickshire, which was a wonderful victory. Here's White in, bowls. Big appeal for LBW against Stephen Croft, and that has hit him, I fear, where it hurts the most, and he's down. He's not out anyway, says Graham Lloyd, but he's in a lot of discomfort, I'm afraid, Stephen Croft. That has hit him amidships.
Yes.
And he's down, and I think he's going to need a glass of water. And, well, I hope he's able to carry on, but he's in a bit of distress out there at the moment, unfortunately. Oh, yes.
Goodness.
Just watch that on the replay, and that is very, very painful indeed. I think we might be in for a bit of a lengthy delay here. It makes your eyes water, doesn't it?
Bring out some ice.
Yes. I'll just bring you up to date with what's happening elsewhere.
Yes.
I think we may just have a moment or two to spare. In the Test match, England 283 all out, as we mentioned. Australia 44 for no wicket in reply. In the Championship, as we mentioned, Nottinghamshire claiming a first innings lead of 34 against Kent at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire 68 for no wicket in their second innings. They're 102 runs ahead with all wickets standing. I suppose if Notts got to, again, move on tonight and tomorrow, not a similar situation to here, then they might be able to put Kent under a bit of pressure at the back end of tomorrow. Surrey are just about to start their, in fact they have just started their second innings against Somerset at Taunton. They need 29 to win, so one imagines they will polish that off readily enough today. If you're just joining us, just coming in from work and tuning in, then Middlesex have already beaten Warwickshire by 8 wickets, and Essex have beaten Hampshire by 6 wickets. Meanwhile, the Lancashire physio is out there just tending to the wants and needs of Stephen Croft. In Division 2, no play today at Scarborough, as we mentioned. Sadly, they've had a series. Luke Wood, of course, thinks it's hysterically funny.
Zero sympathy.
Yeah, Phil Salt sort of at least maintaining a reasonably serious expression, but
Stephen Croft's counting at the minute, and those two are laughing.
But Luke Wood just found it hugely entertaining. Poor Stephen Croft is not in a good way. Elsewhere in Division 2 at Derby, Derbyshire bowled out for 318 in reply to Glamorgan's 521 all out. They've enforced the follow on. Derbyshire 33 for no wicket in their second innings, so still 170 behind. As I mentioned, no play today between Yorkshire and Durham at Scarborough, where they did cop a fairly heavy storm earlier in the day. Stair rods, to quote our colleague Martin Emerson. And at Cheltenham, Worcestershire 406 all out. Gloucestershire in reply 168 for 4. With Ollie Price, I think it's a fine young cricketer, 60 not out, and he's had to work hard for those 60 not out of 149 balls down at Cheltenham. So you would imagine Surrey will polish that one off in fairly short order. Here, I fear we still have this delay. The two Northamptonshire 12th men, Gus Miller and George Weldon, are out there in the middle with drinks and what have you for the Northamptonshire fielders. The good news is that Stephen Croft is on his feet. For how long,
yes,
I'm not sure. But he does. That was an absolutely sick. That was the definition of a sickening blow, I think, that Stephen Croft has suffered there. But he's a doughty campaigner. He's on his feet and he's going to resume.
Yes, took a bit of time, but take as much time as you want, really.
Well, we did think it might be a bit of a lengthy delay with that one. As I say, it was that really was a horrible blow. But he's back on his feet. We can hear a plane either going into or out of Manchester International, but unfortunately the cloud is a little too low for us to be able to see it. Should have the app on really to see where it's going. When we're at Headingley this year, planes going into and out of Leeds Bradford International, and with Phil Rowe and I, co-commentator, got the app on to see where they were going from. Well, we're ready to resume, and it is Jack White bowling to Stephen Croft, who's onto the front foot and bravely playing that one back down the pitch for White to field off his own bowling. I mean, it is, it's one of those things that we always say, isn't it? It is the most appallingly painful, sickening experience, and all the reaction that you only ever get is hysterical laughter from teammates. I just think it's very amusing, but it's not nice. Slip in the gully as White is in bowling to Croft, and that one has kept a bit low. And Croft's almost down on his haunches to play that one.
Give him a break.
I was going to say, that's not what you want. 2 balls after what's just happened.
Man of Stevens vintage, he doesn't need this.
404 for 3. Perhaps is White exacting revenge for the century that Stephen Croft took off Northamptonshire in the T20 this year, of course. At Wantage Road, which again was a wonderful innings with Daryl Mitchell after Lancashire had been in a spot of bother early on. Here's White. And again to Croft, who takes a step down the pitch, plays that back to the bowler, and that's the end of a lengthy over in terms of time. 404 for 3 with Croft on 2. Salt is 92 off 68 and he's going to have the bowling, and Lancashire's lead now stretching up to 62.
Yeah, the bowling figures for Northamptonshire take a bit of rather painful looking, really, painful reading from a Northamptonshire point of view. A lot of numbers in the wrong columns there from a Northamptonshire point of view.
White and Proctor really are the only two that have emerged with any great credit so far. The rest have been a bit costly.
White 2 for 57 from 20 overs. Leach still searching for his first Northamptonshire wicket. He's got Salt on 92 not out. And here comes Leach to Salt. That's hammered back over the bowler's head, heading up towards the TV gantry. Well, it's a big blow for 6 to take him to 98 not out.
So he could equal it.
And he could equal the fastest century of the season, which belongs to Jamie Smith, reaching 3 figures for Surrey off 70 balls. Well, he's 98 off 69. It's a brilliant knock, this, by Phil Salt. in what has been a pretty brutal day for Northamptonshire.
And now I think we may have to change the ball. As the umpires are now having a look at it. So it clattered into, as you say, I thought it was coming up into here actually. It was
Yes.
it was a big hit. But now, let's have a look at that one. Oh dear, it's given it, there's a huge gash on it there. You can see, those watching on Lancs TV can see that there is a big gash there. And Graham Lloyd's got a lovely pair of little nail scissors there, aren't they? These. What do you reckon? No, that's all right. Get on with it.
Just squashed his finger into it, didn't he? Just, there you go, crack on. Well, there's a massive hole in it, umpire. Don't worry about that. Just crack on with it.
I think you could see the big gash where it exposed the leather. But so I think give the bowler a chance. Here you go.
Well, Salt's waiting. This could go anywhere. Instead, he just rocks back and pulls the ball calmly out towards square leg. Slower ball from Leach. Takes Salt to 99, 411 for 3. Brings Croft back on strike. Lead of 69. Could Lancashire declare tonight?
Oh, there's a thought. I must admit that hadn't crossed my mind. I suppose they could. They maybe want another 39 more to get to another batting bonus point. That would put them over 100 in front. Here is Leach in, bowling to Croft, who punches that up to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. Possibility, I mean, I suppose you go on the basis of what the opposition would like least.
That's very bad ball, isn't
And
it?
it is, yeah. And I just think it is. I must admit, I'd just be inclined to come back for an hour in the morning, assuming you've still got wickets in hand, and as I say, with the depth of batting that Lancashire have got, they could be what 150 ahead, an hour into tomorrow, maybe. Here's Leach. In again, bowls outside the off stump, gave Stephen Croft some width, and Stephen Croft does not need a second invitation to crack that away through point for 4. Over to the covers. That really was, I'm afraid, a ball that got precisely what it deserved. Croft goes to 6, 415 for 3, and that has brought up Dominic Leach's 100. In roughly the same number of overs that it took Alex Russell to get to his. He's in his 18th over, 0 for 100. He's having a laugh about it anyway. Not much else he can do in the circumstances, is there really? No. 415 for 3. Leach into bowl to Croft, and that's forced off the back foot, but this time straight to Alex Russell. An extra cover, and there's no run. Alex has still got the towel tucked in the back of his trousers. Not sure if that's a fashion statement or not. There we go. Looks like he sort of pinned the tail on the donkey, doesn't it? That you used to do at children's parties. 415 for 3. Here's Leach, short, pulled away by Croft, but just cloths it, doesn't time it, goes out to Justin Broad at mid-wicket, end of the over, 415 for 3. Croft is 90, is on the 6 rather, Salt is 99, and Lancashire now remarkably closing in on 300 runs in the day, and we are in the 60s. We've had 62, 61 and a bit overs actually in the day.
Yeah, it's extraordinary, isn't it? Just takes a bit of a reminder that they started at 2 o'clock, so 4 hours ago. They started 221 runs behind, and 73 in front now. It's been a cracking day for Lancashire. It's been a one to forget, really, for Northamptonshire after arguably one of their best days of the season.
Yes, absolutely. But you would say that those, there's not a big crowd in here, but those that have made the effort have seen something a bit special.
99 to Salt. Here's White to Salt. Beats him through to McManus, and there is no run. They brought the field up, so they're going to mid-off and a mid-on. The mid-wicket as cover, point, slip and a gully. And there are 2 on the leg side boundary. Deep square leg and a deep mid wicket. With that big empty party stand towering up behind James Sales. I say empty, there's one camera operator over there. Battling with the wind by the looks of it. White to Salt. It'll push into the offside. And there is no run. 4:15 for 3. Lead of 73. So yeah, there's 15 overs left in the day after this. 73 in front.
Well, if we get them all in, say Lancashire go at 5, and that's being fairly conservative the way things are at the moment. That's what, another 75 runs, nearly 500, 150, pushing 150 ahead.
White to Salt. He's waiting on 99. Just drops the ball in towards the onside. And there's no run. That one extra run's always the toughest to get, isn't it? On 99. It would seem.
Luke Proctor having a little bit of byplay there with his old teammate Stephen Croft as well, just suggesting that he sets off and he's got the ball in his hand.
Croft, who I think is quite grateful just to have a few extra moments at the non-striker's end, isn't he?
Glass of water for Mr. Croft.
Yeah, a few ice cubes. Wait again. As White comes in. And Salt down the pitch, hammers it back over the bowler's head. That's 6, I think, for Salt. It's certainly a century. He has got there with 6. His third 6. It's come off just 75 balls. It has been breathless and brutal and brilliant by Phil Salt. 4-2-1 for 3. An outstanding performance by Salt with the bat. 105 not out off 74 balls, 11 fours and 3 sixes.
Well, I tell you what, I don't think it matters who what your county affiliations are. This has been just a fantastic innings to watch. It's, as you say, he's had every shot in the book and quite a few that aren't. And it has been, I just feel very lucky to have been here to watch it, really, because it has been fantastic stuff.
Well, he brought his mid off and his mid on up, and Salt said, thank you very much.
Now they've all disappeared.
Now they're all back on the rope, yeah. Here's White to Salt. That beats him and through to the keeper, and there is no run. The lead pushing up to 79 with that 6.
And absolutely full credit to Jack White, because he's still running in and he's still giving it his all. And he has been, as we've said, I think sort of head and shoulders really above. But Luke Proctor bowled a nice little spell, didn't he, this afternoon? But over the course of the innings, Jack White's been the only one really that has been able to withstand this onslaught. But this has been truly, truly special from Phil Salt.
4:21 for 3, final ball of the over. It's down the leg side. It's a little deflection off the thigh pads. White almost pleading towards the umpire for a bit of relief for an LBW. Graham Lloyd says, I'm sorry, that's not out. It's the end of the over, 4:21 for 8.
Yeah, well, Phil Salt, as we said, just missing out on the fastest century of the season by a handful of deliveries, but look at that scorecard for Lancashire now. 3 centuries in the innings, still power to add. 119 for Luke Wells, 128 for Josh Bohannon, 105 not out for Phil Salt. And those partnerships telling you the story. 114, 142 and 126 for the first 3 wickets. And these two have already put on 39 at just over, well, a run a ball, 39 off 36 deliveries. And, well, Northamptonshire not with much of a response so far. As I say, the attackers always had a slightly experimental look to it with no Sanderson, no Taylor and no Keogh, but I don't think it necessarily would have mattered who was bowling today with Phil Salt in this mood. His Leach starting afresh over to Croft, plays it up to Zabe at mid-on and there's no run. Surrey meanwhile closing in on victory against Somerset down at Taunton. 16 for no wickets, they need another 13 to win. So that'll be 3 games finished. So that'll leave here and Trent Bridge. Still with some cricket tomorrow. Here's Leach. into his 19th over. Bowls to Croft, who aims a big swing over the leg side. Goes off a thick inside edge into the pad, rolls out on the offside, and Leach fields in his follow through. The field now was quite attacking by recent standards. They've got a slip in, a sort of deep gully stroke backward point, but they do have long leg on the boundary, deep backward square on the boundary, mid wicket in there saving one, mid on mid off extra cover, the man sweeping on the point boundary. And Leach turning down below us. And he's in, bowls to Croft. Turns it away on the onside. Certainly one. May think about two. They're going to come back for two and in fact make it easily. As Sam Whiteman comes round from his fielding position in front of the new hotel down to our right. 423 for three. Croft to 8. So Lancashire have now gone past 300 runs in the day. 302 they have scored. We've only been going since 2 o'clock. Here's Leach. Bowls again to Croft. Appeal for LBW from Lewis McManus, but from nobody else. It was definitely going down the leg side. 2 to go in the over, indicates umpire James Middlebrook to his colleague Graham Lloyd. So these two, so they've only came together in the start of the 83rd over. So they've been together 5 overs, nearly 6 overs, and they've already put on 41. Leach in again, bowls and driven straight back past him by Stephen Croft, and that's a beautifully timed stroke. And well, Dom Leach getting out of the way, and I think if he hadn't have done, he would have had at least one very sore shin, because Stephen Croft hit that very, very hard indeed, and it raced away to the boundary down below us. 427 for three. Croft to 12. Already hit 2 fours. Another aeroplane climbing off somewhere in the distance above the cloud as Leach is in, bowled short, pulled away by Croft. He's only going to get a single as it goes down to deep backward square, where Sam Whiteman, who's been down there most of the day, he will have had a very, very good view of the new hotel and the Hotchkiss Bar and Terrace down there to our right. And that's the end of another over. 428 for three. Croft is 13. Salt is 105. Dom Leach has bowled 19 overs for 107. And we have 14 overs left in the day. So it's going to be pushing 7 o'clock if we manage to get through.
It is, yep. Lancashire's lead will be, well, beyond 100. Luke Wells said last night that they didn't want to bat again. That would be their objective, not to bat again. Got that opportunity to try and keep going a little bit tomorrow morning if they want. Comes back into Croft, just angled down towards Vasconcelos at slip, and there's no run. It would be very 2023 if they were to declare tonight.
It would, wouldn't it?
It
yes. The trouble is, I suppose that maybe the light might then become a bit more of an issue. It's,
possibly,
you know,
yeah.
I don't know. I just think Lancashire have got so much time. There's still much time still left in the game.
Yep, yep. Leach to Croft. A little nudge away. Just in front of square. Up comes Sales from the boundary. Croft ticks along to 14. Score now to 429 for three.
I mean, we've got, what, 110 overs left in the match, potentially. If Lancashire batted another, say, the end of today and just for a little while tomorrow morning, going that they are at 6s, 549, 200, it could be 200 in front with 90 overs to go.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a nice state of affairs for them to be in.
White to Salt. Salt flashes the ball out towards the leg side, sails under it, takes a good catch. Ends an outstanding innings from Phil Salt. An absolutely brilliant innings from Phil Salt. Has gone for 105. And he's been caught by James Sales. It's a very, very fine catch by Sales. Went high towards that square leg boundary. But Salt, with a brilliant innings here, comes to an end. 105 off 77 deliveries. It's 429 for 4. Sales with a good catch coming up from the boundary, but the moment belongs to Salt as he heads off down below us. And takes an excellent round of applause from his teammates on the balcony. Brilliant knock by Salt. He's gone for 105.
Yep, nice to see Luke Proctor joining in the applause as well, and why wouldn't he? That was a very special innings from Phil Salt, and there the Lancashire players on the dressing room balcony applauding. And well, that was one that I think we'll remember for a long time. We'll be able to say that we were here. Lancashire 429 for 4, and I suppose, well, we were just talking about scoring rates and all the rest of it. It's now a question of the extent to which Lancashire can maintain that. But I mean, just a run a ball, as I say, 6 and over, would potentially mean, if they could keep that up tonight and first part of tomorrow, they could get Northamptonshire in with a lead of around about 200 and a very large chunk of the last day remaining, sort of 90 odd overs.
Yeah. On
a pitch that is already starting to do a little bit for the spinners. I'm sure Tom Hartley and Jack Morley will probably have quite a lot of bowling to do against a fairly battered and bruised side.
Yeah, that's the other factor, isn't it? You get pummeled around in the field, it's quite difficult to come out and bat, isn't it? I'm sure that kind of resistance and resilience to respond to it. And you always say when you're pummeled around a bit. Bell's the new batter. Hayes White to Bell, plays forward and defends, and there's no run. 429 for 4. Quite sure how George Bell follows that. I don't think you really can follow that, can you? Just get out there and do your thing.
After the Lord Mayor's show comes the dust cart, as they say. But, not that I'm likening George Bell to a dust cart, you understand, but yeah. I mean, the thing is, he doesn't need to do it. He just needs to knock it around. Because there are 6 and over there, as we've said, easily.
Plays forward and defence, calmly up to mid-off. No run.
And, you know, sad to say from a Northamptonshire point of view, with the exception of Jack White, who, and I'm just pleased to see him getting something in the wickets column. I know it was caught on the boundary, but he's got 3 for 64, and I think that's not unreasonable given the shift he's put in today and indeed throughout the whole season. But the rest of the attack, they can just sort of almost like play out Jack White and get runs at the other end.
White to complete the over to Bell. He was beaten. A little shuffle down the pitch and taken by the keeper. And there is no run. 429 for 4.
Partnership 47 in 8 between those two. So it's again just over 6 and over. Now, who's going to bowl? Is it still going to be Dom Leach? I don't think it is. Are we going to see a bit of... It is going to be Leach, I think. Are they going to keep him on? No, I think we're going to see a bit of twirl. I think it's going to be safe save. I thought Dom Leach looked as though he'd taken his cap, so it is going to be safe save to come back into the attack. Picked up the first wicket yesterday, which seems a very, very long time ago. I think is that the helmet coming out? Yes, it is. George Weldon bringing out a helmet for Justin Broad. So we have 13 overs left in the day. Helmet, in fact, for Lewis McManus, the keeper. You can see there. I would have thought that was a little bit optimistic to put a forward short leg in at this, given the present state of the game. But yeah, that would have been a little optimistic. Consultation between Zabe and Proctor. Perhaps a little easier than it was when Phil Salt was in, when they were thinking, right, one in Altrincham, one in Sale, one in Eccles. Move the man in Cheadle round a bit.
Yeah, it was a bit like that, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Here's Zabe, 8 overs, 1 for 36 so far, bowling from the Brian Statham end with a slip in, and it's nudged round the corner by Stephen Croft for 1. That's all there'll be. Emilio Gay almost colliding down there with his teammate, who's like a well-trained golfer replacing his divot. 430 for 4, just embroiled the fielder. So he just had to do a little bit of DIY green keeping. Brings George Bell onto strike, still looking for his first run. Just putting a little bit of pressure on the new batter. 5 in a ring, saving 1 either side, and plays that defensively back down the pitch for Zabe to field.
He's done a decent job, hasn't he, Zabe?
He has. He's again. When he bowls well, he can give you a bit of control at least. Played by Bell's just out into the covers. Sales fields, and there's no run. Was a good catch of James Sales's, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Especially given the circumstances and the battering that they'd endured in the last few overs. Here's Zabe in again and worked out into the onside by Bell, but can't get it past Vasconcelos, who was vacated slip position, which has now gone to Emilio Gay. Vasconcelos now in there at mid-wicket. Zabe in again, bowls to Bell, stretches forward, pushes it out into the covers, thinks about a single, but James Sales is probably the best arm in this Northamptonshire side, and he decides wisely, I think, not to take it on. It's just quietened down a bit. It's almost like a proper sort of normal cricket match now. Here's Zabe in, bowls to Bell, and he is going to get a single this time as he nudges it up to mid-on, where Dom Leach fields. Not only does he get a single, but he keeps the bowling. So Bell is off the mark with 1. Croft is 15. 431 for 4. Lancashire. So the lead is 89, and we have 12 overs left in the day. Just thought for a moment James Middlebrook might have been having a little look in the direction of Graham Lloyd, but not so. I don't think there's anything wrong with the light now. I really don't. I think this is playable.
I think it's okay, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. If we were a little bit further north, it would probably be cracking the flags. You can see a nice bit of blue sky over there now.
Yeah. It's well, it's been a little bit patchy at times, hasn't it, the light? But yeah, I think it's okay. It's white to Bell. It's turned out into the onside, and there is no run. 431 for 4, and Bell remains on 1. Surrey are 1 run away from victory at Taunton.
Sean Dixon bowling. I think that's the white flag, isn't it, really?
It probably is, yeah. Here, you see White turn, and he comes again. 3 for 64. Balls to Bell. Appeal for LBW there. The ball deflects out in towards the onside. There comes Sales up from mid-wicket to field. No run. Remains on 1. There's 1 slip in the gully.
And that's it. Surrey have beaten Somerset by 10 wickets down at Taunton.
Burns and Sibley seeing Surrey over the lines. That's a win that will put Surrey back top of Division 1. After a victory for Essex earlier today, beating Hampshire to move them momentarily to the top of the First Division table. White to Bell. Another appeal for LBW. Again, Bell trying to flash it towards the leg side. There's Sales again catching up with it. Bell's going to remain on 1 because it has come off the pad. There's no bat on that.
There would have been cries of "stop the count" coming from Chelmsford, wouldn't there? And Essex went top for a bit.
432 for 4. That brings Croft back on strike. 15 not out. And White bouncing his way back in. Balls again to Croft. And flick down towards fine leg, where fielded by Safe Zabe. Croft moves on to 16. Yeah, and after the kind of carnage of the last couple of hours, it's quieted down a little, hasn't it now? Almost catching a breath.
If you're watching on Lancs TV, you'll see that the circumstances of that Surrey victory, it was a wide from Sean Dixon. It was a horrible wide that finished up winning the game for Surrey.
Blimey. White to Bell, forward and defending. And there is no run.
I don't think I've ever seen Sean Dixon bowl before. I don't know whether you have.
Probably the reason why.
There it is, gentlemen. That'll do us.
We might have a look at the Notts Kent game as well, because they've come out like the Clappers.
Yes, they have.
Century partnership for the first wicket. 101 without loss. Slater 67, Hamid on 31, lead by 135. White to Bell to complete the over. He's going to get 4 to the left of Emilio Gay, to the right of Vasconcelos at first slip, down towards that third man boundary for 4 runs. Moves on to 5 now, 437 for 4.
Yeah, it was deliberate little steer, very close to, as you say, went just bisected the two slip fielders. So the lead for Lancashire is up to, where are we now, A95. And we still have 11 overs to go. So what we were saying about Lancashire potentially being 150 ahead tonight is possible, although they'll just need to get a little bit of a move on. Zabe is going to continue. Hands over his cap to umpire Middlebrook. Batters out today. If you're just joining us, after play started at 2 o'clock, Luke Wells for 119, that was 256 for 2. Josh Bohannon for 128, that was 382 for 3, and Phil Salt for a stunning 105 at 429 for 4, and driven first ball of the over straight through mid-on for 4 by Stephen Croft. He goes to 20, 441 for 4, 2 steps down the pitch, like a latter-day Victor Trumper. And it flashes away, beats Dom Leach to the boundary. The lead to 99 for Lancashire.
Takes some thinking, that, doesn't it?
It does.
221 behind 4 hours ago.
It certainly does. Here's Zabe. Down the pitch again comes Croft, but having got there, just plays defensively. Zabe fields off his own bowling. Change in the field. Deep mid-wicket is going out. Long on is going out. Deep backward square is just coming round. A little bit finer. Broad in there at short mid-wicket to save 1, but he doesn't save 1 because he has to move to his right as Croft just turns it in his direction, and they're through for a single, and that takes Lancashire 100 runs into the lead. 442 for 4. Croft to 21. We have had just, well, 57 overs today. Swung away by George Bell, and that is half a dozen. Again, that just sat up nicely for Bell, who'd come down the pitch, and it was swung away, and it's gone, I think, well, a couple of rows back into the seating, which isn't actually being used at the moment, down by the new hotel. And, well, if they don't have a look at the ball after this one, I'll be surprised, because it's gone clattering into the concrete down there. Perhaps by this stage, Zabe's not even bothered.
Is he? No.
Get on with it.
Yeah.
448 for 4. Bell is 11. Here's Zabe in bowls and played on the full toss almost by Bell up to mid-on, where Leach fields, but they're through for 1. 12 to Bell. 449 for 4. The lead up to 107. So yeah, we will at the end of this over have had 57 complete overs, 58 let's say, because there were 5 balls to complete overnight. Here's Zabe in again, and that turned, and it beats the outside edge of Stephen Croft's bat. Goes through to Lewis McManus, who knocks the bails off, but Stephen Croft had his back foot anchored. 449 for 4. Croft is 21, Bell is 12. So yeah, Lancashire have scored 328 runs in 57 overs. since 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's kept us busy, Scott, hasn't it? One way or another.
It's kept us going a bit, hasn't it?
Proctor back into the attack.
3 centuries in the same day. Wells, Bohannon and Salt. Yeah, 1 run away from collecting maximum batting bonus points, Lancashire.
They'll be jostling each other to come and do the interview with you at the end of the day, won't they? Be elbowing each other out the way as they come upstairs to our studio. Maybe all 3 of them, maybe, yeah. And comes Proctor, balls to Bell. Well, that's going to bring up the 450 for Lancashire. 450 for 4. Bell 13 and Croft on 21. Bonus points move up to 7 for this match for Lancashire. 3 collected for Northamptonshire. Maximum batting bonus points with, well, time to spare. 94th over. Proctor to Croft. That's pushed into the offside and jogs through for 1. Takes him to 22. 4-5-1 for 4. I've not looked at there's been that much going on in front of us, which is great. I've not actually looked at the Test match recently. I don't know how Australia getting on. Well, 48 for no wicket last time I looked. They're now 55 for 1.
Okay.
Let's see who's gone.
Proctor to Bell. It's chipped beyond the reach of Russell at mid-wicket. He'll hurry back for 2. Russell went kind of leaping up to his right to try and get hands on that. Bell moves on to 15. 4-5-3 for 4.
David Warner, the man out. Crawley bowled Wokes for 24. 55 for 1.
Proctor shuffles his way back into Bell. Short ball and gets right up onto his toes there. Bell defends it. And there's no run. Northants, I bet, can't wait to get off the field here today. Goodness, 9 overs still left, I'm afraid. It's before they can disappear back to the hotel. Staying on the ground, aren't they, the Northants players?
Absolutely, yeah.
At least they've got far to go back for something cold and forget about it. And Bell pushing at it through to the keeper, no run.
Well, not as the crow flies, anyway.
No, true. Just, I think you're going to walk out the ground, I think, haven't they, to get back into the hotel. Maybe they'll try and find another way in. Try and open a fire escape. Try and find a shorter route back to their rooms. Proctor to Bell. Oh, that's a very good delivery. That beats him. Through to McManus. End of the over. He sent some very tidy balls down today, Luke Proctor. It's end of his 10th over. It's gone for 31. 94 overs gone of Lancashire's first innings here. 453 for 4, so a lead of 111 runs. Bell has 15 and Croft has 22.
I was just looking to see about the stats for the most centuries in an innings. Obviously, we've had 3 here. The site I've got that deals with all first-class cricket looks at 4. I was just looking to see if Lancashire have ever had. They've had a couple of instances of 4 separate centuries in the same innings. The first-class record, amazingly, is 6. Here's Zabe starting a fresh over to Croft, who's playing that defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. There's the shadows now being cast a little bit by the lights, but I don't think that, it certainly hasn't got any worse. I'll say it's possibly just got a little bit better. Inside out, lovely shot by Stephen Croft down the pitch, hits it inside out, a couple of bounces over extra cover for another boundary. 457 for 4. The carnage continues. Lovely swing of the bat from Stephen Croft. He goes to 26 off 31 balls. 457 for 4. Lancashire's lead up to 115. Safe Zabe pondering his next move. Yes, Holkar against Mysore in 1945-46. They made 912 for 8 with 6 individual centuries in 214 overs and 5 balls. That would have been good fun to commentate on, wouldn't it?
Great.
Went on a while, I think.
Yes.
Here's a full toss, whipped away out to deep mid-wicket, but there are 2 men back on the boundary. Well, there's 3 in fact on the leg side, and one of them is now coming into the ring. Dom Leach is coming out from long on up to mid on, but it's another run to Stephen Croft, who's 27, 458 for 4. Pensive rub of the hair from Safe Zabe, who's in again, bowls short, pulled away by George Bell, and he's going to be caught at deep mid-wicket, and he is. So Ricardo Vasconcelos has caught another one, and he's quite grateful for a sit down. He's gone down and he's just staying down at the moment. But a wicket for Safe Zabe, second wicket of the innings. George Bell perishes in the cause. He goes for 15 off 21. It's 458 for 5.
I guess the decision tomorrow is going to be when, isn't it, for Lancashire? Yeah. When do they... How long do they go on tomorrow? Before they declare. Wouldn't want to leave. Wouldn't want Northants 8 down at the close of play tomorrow.
No, absolutely
like
not.
That.
Well, the umps are having a little chat amongst themselves. Not sure what they might be discussing.
No, because I think it's all right with the light and stuff, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Maybe just chatting about dinner, perhaps.
I was going to say, where's the best place to go? It's a bit Chinese tonight, then, Graham. Oh, no, curry tonight. Nice little Thai place down there. Oh no, I've tried that. I'm not sure.
I reckon Baby Bum was a fish and chip man, really.
Oh yeah, I would have thought so.
Fish and chips and a slice of bread.
I did mean to have some fish and chips last night, actually, because it was the sort of the annual celebration. We mentioned Dave Callaghan earlier, actually, and it was the annual celebration of Cali with his favourite meal of fish and chips. But now Tom Bailey is coming out to bat for Lancashire.
They really tossed a coin as to who should come out next.
Well, they've got a few options.
They have, yeah. I mean, Balderson, I can't believe they're holding Balderson back. So Bailey's going to come out and give it a bit of a wallop here. He did say last week, he batted beautifully last week at Edgbaston. So I'm going to bring up the scorecard from that game. He got 75. That was his career best score. I think it was the 8th and 9th time he's reached a half-century in first-class cricket, so he can bat. But he got 75 in a very patient innings with George Balderson. And I said, did you enjoy it? And he went, not really. I prefer it when I can come out and give it a wallop. So he's now got a chance to come out and do what he wants to do, which is give it a bit of a wallop.
Well, yes, I mean, I can only imagine they must be a bit worried about George Balderson's recent form.
Yes.
Yes. But he made 100 last time out,
exactly.
So he's just a bit concerned, just trying to protect him a bit.
He's not going to watch this one too much, I think.
Here is Zabe, bowls to Bailey, who's down the pitch, appeal for LBW straight away. I think James Middlebrook would have been guessing, because he was a long way down by the time it was the point of impact. Zabe bowling round the wicket, and Bailey had taken a couple of good strides down the pitch, hits him maybe in line, but again, umpire's guessing, so good decision. Just back of a length, and punched away by Bailey for his first run. Out to deep point, James Sales comes in off the boundary to field, 459 for 5 at the end of the over. Safe Zabe then picking up his second wicket, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 56. 459 for 5. We have 8 overs left in the day. Lancashire's lead now up to 117.
I'm going to be propped to continue. We've had quite a lot of fun in terms of a Lancashire batting performance today, and I don't think Bailey's going to disappoint. I think he's going to try and tee off a bit here.
Give it a bunt, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think so, yeah. I don't think he's come out to play for tomorrow.
In contrast to that match we were just talking about, the Holkar against Mysore, they batted for 2 and a bit days to make 912 for 8. Went on to win by an innings and 213 runs. Semi-final of the Ranji Trophy, 1946.
Bailey waits for Proctor. It's a short ball. And Bailey ducks underneath it. Through to the keeper, no run. 4, 5, 9 for 5.
It's interesting in the county championship. Lots of instances of 4, but that's the most. There've been a couple of 5s in Test matches.
Proctor to Bailey. Plays and misses. Nips through into the gloves of the keeper. No run.
Lancashire that did a 4 as far back as 1904 against Somerset on this very ground. Remember that one? Centuries for Archie McLaren, Johnny Tildesley, A.H. Hornby and Willis Cuttle. All made hundreds.
Bailey drops the ball in towards the offside and strides through for a single. It's a 460 for 5. Lead of 118.
I could see you going up and interviewing Archie McLaren.
Yeah. To call him Sir.
Absolutely,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
I think you would as well, wouldn't you? A couple of much more recent instances, actually, for Lancashire of 4s, both in 2003.
Proctor to Croft. Edged. Good take by McManus. Proctor deserves that wicket. He's bowled really well. And he's got his old mate out, Stephen Croft. Just edging behind to Lewis McManus. Croft has gone for 27. Lancashire lose their 6th wicket. 460 for 6. Caught McManus bowled by Northamptonshire captain Luke Proctor.
And such is the way of things in this perverse game that we love so much that Lewis McManus drops an absolute gaper earlier on. That was a really good take.
Yeah.
Diving away. There we go. Almost out of Ricardo Vasconcelos' lap. But that's a really good take by Lewis McManus. Went for it one-handed, caught it just off the turf. And I'm absolutely with you. I think Luke Proctor's deserved that. He's been excellent today. We mentioned a number of times, but it's really been him and Jack White that have held the show together really a bit today with the ball as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. And well, now George Balderson is going to get his chance. He comes out at number 8 to join Tom Bailey. Not too long to go in the day. What, another 7 overs thereabouts?
Yeah, 7 after this one.
But just a little bit of a flurry of wickets, but I suppose that's fair enough, and I'm sure Keaton Jennings is not too worried about this little flurry of wickets given the match situation. 118 is the lead. He'd like a few more, wouldn't he, I think, before thinking about timings of declarations. It's a very fetching hat he's got.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a lovely hat sat on the Lancashire balcony. He looked pretty chilled out there, didn't he? Was every right to be.
I was going to say, I think
you can't be relaxed on days like this, then you're going to struggle.
I think it's Luke Proctor that's doing the tearing of hair at the moment.
So Balderson, new batter. And Proctor's in and bowls and the short ball. Always been signalled as a no ball that by the umpire. Ball into the left-hander Luke Proctor. So the score moves on to 462 for 6.
And it definitely is lighter, isn't it, now, coming over from the west. Nicest part of the day, as somebody's bound to say at some point. But I've said it, so.
You got there first.
Yeah.
Proctor to Balderson. Shuffles back and turns it away towards the leg side. No run.
Yeah, 2003 here against Middlesex. Lancashire made 734 for 5 declared. Mark Chilton 125, Mal Loy 137, Stuart Law 144, Carl Hooper 201.
Nice. But there were 201 lovely runs to watch. There's Proctor to Balderson, short and wide and cut for 4. Reaching for it, Balderson, but guiding the ball safely to deep backward point for his first runs. 466 for 6.
And then later in that same season, Lancashire made 781 all out against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Mark Chilton 121, Mal Loy 102, Stuart Law 168, Carl Hooper 177. So the same four batters.
Yeah, that's great. I like that. Should get Mark Chilton up to the commentary box. He could talk us through that. I'm sure he'd love to reminisce about that particular game.
Well, he was also captain the last time Northamptonshire won here in 1999.
I'm sure he'd love to talk about that.
Sorry, no, 2005 rather, the last time Northamptonshire beat Lancashire anywhere, beg your pardon. That was at Northampton. Here's Zabe, starting a fresh over to Tom Bailey, punches it up to mid-on where Justin Broad feels. Yeah, 2005, Northamptonshire winning by 285 runs. It was the Montage Road, their last championship win over Lancashire anywhere. Turned around the corner by Bailey. Good bit of fielding. Really good stop by Justin Broad at mid-wicket. Cuts off any possibility of a single. He's banged his arm, I think. Just hurt his elbow a little bit, but all in a good cause. Here's Zabe. Flights that one up, driven by Bailey. Doesn't quite get hold of it. He's going to get just the one run, as it's well fielded by Dominic Leach, running round from long on. So Bailey goes to 3, Lancashire to 467 for 6. It's interesting looking at the players that played a leading role in that that victory for Northamptonshire. It obviously turned because Monty Panesar and Jason Brown bowling Northamptonshire to victory on the last day, bowling Lancashire out for 103 after Usman Afzal made 147. Here's Zabe in again, just back of a length, just bounced a little bit, maybe just caught the edge of one of those footholds, played defensively by the left-handed Balderson. Runs out to Vasconcelos, who's in there at extra cover. Here's Zabe, and again flights that one up, pushes forward Balderson. He's going to get a single as Emilio Gay trots round from slip to retrieve. Balderson to 5, Lancashire to 468 for 6, so the lead is 126.
Luke Wells said last night about trying to get a lead of about 130. I don't think he meant today.
No. That's a lovely shot by Bailey. Comes down the pitch, hits inside out, running away to the boundary. I need to stand up just to see if it's going to be fielded, and it is, by James Sales out there on the fence. And they come through for a couple of runs, 470 for 6, Bailey to 5, and that's the end of the over. So 6 left. 470 for 6 gives Lancashire a lead of 128. Yes, as you say, with 6 overs left in the day's play, and it really is. I mean, we're joking about it, but it's probably lighter now than it's been for a while. It's quite pleasant coming over this way.
I think he probably meant at some point around about lunch
tomorrow.
Yes, to be 130 in front. Not.
Well, this was that was the sort of calculation we were talking about earlier, wasn't it? That, it's been an extraordinary performance from Lancashire, and looks as though it could well reap rewards tomorrow.
Proctor, fresh from his well-deserved wicket, he's bowled well. He's back in to Balderson. Nudge off the hip down to fine leg. There's Dom Leach fielding. Balderson gets a single, takes him to 6. So 471 for 6. A lead of 129. And brings Bailey back on strike. They've got a couple of slips in place, reinforcing the leg side field with a deep square and a fine leg. There's a mid-wicket, a mid-on, mid-off cover, and deep backward point. Comes Proctor to Bailey. Ball drops into the onside. They scramble through for a leg by. Bailey remains on 5. The score moves on to 472 for 6. Lead now is that 130 that Luke Wells was looking at last night.
Yeah, catch up with him afterwards and find out when he actually had in mind for the lead of 130.
Well, I said to him after we finished the interview, It's Proctor's to Balderson. Comes back into him. That's worked away to square leg for a single. Moves on to 7-4, 7-3 for 6. I said you might kind of Bazball it then tomorrow. That's your approach, is it? Full on Bazball. He went, well, not sure we can go about it that way, really. And to be fair, it hasn't been kind of absolute slogging, has it? I mean, Salt in Inter Park, which was utterly ridiculous, really. It's just been a absolutely brilliant performance with the bat and running between the wickets, and it's down the leg side by Proctor, taken by McManus.
51 fours, 5 sixes in the innings so far, and obviously not all of those today, but because Keaton Jennings hit 8 fours yesterday, but they've run superbly, haven't they? And the way they were, milking Alex Russell more or less for a run of ball.
Proctor to Bailey. He's looking to hammer it away. The ball comes back, I think, off the inside edge of the bat onto his pad and deflects down towards Emilio Gay. No run.
I was just looking at Phil Salt's strike rate there for these innings today, 105 off 77 balls, which comes out at 136.36. Now, you and I, we both have spent the last doing all your prep and all your strike rates and all the rest of it. Anybody's up sort of 136, you think that's all right in T20.
Proctor to Bailey, step to the leg side again, swings everything through it. Through to the keeper, completes the over. 5 left, 473 for 6, with a lead of 131. I've got a little chat to do with Radio Lancashire listeners, so I shall leave you to it for a few minutes.
Fair enough. So we have 5 overs left, and as we say, the floodlight's obviously still on, but the natural light, you would think, is better than it has been some considerable time. It's a lot brighter. Looking out over towards the north, viewers on Lancs TV can see that now. The skies are a lot brighter than they were. So hopefully we will get through to the close of play with the requisite number of overs. Here's Zabe starting a fresh over, and that's a beautiful drive by George Balderson away through extra cover for 4. It's a full toss and put away in style by Balderson, who goes into double figures, 11 to him, and 477 for 6 Lancashire. So the lead climbing steadily to 135 now. Zabe into his 13th over, 2 for 64 so far. Here's Zabe in bowls, and Balderson stands tall, plays it up to mid-on Proctor Fields, and there's no run this time. So 3 matches now in Division 1. This round of Division 1 matches completed. Victories today for Essex, for Surrey and for Middlesex. Here's Zabe over the wicket, bowls to Balderson, pushes forward. He's going to get a single as it runs out through point. Balderson to 12 and Lancashire to 478 for 6. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 123 for no wicket against Kent, so they've stepped up the pace in this final session. Super opening partnership between Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid, so Nottinghamshire 155 runs ahead. Here's Zabe, bowls very full to Bailey, who tries to swing that away on the leg side. Got a little bottom edge on it, I fancy. It's gone down almost behind the keeper. Emilio Gay retrieves. In fact, he didn't get anything on it. It beat the keeper. So it was 2 byes signalled by umpire James Middlebrook. 480 for 6. Here's Zabe, and again reverse sweep by Tom Bailey. It's got it very fine. It's running down towards the boundary. Did he get bat on that? Again, I think it might have been off the pad. No, more byes. Thought it had maybe just flicked the pad, but signalled as byes by umpire Middlebrook. So 2 more onto the total, 482 for 6. Usual flurry of bat, pad, gloves and everything else. As Bailey swings that away on the leg side, and very well fielded by Ricardo Vasconcelos down at mid-wicket. Keeps it to a single. 483 for 6 at the end of the over. Bailey is 6, Balderson is 12, Lancashire's lead is 141, and we have 4 overs left in the day's play. Jack White having a chat with his captain, who peels off his sweater, hands it over to umpire Lloyd, and Proctor is going to continue to bowl his 13th over, 1 for 40 so far. I fancy, I'll just check it up in my notes, I think this might actually be Luke Proctor's longest bowl of the season. It equals, he bowled 12 overs in the previous match against Somerset, so this will in fact be his longest championship bowl of the season. And he's got to pick up another wicket as Bailey goes for a big swing, it cloths it and it loops and presents Justin Broad with a simple catch at mid-wicket. So it's another wicket for Luke Proctor, a second for him. Bailey goes, caught Broad, bowled Proctor for 6, and Lancashire are 483 for 7. And Proctor just digging that one into the pitch. Bailey trying to pull it away, but caught it fairly high up on the bat and it looped to Broad. So, as we heard earlier from Scott, Tom Bailey keen to try and get in there and have a bit of a welt. In the end, made just 6 off 17 balls before he went caught Broad, bowled Proctor for 6. New batter making his way out to the middle is Tom Hartley. And again, we look at the depth of batting in this Lancashire side. By no stretch of the imagination, the worst man to have coming in at number 9. But Northamptonshire have actually just picked up wickets in a little cluster here, but to be fair, Lancashire obviously, and entirely correctly, looking to keep up the pressure, score as quickly as possible. But Northamptonshire have picked up, what, 4 wickets in the space of 9 overs, but in those 9 overs, Lancashire have scored 64 runs. So, as we said, things have gone pretty much according to plan for them. And if they were looking at that lead of 130, perhaps by sometime towards lunch tomorrow, well, they've exceeded expectations by some distance. The lead now 141 for Lancashire, and there's still 3 and a bit overs left in the day. Here's Hartley on strike to face his first ball, slip in a gully. Proctor around the wicket, bowls to him, pushes forward, runs up towards mid-on. Intercepted by the energetic Justin Broad before it reaches safe Zabe. More blue sky over in the distance than we've seen in the whole of the day. It was thoroughly miserable at the start of today. Very dreich, as they say. Lots of mist and drizzle. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Hartley, plays it off the back foot out to extra cover where James Sales fields, and there's no run. But again, full credit to the ground staff who worked incredibly hard here to get the ground fit for play, as a result of which we were able to start at 2 o'clock. Players took an early lunch. We started at 2, and since then it's been all action as Proctor is in, bowls to Hartley, and he's off the mark, driving that nicely away past Sales in the cover. Oh, this could be a run out here. They've come back for a second run. George Balderson was a long way down. I mean, he actually ran 2 because he ran halfway there and had to run halfway back.
He did, didn't he? Yeah.
But in the end, they just get a single. Hartley is 1, 484 for 7. In fact, he ran over halfway, and well, it was a half decent throw, but McManus had a long way to get the ball back to the stumps, and George Balderson is very quick. But something got lost in translation there between George Balderson and Tom Hartley. 484 for 7. Balderson on strike, facing this ball from Proctor, and he turns that away behind square for a single. Dom Leach comes in off the boundary, sends in his return to McManus. Balderson to 13, 485 for 7. 19 balls to go in the day's play. Northamptonshire might get maximum bowling points here.
Yes.
Lancashire already, of course, have maximum batting points, but they've still got another 10 overs to go to get 2 more wickets. Riches indeed. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Hartley, who's trying to punch that off the back foot again, doesn't time it. rolls out into the offside, and that's the end of another over, the 100th over of the innings. So even I can work out that over the innings, Lancashire have been scoring at 4.85 and over. 485 for 7 off 100. Hartley is 1, Balderson is 13. We've got 3 left in the day.
Yeah, and looks like Alex Russell's going to have another go. He is. I think he's shown a great deal of guts and character, because it's been. I think at times I would suspect it's been quite difficult for him, because Lancashire have got at him, and he's stood up when his captains asked him to bowl, and he's not. You know, he's done his bit.
He does, and it's not. I must admit, there were times earlier today when thinking about Alex Russell, it wasn't easy to watch, because he was, you know, it was very, very tough, you could see. But yeah, he's a lad. He's got great character. I say he's worked incredibly hard to get to this stage. You know, he's one of those who's gone round, trialled at different counties, and you know, eventually got his chance here at Northamptonshire, professional contract, and playing. Well, of course, he made his first team debut for Northamptonshire on this ground in the T20.
He's in and bowling to Balderson. That's worked out towards the onside. There's no run.
And I like.
Actually, didn't he get
Liam Livingstone with his 8th ball? Yeah.
Yes, I remember. Was it last season, that?
Yes, it was. No, it was last season.
He's in from the Statham end to Balderson again with a slip in place, forward and defending. And there's no run.
And I quite like this from Luke Proctor, because he's giving him, knowing the way Lancashire are playing, he's given the opportunity to possibly get a wicket here, and you know, it'd be nice for him to get just some sort of tangible reward.
We've got the left-hander on strike and a few footmarks to try and land it in. There he goes again. Oh, that spins back in. Balderson does well to keep it out. No run.
But that's not going to be a great deal of satisfaction for Northamptonshire with 5 left-handers in the top 6.
485 for 7. Here's Russell from the Statham end. Past the umpire in. Bowls forward goes Balderson in defence, and there's no run.
We were talking earlier about Andy Roberts and his match-winning 6 for at Lytham in 1991, and he bowled. That was almost exclusively bowling round the wicket into the footmarks, if I remember rightly.
Russell into Balderson, who drives. Nice-looking shot. It'll be worth a couple for him. Picked up on that point boundary, and Balderson comes back for 2, so he's up to 15 now. 487 for 7.
And the thing that I remember, the reason I remember a lot about that is that it was 30 years almost to the day that Richie Benaud won a Test match for Australia here, bowling leg breaks around the wicket into the rough.
In and ball, drops short, bolts off the back foot, punches away through the offside, beats Vasconcelos at cover. He's on the chase to try and catch up with it. Great effort, brilliant from Vasconcelos to flip the ball back. They've run 3, but that's outstanding. It's been an absolutely torrid day for Northamptonshire, and that is brilliant by Vasconcelos. The commitment to catch up with that and to put the dive in, to flick it back. Look, in the big scheme of things, it might not mean much, but it does also mean an awful lot when you see players do that. 490 for 7, outstanding fielding. 3 more runs for Lancashire to read by 148.
Yeah, good to see Ricardo Vasconcelos keeping standards up, isn't it? It's just what it's all about, a bit of pride. 490 for 7, yeah, 1961, wasn't it, here, that it looked as though England were going to win that match comfortably, and in the end, Richie Benaud, I think, got 6 for, including Peter May for naught, bowled round his legs, and Australia winning that Test match, and it kept the Ashes for them, and that was, as I say, that was 1961, and it was 30 years almost to the day that Andy Roberts then did something very similar for Northamptonshire at Lytham. Vasconcelos is still grazing out there at deep mid-wicket, and safe Zabe. Switch to the other end, the Anderson end, over the wicket, bowling to Balderson, who's playing for the close now. Pushed that forward out into the offside, but Manners retrieves. And there's no run. This is the penultimate over of the day, 490 for 7. Zabe is in and beats Balderson's attempted drive. Goes through to McManus, who again knocks the bails off, but Balderson's back foot had not been lifted. Zabe in again, bowls to Balderson, who on drives. He's going to get certainly 1. They might think about a second now. They're going to settle for 1. Justin Broad fielding out there, 491 for 7, the lead up to 149. Tom Hartley on strike, so 2 left-handers in for Lancashire at the moment. Dave just tweaking his field, bringing deep mid-wicket in. The deep backward square is still out as Hartley drives beautifully through extra cover for 4. Well, that's as good a shot as we've seen all day. Handsome shot from Tom Hartley. It's floated up there. He found the gap. Quick hands, really good bat speed from Hartley, and it races away for 4. 495 for 7 takes the lead north of 150 for Lancashire. Hartley to 5, 495 for 7. So Lancashire 153 runs ahead. Hartley facing this next ball from Saif Zaib. He just held that back a touch and was looking, I think, to try and cut it away down through backward point. A little bit too close to him for that. There's no run. Zaib, to finish his bowling work for the day, beats Hartley outside the off stump. Once again, McManus has the bails off, but Hartley's back foot hadn't moved, and that's the end of the penultimate over of the day. 495 for 7. And with the clock ticking round to 7 o'clock local time, we're about to start the last over.
Actually done all right to get it in just before 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
I was thinking it might be quite a decent way beyond 7, but I don't think anyone's complaining. Certainly from a Lancashire point of view, I appreciate Northamptonshire supporters who have made the journey, and the Northants boys will be feeling it a bit. But the home supporters who are inside the ground or watching the pitches or listening to the commentary will have enjoyed every moment of it. It's been some day here. Here's Russell in and bowling. And bowls off the back foot, works it away towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. What did you describe it? Chapel ball or something like that?
Chap ball.
Chap ball. Anything Bazball can do, chap ball can do. Can do better. Russell to Balderson. That's a nice shot. Just playing it late and very cutely, guiding the ball down towards that third man boundary. They're going to run 3, a bit of hesitation, but yeah, they come back for a third. With Hartley running towards the wicket keeper's end, so they're edging towards 500. 498 for 7, lead of 156. With 4 balls remaining in the day's play. Russell driven by Hartley back down towards the bowler, and there is no run. Turns and comes in again. It's been a breathless day. It lands in those footmarks and turns back in, and he defends into the offside. No run. The question is, how long do Lancashire go on tomorrow morning? 156 in front. He's in and bowling. Just offers that pad, and that's left. Through to Emilio Gay. So you've got 1 ball remaining of the day. Can they get to the 500 for their first innings score tonight? Little change to the field, and his backward square leg comes up. And forward goes Hartley, and that is it. Collect your cap, Alex Russell. Go and put your feet up and try not to dwell on it too much. They have been well and truly battered today with the bat. Lancashire have been absolutely outstanding. That is a ridiculously brilliant performance today by Lancashire with the bat. 3 in particular, the 3 Centurions, starting 221 runs behind at 2 o'clock. They finish 156 runs in front at 498 for 7. It's an outstanding performance. It's one to forget for Northamptonshire, but they've come up against some quite brilliant batting today.
So 67 overs we had, 67 overs and 5 balls in fact, but 67 complete overs in which Lancashire have scored 377 runs. Well, it's been an astonishing performance, and as I say, I think from the point of view of the neutral, anybody that's been here today and has watched, in particular Phil Salt, and that's to take nothing away from Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon, who were both excellent, but that innings of Phil Salt's was something a bit special. 105 off 77 balls. Partnerships, absolutely key. If you look at those, 114 for the first wicket, 142 for the second, 126 for the third. And then that little cameo partnership between Salt and Croft adding another 47, and everybody's basically kept up the challenge for quick runs right the way down the order. Been a tough day for Northamptonshire. I suppose the bowlers that have emerged with the most credit, as we've been saying all day, Jack White and Luke Proctor. White finishing with 3 for 69 from 23 overs. Nothing wrong with those figures at all, just going at 3 and over. And Proctor also just over 3 and over, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 42. The rest probably won't want to dwell too much on the bowling figures, but it's just sufficient to say, as Scott mentioned, that I think Alex Russell's again showed his character. Not easy out there today for a young leggy in only his 3rd first-class match, but he stuck to his task. But as far as the match situation goes, Lancashire in a very, very strong position. I say, very interesting to see what coach and captain come up with and what the strategy will be tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it was, from a Lancashire point of view, it was worth the wait. From a neutral's point of view, it was worth the wait. 2 o'clock start, and then we've seen some quite brilliant batting by those 3 Lancashire players. We shall see what the 4th and final day has to offer. 96 overs, a minimum of 96 overs to be bowled. Will Lancashire declare overnight? Will they come out and bat a little bit more tomorrow morning? We shall find out. They lead by 156 at 498 for 7 from the whole team here at Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and app. We'll catch you again tomorrow morning.